Straight into more kind of hot hatch style racing, and these little buzzsaws are the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. They're making their full season debut this year with the Brscc. No strangers to Brscc because they have raced as guest formula in years gone by, but this is their first full-time season on the Brscc roster, and we're really delighted to have them, of course. Great little pocket rockets, these Metros, been around since 1992, and of course for their first full season with us this season. So, from qualifying spoiling for race number 1, John Moore sits on pole position alongside Rhys Claydon, ex-BMW Cup driver. Then it's Mike Williams, who was a double winner at Brands Hatch, and Matthew Simpson alongside him on the second row. Ben Williams and Robbie Kenning in the old school computer vision liveried car in 6th. Tim Shooter and Phil Goodwin sit on the 4th row of the grid. Rounding up the top 10 is Dan Willars and Les Tyler on 9th and 10th on that grid. 11th on the grid on the 6th row is going to be Dick Trivett and Tim Davies. And it's the 7th row of the grid for Richard Jessup and Richard Garrett. And then John Wall and Richard Cowley round out the 16 cars that we have for our first of 2 Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup races. As we mentioned, the MG Metro Cup's been going since the early 90s, of course, when it was right towards the just about sort of the end of a lifespan in some cases of the MG Metro, since it existed since the early 80s. And of course, those who know Metros with longer histories will know that they had their history not just in rallycross, but also in rallying as well, but they had the very extreme MG Metro 6R4 variant. Not quite the specification we have here, but these cars very much fun to drive, and if you can even look back as far as the early 90s, and they were featured on Top Gear at one point, and we had a certain Tiff Dale driving one of these cars, and great to see the racing was just as fast and frantic then as it is right now, and it was some fantastic racing that we had at Brands Hatch in the opening rounds. We don't have the defending champion here this weekend, Mark Eels. Is it Mark Eels? Yes, Mark Eels, who ran car number 1. Not here this weekend, sadly, but the 2 drivers he was battling for victory, Mike Williams and Rhys Claydon, are definitely here this weekend. And coming into the weekend, it is a 4-point lead for Mike Williams after his double victory at Brands. Rhys Claydon took 2 victories, including one that was on the road. At least he was the victor, but a 5-second penalty, I think it was for track limits, saw him drop down the order and eventually pick up the 2nd place instead. And Marcos picked up a pair of 3rds. I remember he admitted afterwards saying that the competition levels have gone up a little bit, so his title defence was going to be a little bit tougher than he was expecting. So he's certainly going to try and battle hard if he can at the next rounds coming up at Donington Park GP in a few weeks' time. Ben Williams and Matthew Simpson also should be in the mix too. They're 4th and 5th in the championship, only separated by about 5 points. Les Tyler 6th in points coming into the weekend. He's also level, but there's 3 drivers on 23 points. You've got Matthew Simpson, Les Tyler and Dick Trivett on 23 points each, so they managed to score the same amount across those 2 races to really even things up in the top 5. But of course, you even got the proper original Rover MG Metros, or the slightly newer Rover Metros, the slightly newer shape, but even so, all these cars effectively the same cars underneath mechanically, the same shape, same size effectively, and there's no difference too much in terms of the engine power whatsoever. So the cars make their way around here. These little Metros, again, they look small and diminutive, but they can pack quite a bit of punch, and they've got quite a decent power to weight ratio as well, so they can put on some really good racing. And this is of course their first year away from where they were racing previously with the MG Car Club, but they've made if you want to call it a breakaway or a switch if you like, to Brscc, an opportunity to see if they could expand their horizons a little bit. And it seems as though that even just after the first race, they're thoroughly enjoying their time so far. There was a nice video they posted earlier on social media with all their cars lined up nicely, and all the drivers enjoying the sunshine, enjoying how everything looks, and I'm sure that it'll be just about the same for everyone involved going forwards. So the cars make their way through, and I'll be intrigued to see how John Moore gets on, because this is his... he was at Brands Hatch, but he wasn't quite towards the front, so quite a change in fortune for John. He comes into the weekend in 9th in the point standings, so he only scored 16 points from that one, a pair of finishes that gave him 8 points in each race. So the fact that he's starting on pole position means he's really found a turn in fortunes and a turn in pace here at Snetterton since Brands Hatch. I suspect maybe it's this circuit this circuit might well suit his car much better. But we shall see how he performs. But of course, the 2 cars to really watch out for towards the front is certainly going to be Rhys Claydon, who starts on the front row of the grid, and then also Mike Williams, who was the championship leader coming into the weekend, having taken those 2 wins at Brands Hatch. He starts in 3rd. So the cars in P2 and P3 on the grid are 2 highest placed championship drivers, being in 2nd and 1st respectively. No Mark Eels, but the rest of the pack will certainly take full advantage of his absence to try and take as many points as possible from this weekend in Norfolk. So John Moore's car then, in black with red and white on the side. It's then the white 2-tone yellow and black car of Reese Claydon, and then the red car, which is just parking up out in view, at least behind Reese Claydon, just to its immediate right on screen. That's Mike Williams there, alongside the orange and white car of Matthew Simpson. Another car to watch out for, looks pretty good. It should be there. Yes, it's just about there. It's Robbie Kenning's car. It's a more old school Metro, but it's starting in the old school kind of rallying factory Company Vision livery. So it should have 16 cars on the grid, set for 20 minutes of racing for this first race here at the Hit for Construction, the MG Metro Cup. John Moore starts on pole. It's Reese Claydon on the front row of the grid. Behind them, champion leader Mike Williams. What can he do from the second row of the grid? Let's find out as we go MG Metro racing here for the first time today. It's a decent start from the front row, also a strong start from the second row for Mike Williams, and indeed Matthew Simpson also creeping up on the inside line. He's Ben Williams in the almost BRM coloured number 75, but in towards Ritchie's for the first time, and it's Reese Claydon, the ex-BMW Compact Cup man, who sweeps around the outside and takes the lead from pole sitter John Moore as they head into Ritchie's and then into the Wilson hairpin for the very first time. So into the hairpin they go then. And still three abreast, you can see there. That was between, it looks like Ben Williams in the middle and Mike Williams to his inside and Matthew Simpson to his outside in the orange and white car in there too. Also moving up strongly, I think, is Dick Trevette, and he's up there after starting in P11, so he's making moves pretty quickly. So let's see if he's got some pace in that car to go forward as they turn their way out now. Some battles, big pack as well. I think that's possibly Phil Goodwin having a scrap over what looks to be 7th or 8th position, but it's Claydon who leads, Moore in second place. It's the Williamses, Mike and Ben in 3rd and 4th. You've then got Matthew Simpson in 5th position in that orange and white car in there too, and in 6th place behind, looks like, I think that is the number 3 car, Phil Goodwin. So he was battling for 6th and 7th places behind with a couple of cars in there too as well. So lots of jostling for position in the early few corners already. Plenty of action going on here, but Reese Claydon, as he did in race 2 before he got the penalty at Brands Hatch, just trying to edge away pretty quickly here, and John Moore's holding his own in 2nd place, but the two Williams drivers, Mike and Ben, just trying to chase after John here. And as I say, good turn of pace from John already this weekend. There's Robbie Kenning in the computer vision liveried car. He's having a battle there with Tim Shooter in the white and green car, and also coming up behind them was one of the other cars in the mix in kind of dark red and white. So all sorts going on there too. Kick up a bit of cement dust as they come into Brundle and Nelson for the first time. And let's see what pace these guys have got to try and keep Reese Claydon in touch. But John Moore's closed up a little bit in that first lap so far. So we'll see if he's got a bit more in reserve here as they come through. You see Tim Shooter there with the threat from Robbie Kenning. Has a look. Those two have been battling for position down the back straight. It looks like Shooter has got past then. So Shooter maintains his pass after he made it into Brundle and Nelson. But now into the complex for the first time into Murray's. It's still Claydon, Moore, then the Williamses, Mike and Ben. Still Matthew Simpson in 5th position as they come out of the tight left-hander. And again, back through the gears onto the pit straight to see if he can extend that advantage. But Reese Claydon now has got a tiny couple of car lengths over John Moore in 2nd place. 3rd place still now for Mike Williams. Some of the other cars down the further in the top 10. Phil Goodwin indeed in 6th place in that kind of very bright, sort of like fluorescent yellow car in 6th position. It's then Les Tyler 7th, Tim Shooter 8th, Robbie Kenning 9th, and Dan Willars in 10th. And there's Dick Trevette, who's up into 11th place. They come onto the 2nd lap now to see if they can increase that gap a little bit further. As they come out of the left-hander at Palmer's, it's still, the gap across the line was 0.5 a second. One car running wide on the exit there in the background. I think that's Les Tyler in 7th place in car 21. Quickly finds the circuit once again. So top 3 just trying to make a small breakaway here from Ben Williams in that green and orange, almost BRM coloured car. There was the Rover 200, I think, that had that BRM edition. And it was that's got a BRM coloured British Racing green with that bright orange grille. Remember that? It's exactly the same as how the BRM single seats in the sports cars had the same colour scheme. So out now through the right-hander at Williams, back onto the Bentley straight once again. And as they start to tuck into the slipstream a little bit. And see here, just under braking, Reese Claydon was a little bit closer that time, boys. So I wonder if he's he was closed in a little bit, I should say, from John Moore just behind him. Just keeping in close proximity there was the third place car. A lot of I thought for a second that was one of the MGs also having an engine failure, but it wasn't. It was just him running over a lot of the cement dust and kicking it up into the air. That was number 6. That was the number 6 Metro of Richard Cowley, which is in that bright sort of two-tone turquoise and orange. Certainly a car that you can't miss out on circuit. Across the line to start lap 3. Still Clayton ahead by only by 0.25 a second. It's actually 0.4 between the top 3. New fast lap of the race and Mike Williams. There could be a possible imminent change for the lead. Here it goes round the outside for John Moore. Big move up the outside into Richie's corner, but Rhys Clayton stands his ground. And he might have to go diving up the inside to defend his position, which he does. Later on the brakes, here goes Mike Williams siving down the outside of both of them. Takes the wide approach, and here comes Ben Williams in the mix as well. So it was all spread out a little bit in that top 3, but now they're all concertinating together. It's now a quartet for the lead as they come onto the short straight towards Palmer again for the 3rd time. This has been quite the interesting affair at the moment. We're seeing it's getting quite dicey out there at the front of the field, and so it should be. Into the hairpin. Have a little look up the inside from Moore then. And they're still sort of closing up together. If they're not careful, that quartet, it'll become a 6-pack in a minute, because you've also got in there as well Matt Simpson. And then behind him, Phil Goodwin in car number 3. After that little moment that they had at the start of this 3rd lap, they just calmed down a tiny bit, but John Moore just keeping in the wheel tracks of Rhys Clayton, who's trying his best to hold on to the position here if he can. And they come back down the straight once again. John Moore trying to get into the toe here. Having a look up the inside, making a big dive. He's made the move stick. So a huge dive up the inside to take full advantage of Rhys Clayton, breaking that a little bit earlier, possibly to avoid the cement dust. And a big dive for John Moore. And after from pole position, slipped back to about 3rd, but now he's back to the lead again. So a really good turn of pace from John Moore this weekend. The 2 Williams going to combat through the bomb hole. And it's now Ben Williams ahead of Mike Williams. So the green and orange car displaces the red and black car in quick succession. So changes for 1st, changes for 3rd. Also getting in there too, Matt Simpson keep watching brief as the 2 Williams again trying to swap positions as Mike Williams goes a little too deep. And the championship leader loses a couple of places, might lose another one if he's not careful, because Matt Simpson is lurking there in car 16. Meanwhile, the leaders come across the line again. Rhys Clayton's not quite done with John Moore, is he? He's back in the slipstream, and these boxed little Metros, it means they punch quite a large hole in the air. Not that aerodynamic, but for the best possible way. It means that you can make big passes and big drafts up the inside line. As Mike Williams goes sideways, he's run wide, he's onto the grass, he's way off the road. Mike Williams is almost going off into Thetford in a minute, never mind back onto the circuit. In the olden days, it would have been potato fields there that would have stopped him, but they've all been cleared up now, so he's trying to go up the A11 at one point. It's not going to quite work, is it? So Mike Williams gets back on the road, in front of rather bemused Robbie Kenning, I'm sure. That's put Mike Simpson down to 6th position, because both Matt Simpson and Phil Goodwin have got past. And that's now demoted them just in front of the computer vision liveried car in front of them. So in towards the hairpin they go again. And still, Rhys Clayton not quite, bit of unfinished business there with John Moore. I think he's quite keen to gain that position back if he can. I'm sure he's going to push extra hard to make sure he does so. The rest of the pack comes through, and Cassini just tailing in their wake. See there Dick Trevette in the 10th place car behind Dan Willers and Les Tyler in 9th and 8th respectively. 11 and a bit minutes to go. There's still a chance here for Rhys Clayton to close back in. And remember, these cars have been quite unaerodynamic. They sit quite low on the ground as well. See the way they just squat on the ground on their low suspension. It's great looking little cars, these Metros. And they race pretty cleanly as well. Over the cement dust on the outside line. And Clayton just closed in a little bit more in the slipstream down the Bentley straight there on this 4th lap. Still keeping close. It's now Ben Williams into 3rd place, trying to lead the charge back towards them. Still with Matt Simpson and Phil Goodwin for company. There is Mike Williams. There's Les Tyler, in fact. There is Mike Williams, in fact, in the foreground. But Les Tyler with the kind of grey and white Union Jack on the front. And he's now being chased down still by Dan Willers in the red and white 58. Leaders back in again through the left-hander at Murray's, and still it looks as though that Brscc has got that pace to keep up with John Moore, but whether or not he's got the chance to repass him for the lead in a second remains to be seen. They're going to come back down the pit straight. It's now at the end of lap number 4 onto lap 5 here at Snetterton. Still plenty of time for a few more. And John Moore's got a bit more of a gap down this time, but a better exit out of Murray's has helped him get a second gap on Rhys Clayton this time by. And I'm going to keep an eye on Phil Goodwin also. Phil was a couple of tenths quicker than 4th place man Matt Simpson last time by. There he is. So it's Matt Simpson in the orange and white car, and then the sort of fluorescent yellow, black and white number 3 machine of Phil Goodwin looking pretty good. No pun intended, of course. Here's another of the cars towards the back. This is car 17, and that's the 17 car for Richard Jessup. Just hanging back and running his own race back in 12th spot. John Moore continues to lead though. And slightly tighter approach there for Matt Simpson, trying to hold off Phil Goodwin because he sensed he was possibly going to try and mount an attack. But also Matt Simpson edging a little bit closer back towards Ben Williams now. So 3rd, 4th and 5th might start to compress a little bit more as they get towards the second half of this race. So Matt Simpson then continues to pursue a potential podium place. You can see Ben Williams in front of him there, just pushing on as hard as he dares, as there goes Phil Goodwin holding on to P5. So a top 5 finish could be good for him. Looking back at where he was, he came into the weekend. He had a bit of a rough first weekend at Brands Hatch, only picked up 13 points for his trouble, so in much better position this time. Again, some cars that weren't quite on the pace at Brands Hatch certainly coming back to life here at Snetterton, particularly John Moore. Came into the weekend 9th in points on 16. Now, of course, he's leading the way after having taken pole position in qualifying this morning. There's another battle that's going on just outside the top 10. This is just at the bottom of the top 10. Les Tyler, Dan Willers, and here comes Dick Trevette looking up the inside in the orange and yellow machine, but couldn't quite make that one stick as Willers chops over the nose and holds on to 9th place for the time being. But I'm sure that Dick Trevette will try and come back and fight another day in a few corners' time. There's the recovering Mike Williams after his little grassy excursion up at Ritchie's. So new fastest laps put in from both the top 2, and interestingly enough, Rhys Clayton's fastest lap of the race was 9/10 quicker than John Moore, so he's really woken up and found a bit more speed on this lap. I'm not sure if the toe certainly helped, but 9/10 of a second difference is pretty massive, and now this puts Rhys Clayton right back underneath John Moore once again. The challenge for that lead position. He wants to get his first win of the season after he was denied it after a time penalty for track limits in the second race at Brands Hatch. Won on the road, but then was pushed down the order to second place because he was so dominantly in front at that point. So Clayton here pushing Moore as hard as he dares. Is there going to be a chance to try and sneak up the inside? He's having a lurk. He's putting himself into John Moore's mirrors, but John knows he's there. And again, rather than take the regular outside line, right on the driver's right, he's right to the middle of the road to defend from any chance that Rhys Clayton might take him diving up the inside and sneaking a position. So still the top 2 stay as they were. There's the change for the lead though, in the background, there it was. So Rhys Clayton got a better run exit out of Agostini, and there goes Rhys Clayton into the lead. So the yellow and black car of Rhys Clayton goes into the lead then, past John Moore, and it's just almost out of our shot. I was wondering if he's going to set him up, if there's going to be something there, but a better exit from Agostini certainly lined him up for a move up towards the Hamilton. As the leaders come onto the Bentley straight, it is now a change around of positions, but it's now the Hunter. Rhys Clayton becomes the Hunter, because here comes John Moore with the response in the toe. Which way is he going to go? Inside. Yep, into the inside line. Has he got enough momentum to pull himself into the lead back once again under brakes? They both go under the bridge, and just as you like, with better slipstream and better momentum off the corner through Williams, it's as if the move never even happened at Hamilton's. Back to the order we go. Moore in front, Rhys Clayton back to second place, and both of them have managed to clear a small gap now, even further. Back to Ben Williams in 3rd place, with Simpson and Goodwin rounding out the top 5. Still got Mike Williams in 6th position. This battle for 8th has still been raging on all race between Les Tyler Dan Willers and Dick Trevette, and Willers now getting a good run through Nelson, all over the back of Tyler, who again goes to the middle of the road, decides not to let him through that easy. Why would you? You're a racing driver. You don't just let someone waltz past you. You try and defend as much as you can. Dick Trevette's having a strong race too, up in P10, in that distinctive orange and yellow number 96. You see it's a slightly older shape, ever so slightly boxier Metro. Metro's a boxy anyway. Over the curve he goes, trying to push hard to pick up 9th place from Dan Willers. We've lost Tim Shooter from the race, I've noticed on my timing screen, so he's retired out of the race. He stopped somewhere on track, car number 4. Sadly, Tim Shooter won't make the flag. And also, we've had number 9 come into the pits at the start of the race. That was John Wall. So John Wall also having troubles as well. He's out of the race too, having had an early issue which put him out on the end of the first lap. The lead gap in front has gone back out to 1.8 of a second. That's another one of the cars that's struggling. That's car number 6, Richard Cowley. So both the top 2 put a lap on the number 6 machine. He's back in 14th place. And also moving out of the way of the scrap for 3rd and then 4th. Because you've still got here the Matt Simpson and Phil Goodwin battle for 4th and 5th. I thought for a second the top of the edge of the driver's door of Phil Goodwin's car was jutting out, but it's just an illusion at best on the paint scheme, I think. 5th still for Mike Williams, 6th still for Mike Williams. No change there. Now then, as it was last time, remember, it was Clayton ahead of Moore, and Moore got a really good toe down the back straight to reclaim the lead. Now, is it going to be the same here for Reese Clayton? Can he get the best draft down towards Brundle and Nelson, and can he reclaim the lead with 4 minutes to go here? That said, that John Moore car's got some poke in a straight line, but Clayton's got the draft, but he's just not close enough to make that move. So he'll have another chance to do so in a few corners' time, I'm sure. If he can stay close through here, through Brundle, through Nelson, and then all the way through Coram and Murray's, he might have a great chance to line him up down the pit straight. Because, again, the boxy nature of these little Metro hot hatches mean that they're not that aerodynamic, but in the best possible way, because it means they punch large holes in the air. Any cars following will certainly try and take advantage. They're here following no more, seems to be Dan Willers, slipping up the inside of Les Tyler. And that's the move he was looking for all race, up into 8th place past Les. And then both of them have dropped Dick Trevette after his mistake at the exit of Murray's the lap before. So he's dropped back a few seconds. And this fight is these 2 cars all on their own here as they slide their way and lean on their axle stands, or whatever, lean on the lock stops through the bomb hole. The leaders come across the line. It's still, I think, the top 2 all together. Another new fastest lap of the race from Reese Clayton, 2:22.7. He was 4 tenths quicker that time by. Still there's Tyler running wide as he tries to repass Dan Willers. They now come down the pit straight. He might get a chance here to line him up in the slipstream. He's dropped back a few car lengths off the corner, or I thought he had, but it's a bit of an illusion of the of where he is on track. He pulled out a little bit, possibly to cool his engine a bit more, because if you follow him too closely in these cars, of course with the slightly warm conditions that we've got here today, there's obviously a chance that that could have been different. What hasn't changed is this bit lead battle here. Still, I think this one more lap to go, I'd imagine, because lap times are in the low 220s. A lock up there from John Moore. He's just going to give the chance for Clayton to go back up the inside again like he did a couple of laps ago. I think he might do. They're going to be side by side down towards Hamilton's, and again Reese Clayton takes advantage of a mistake from John Moore exiting Agostini, and back into the lead goes the number 5 car. So excellent racing so far from both John Moore and Reese Clayton. I'm sure when they get to Parc Ferme, if it stays as it is in whatever order they finish, whether it's John or Reese in front, there's going to be quite a big handshake and even a hug, I think, from these 2, because they'll certainly enjoyed the racing they're having at the front. And again, look, John Moore, we know how good his car is in a straight line. And here he comes again then in the slipstream, and Reese Clayton's got nothing he can do. He can only try and defend as much as he can, but the straight line momentum that John Moore has seems to be quite superior, and here he comes on the outside line. Is he going to be side by side again into the complex? Under the bridge, he's on the dusty part of the circuit where the cement dust is, but he doesn't even care. Drives straight round the outside into Brundle, under brakes, onto the lock stops for Nelson's, and back in front he goes. But not as good an exit on the exit from the corner there as it could have been, and Clayton, I thought, was about to go to the back of him there, but he missed the shift. But thankfully he didn't. So they're going to go on to the last lap of the race here. It seems as though that at least off corner exit a little bit, going onto the long straights or off the corners, that number 72 car's got a bit more traction off there at least than Reese Clayton does. But Clayton just driving the wheels off that number 5 car as much as he can, just hoping for another mistake from John Moore, because if he does, he'll be straight back in there. It could even be a photo finish to Malign. There's a black and white flag going out for Les Tyler for driving standards / track limits. Well, that's a combination of both, I'm not sure. At the very least, it'll be track limits from running a little bit too wide. But the leaders now going back into Ritchie's for what will be the final time. Let's see if Reese Clayton's got anything left in reserve here to try and pick up a win, and this time keep it on the road after he lost it at Brands Hatch due to a track limits penalty. And he's pushing hard. He knows exactly what this would mean if he gets past John Lloyd. He knows it means a win, but also it's crucial points, at least over Mike Williams, of course, who's way back in sixth position. It really hasn't made the inroads on 4th and 5th that I'm sure he would have hoped. As we see our top two back down towards Agostini. Again, Reese Clayton's close, though. He's done this twice before. Better exit from Agostini, sets him up for the inside move into Hamilton. Can he do it again? Can he force more into the mistake? Not quite here, but he knows again he's not quite good off his corner, and again for the third time looks to the inside, but Moore knows exactly what he's up to. Goes left, goes right, looks up the inside, can't quite get through, and John Moore once again this time throws the block and goes, not this time, Reese. He did it to me twice before, ain't gonna happen this time. So in towards Oggies then. Surely Reese's best chance now has to be, at the very least, first of all, on the run down the back straight here, exiting Williams. He gets a good exit through Williams. He can set him up for a move, possibly into Brundle and Nelson. Now, Moore was a bit wider off to the corner. The time has hit 0, and here comes Reese Clayton in the slipstream. Can he possibly pull himself alongside, like John Moore did, and make the move down towards Brundle and Nelson? Number 5 car edging closer and closer in the slipstream, but compared to John Moore's momentum a lap ago, not quite the same. Under the bridge, into Brundle, nose to tail towards Nelson, under brakes, flick right, back through the gears again. Both clip the curb. Now on the short straight towards the final couple of corners, there's the battle of a third and fourth behind, but we can't really take our eyes off the lead battle because it's that close. It's the Williams, Simpson and Goodwin, and Mike Williams is still in 6th position. He'll drop points a little bit after his double win at Brands Hatch. But now towards the final couple of the corners, there is Reese Clayton, as close as he's ever been. Will he dive up the inside to Murray's? Will he try and get him on the inside? He's having a look, he's having a peek. Is he going to force John Moore into a mistake? He doesn't do it this time. Exiting Murray's now, he's giving the sprint to the checkered flag. Here comes Reese Clayton. Might look to the inside line. Where's he going to go? Is he going to be nose to tail? Is he going to be a photo finish? Checkered flag is out. Who's it going to be? Moore or Clayton up to the line. Moore gets it in the first race of the weekend for the Hickford Construction, the MG Metro Cup. A great battle between the two of them, back and forth all the way. But John Moore wins it by just over a tenth and a half from Reese Clayton in an excellent battle between the Metros. Ben Williams gets 3rd. It's then 4th then for Matt Simpson, 5th for Phil Goodwin, and 6th for Mike Williams. What could have been for the double Brands Hatch winner after his little grassy excursion up at Ritchie's corner. He has to settle for 6th place. See if he can try again and do better next time later on this afternoon. Robbie Kenning picks up 7th. Dan Willers is 8th. Les Tyler is 9th. And then it's 10th for Dick Trevette in his bright orange and yellow machine. I'm still waiting for Tim Davies, for Richard Jessup, for Richard Garrett, and for the 6 of Richard Cowley. A lot of Richards in this in this MG Metro Cup field. And the only cars we didn't take the finish were Tim Shooter's car that pitted in the opening couple of laps after 3 laps, and then was stopped on track. And then the number 9 car, John Wall, also pitted after a lap or so with technical problems. So the cars make their way back around. And back towards part further. Well, I'm sure there's going to be 2 slightly exhausted but very happy MG Metro Cup drivers in John Moore and Reese Clayton. And I'm certain even though he came 2nd, Reese will still appreciate A, the points he gets for 2nd place, B, the fact he's beaten Mike Williams after he lost out to him twice in terms of points results, and C, just the plain enjoyment of a great back and forth battle between the 2 Metros at the front of the field. That was really good stuff from the top 2, and I hope that the cars in 3rd, 4th and 5th, like Williams, Simpson, Goodwin and even Mike Williams, get involved and we have a bigger battle pack towards the front in the 2nd race. I hope we do, because we need more Metros towards the front scrapping for the victory. So John Moore then victorious in the first MG Metro Cup Cup race. That was then followed by Reese Clayton in 2nd place and Ben Williams in 3rd place from Matt Simpson, Phil Goodwin and Mike Williams. Robbie Kenning was 7th, Dan Willers 8th, 9th for Les Tyler and 10th for Dick Trevette. I think the last car we're supposed to be waiting for, is the Richard Cowley car, number 6, but it hasn't come through yet. So either it's stopped on circuit somewhere, or it's way back in the order. I think, given the fact the checker flag is still waving outside my commentary box window, suggests it's possibly on its way, I think. Yeah, there it goes. At a much reduced pace is Matt. He's about to say Matt Cowley, but that's the Formula Ford race. It's Richard Cowley at the wheel of the Metro Cup car. So as they come on to the end of the Parc Fermé section, all cars that can take the checker flag have done, and that means we're set for looking through the result once again. So congratulations to John Moore, who takes the victory. And I'm certain that both he and Richard thoroughly enjoyed that. I know we did. I did for the commentary box, certainly, to watching those two go back and forth. And here's the result on the screen. So John Moore then takes victory. Rhys Clayton in second place. Ben Williams in third for Matt Simpson. Phil Goodwin, Mike Williams, Robbie Kenning, Dan Willars, Les Tyler, and Dick Trevette. Rhys Clayton also takes the fastest lap of the race. 2:22.758 in the middle of that great battle with John Moore. 11th goes to 29 Tim Davies, Richard Jessup, Richard Garrett and Richard Cowley, and we lost Tim Shooter and John Wall earlier on. Right, let's see how those two found that particular race. It was a brilliant battle. I think you'd agree, Rob. They should be very happy drivers down the Parc Fermé for the MG Metro Cup. I'll tell you what, that battle was absolutely mega.
It was retro goodness, wasn't it, Scott? John Moore here and Rhys Clayton now. John, first of all, congratulations on a fantastic win. These cars are coming up to, what, 30 years old now? I mean, the championship stemmed from the 1980s, but the racing doesn't get any worse, does it?
40, aren't they, the A series? But yeah, these, I think, 92, 93 was it? I can't remember. But yeah, good 30 years, yeah.
And you battling at the front with Rhys Clayton, just describe that race for us.
Oh, it was, yeah, 20 minutes went so quick. And yeah, I got half decent start. Mike got past me. I think it was a bit of a blur now. And then, no, Rhys got past me. That was it. Yeah, and I was defending Mike. And then, yeah, well, I thought I got him at the end of Brooklands and got past him. And then he'd get past me again. Yeah, it was mega. And then I thought it was last lap, and he got past me again. Oh no! And then we come round and still got a lap to go. So it was on again. Yeah, just kept it there. Brilliant race, best race of my life. It was fantastic.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you get a drink there. Congratulations once again. I want to chat to Rhys Clayton if he is about. Rhys, we've had a chat with John. Let's get your side of things as well. That was a mega battle up front.
It's good. Yeah, amazing. Yeah. John and myself, what an amazing battle that was.
And the series itself, I mean, the cars are getting on a bit now, but the racing just doesn't get any less from them.
Yeah, that's it. So this is my first season racing with the Metros. I did a Nankang Tyre BMW before. They're like little go-karts, if I'm honest with you. Yeah, chopping and dicing between each other.
They certainly look like it out there. I mean, Greg Graham, who's one of the key parts of the Brscc, was remarking himself. I think he fancies a go.
Oh yeah, Greg, come on. I'll give you a go for your money. Me and Greg actually raced BMWs up at Knock Hill. Yeah. So I got the better of him once, he got the better of me the other time. So it's even Peggins at the moment.
So I think we better get him in one of these.
Yeah, come on, Greg, get out. Let's go.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on second place. Just quickly, going for first place later.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. If you're not winning, what are you going out there for, eh?
Absolutely. We're really looking forward to the second race from these guys. And just quickly, I do want to chat to Mr. Williams over here, who is missing something.
Yeah, we've had a little mishap, but it's superficial anyway. Superficial anyway.
So the Metro racing is just absolutely brilliant. And how was that race for you?
Absolutely mental. The start was bonkers, got squeezed, but yeah, absolute no contact. Everything was clean as. Fantastic race. It was awesome watching Rhys and John. I was almost getting distracted and almost let Matt pass a couple of points. But yeah, that was a lot, and that took 110% of my effort. Did that, but yeah, I just want to say thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Katie. Mercedes-Benz Harrogate, Juba. Yeah, I just want to say that was insane, and thank you very much.
No problem. Well, congratulations on a brilliant podium. I don't know about you, I'm looking forward to race 2 later, let alone you guys. I'll let you crack on. That concludes our MG Metro podium.
winner John Moore on pole position, alongside Reece Clayton on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is Ben Williams and Matthew Simpson, ahead of Phil Goodwin on row 3, alongside Mike Williams, who was the double race winner from Brands Hatch. Work to do from P6 on the grid, see if he can work his way up through the order. Now, it's going to be 7th place of Robbie Kenning alongside Dan Willers on the 4th row of the grid. Then Les Tyler and Dick Trevette round out the top 10 starters. Then it's Tim Davis and Richard Jessup from Richard Garrett and Richard Cowley. Then Tim Shooter and John Walsh should make up the 16-car grid. However, look at the front row of the grid. Unless I missed John Moore going through, I thought the first car at the head of the field was actually Reece Clayton. If that's the case, the question's got to be, if he's not there, where has John Moore got to? That's interesting. I'll see if we can catch up with the leaders again and see if John Moore is actually there. There's Reece Clayton, but I'm not sure if there's anyone in front of him. That's interesting. If that's the case, first of all, it's a real shame if John Moore's not there, of course. He had a great race in that first encounter, just beating Reece Clayton. But if he's not there, then that's a real shame that he's not going to be on the front row of the grid on pole position, which is... I was looking forward to another Moore versus Clayton battle, but it might well be, if Mike Williams can work his way through, a chance for him to try and redeem himself for what will be 6th on the grid, but it's essentially de facto 5th in the end, in that sense. There's Tim Shooter in car number 4. And yeah, indeed, sadly, no John Moore on the grid for reasons we don't know why. So that's a real shame. I was hoping to see John Moore back at the front and going for 2 for 2, but it looks as though a post-race issue, an issue that's cropped up between race 1 and race 2, has prevented him from starting the race. Unless, a quick look, I can't see a Metro sitting at the end of the pit lane, or if he is in the pit lane, he hasn't come down to the end of it just yet before the cars have come through. Hopefully, if the car can be fixed, and if he is able to take the start, you can do it from the pit lane, but if not, I'll be a little bit disappointed, because that was a really entertaining battle between John Moore and Reece Clayton at the front. Opportunity also now for the likes of Ben Williams and Matt Simpson to get themselves onto the podium if they can. Phil Goodwin also, for these very smart-looking number 3 car in that sort of fluorescent yellowy green colour with the black and white flashes on the side. But it is the ex-Compact Cup man Reece Clayton, who's already seen his sibling, his fellow Clayton family member Gareth Clayton take his first Compact Cup victory. Reece has already, of course, been... No, he hasn't been a winner, actually, of course, in Metro Cup yet, has he? Because... Of course, he took the win on the road at Brands Hatch, remember, in the second race. For those who watched back at Brands Hatch, if not, you can go back and watch that stream on the Brscc YouTube channel. But those who watched it will remember that Reece Clayton, as I mentioned earlier on in the first race, he took the victory on the road, but then a 5-second penalty for track limits pushed him down to second place. So he wasn't quite far enough ahead to hold on for the victory. I think he was about 3.9 seconds ahead. And so it pushed him down to 1.1 seconds in the result behind Mike Williams, who was then declared a double winner from that weekend. So as I mentioned, the inside of the front row is going to be on vacant, which means that on the outside of row number 1 is going to be Reece Clayton. So the cars starting on the inside, such as particularly Ben Williams and Phil Goodwin, are going to certainly have quite an advantage to try and squeeze their way past. Likewise, also watch for the cars on the outside of rows 2 and 3. Watch for Matt Simpson and Mike Williams, because if Reece Clayton has to move across to defend from the inside line, maybe both Williams and Simpson might have a good run down towards turn 1 if they can get a strong run. So, cars all in position, waiting for the start of race number 2 of the weekend for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. And so on his own on the front row of the grid is Reece Clayton, looking finally for his first MG Metro Cup victory if he can take it. Revs rise, red lights are on. Any second now, the MG Metro Cup is going to blast back into life. It was a really strong start from the front row. Great getaway from Reece Clayton, really dropped the clutch and got it way beautifully down towards Richie's corner. He should have quite a commanding lead down towards the first turn. As for second place, as anyone's guess, you see up the inside there, Phil Goodwin defending there from Ben Williams. Round the outside of everyone goes Mike Williams, past Ben, past Phil Goodwin, but it is Matt Simpson into second place in the orange and white number 16. The rest of the pack goes streaming through, but Reece Clayton with the perfect start from the front row of the grid into the lead as you expect. It's then Simpson in second place, the 2 Williams cars of Mike and Ben are battling over third place. And also a strong start for Phil Goodwin, as I expected in the number 3 machine, is up there into P5 as well. Out of the Wilson hairpin now, up towards the left-hander at Palmer for the first time, and it's still as it was. Clayton, then it's Simpson, Mike Williams from Ben Williams from number 3 car, that'd be Phil Goodwin. Also a strong start for Robbie Kenning. He's up into 6th place, lock up from Mike Williams into the Agostini hairpin, trying to poke his nose up the inside to get 2nd place from Matt Simpson. And Robbie Kenning in that proper kind of Austin Rover Works inspired livery with the computer vision decals on the back and on the side. It really does invoke the times of when these cars used to race in the British Touring Car Championship, when it was proper multi-class action. I think it must have been either Class C or Class D, and there goes Robbie Kenning, in fact, just to left the screen, past number 3, Phil Goodwin, up into 5th position, so the computer vision car is looking pretty racy. In fact, look at that, he's already passed him, Phil Goodwin, straight onto the rear of Mike Williams, who's been passed by Ben Williams in that sequence of corners, and straight onto his tail on the slipstream. So watch out for Robbie Kenning, in fact. Great start for the 89 car. Meanwhile, leaders back towards the complex again, under the bridge for the first time at racing speeds. And it's Claydon, Simpson, Ben Williams, Mike Williams. Oh, that's a shame. That's number 6. That is Richard Cowley out of the race. He was struggling at the end of race number 1. Whatever issues he had, sadly, have come back to bite him at the beginning of race number 2. That's a real shame. So unfortunately, he will go no further in his Metro Cup adventure this weekend at Snetterton. The rest of the pack goes filing through the bomb hole, one after the other. And there goes Claydon. And second down to 5th looking pretty racy here. We've got Simpson, Ben and Mike Williams and Robbie Kenning in there. Phil Goodwin just dropping back now into the clutches of Les Tyler in 7th place. But now as to come down the pit straight, side by side for 2nd, possibly side by side for 4th. So Claydon's got a nice commanding lead now. Side by side, here goes Ben Williams trying to get past Simpson on the outside, and Kenning's just tailing back of Williams. He's got the inside look to try and get past if he can. But no move there. Such a great looking livery, that computer vision livery of Robbie Kenning. It's really glad you get some of these cars that paint their cars in almost period liveries and take them back to the days of when you had the proper times of motorsport back in the 1980s. Before my time, because I was born in 1990, but nevertheless. More important things though, the 2 Williams cars going firmly into combat, and Ben Williams has been deposed not just by Mike Williams, but also now by the fast charging Robbie Kenning, who is trying to get himself further into the top 5. If you can try and just push, not literally hopefully, Ben Williams out of the top 5 and put himself into 4th place. Claydon, meanwhile, trying to pull that gap as there goes Mike darting up Ben darting up the inside of Mike Williams, trying to repass him for 3rd place, which he does. And is Kenning going to follow suit? Oh, you had to think about that there. Stumbled on the exit, he puts him under pressure. Widen off the road goes Mike Williams. Now up the inside of Kenning goes Phil Goodwin in a number 3 car, the sort of greenish-yellow car. And he might well just get that move done, because Kenning had to check up. He didn't really get a proper turn through Agostini. He had to take a second bite of the cherry, and because of that, he really just kind of stopped his exit a little bit too much, and Phil Goodwin took full advantage of that. Great momentum off the corner, pulled himself alongside up towards Hamilton, and 3 went. Out to Williams once again. It was Dick Trevette running a bit wide there in the foreground, but he's managed to keep that car keeping on the straight and narrow. And this race slightly shorter than the first race, 15 minutes for the second MG Metro Cup race, not the 20 minutes we had before. Slightly sort of mixed race lengths for the 2 MG Metro Cup encounters. A little wide arc there for Mike Williams trying to rotate the car into Brundle and Nelson. A bit over the curves, slight rush for Kenning, trying to put himself alongside all over the tail of Phil Goodwin now. I wonder if Goodwin and Kenning are going to start fighting enough that it's going to see them drop back a little bit behind the top 4 that are pulling away. Claydon, meanwhile, doing everything he needs to do to take, at last, finally, his first MG Metro Cup victory if he can. And he will make it. 3 different winners for the first 4 races if he can pull it off. Of course, you've also got him the likes of Matt Simpson and Ben Williams can make that happen. Mike Williams, of course, if he does win from where he's currently at, which is 4th in the race, would of course mean it'll be 3 wins from 4 races for him. But at the moment, sat back in 4th and a few seconds back behind Rhys Claydon's not going to happen, and neither does the move for Ben Williams into Richie's corner to try and just spook Matt Simpson a little bit, pulled himself to the inside, put himself into his mirrors, just reminded himself, I'm still here. Here comes Mike Williams scything down the outside, thinking, right, remember me. There's the undercut he's looking for, but again, just not enough momentum off the corner for Mike Williams to haul himself alongside Ben to make that move stick. 9.5 minutes on the clock to go in this 15-minute race, and Rhys Claydon several seconds ahead. Again, another driver who's enjoying well, it looks like a casual Sunday drive, but I think it's much farther from the truth when you look at the reality, because he's trying his hardest to pull away and finally get that first win. How great would that be for the Claydons to get a first Compact Cup win for Gareth Claydon, and then a first MG Metro Cup win, fight at last, that will stick hopefully this time for Rhys Claydon. So the Claydons will certainly go home with plenty of smiles on their faces and lots of silverware to take home, particularly for the mantelpiece. Great weekend for Gareth in the mix, in particular, because of course he's had 2 podiums and a win in the Compact Cup, whereas Brscc has had a second place. He said, well, 3 second places in a row, plus now potentially a victory if he can hold on for the next 8.5 minutes. It could well happen for him. This is Les Tyler and Dick Trevette. And Dick now has got a good run on Les Tyler, up into 7th and 8th. Also in 9th now is Tim Shooter. And Tim Davis, I think, in 10th position, rounding out that top 10. So here comes Simpson, under threat from Williams. Using all the curb on the exit, all the road, as is Mike Williams, carrying plenty of speed through the corner. And Les Tyler, meanwhile, is going to keep on pushing. But these small cars, it's all about momentum. It's all about how much you can keep the car in the power band, or how much you can keep them motoring at a certain speed. And of course, being quite sat low down to the ground, these cars do have quite a small centre of gravity. So therefore, it makes them quite nimble and quite fun to watch. As here comes Robbie Kenning diving down the outside to make a wonderful pass. We can pull that one off. Yes, he can. Great move from Robbie Kenning. That now puts him now into the top 5 now. 5th place for the number 89 machine. Past the 3 of Phil Goodwin. Really good pass there from Phil Goodwin. Well, it was, but Goodwin with a better momentum off the corner on the second part of the straight goes powering back past him before they turn into Ritchie's for the next time. Likewise, here comes Tyler. Oh, and Trevette, and there's a little bit of touch there between the two. I don't think Trevette really expected Tyler to go diving back down the inside, and so because of that, went to turn in and found Tyler right there on his apex. And he kind of spooked him a bit, forced him to kind of dart out of the way, and through he went. So it's still the battle for 3rd and 4th. This is still with Dick Trevette, and that was Tim Shooter behind him. Here's our lead group. Well, battle for 2nd, it's 3rd and 4th anyway, because Rhys Clayton's gap at the head of the field right now as they come back towards Agostini on lap 4 is 4.1 seconds. A new fastest lap of the race also put in from the leader. And the cars behind, at least everyone in the top 6 at the very least set a personal best. Of course, Clayton's, of course, was the best personal best of them all, because, of course, it was the fastest lap. Let's see if Simpson's got anything here to try and defend from Ben Williams. It's a good exit from Oggies there for Williams. See if we can possibly try and line him up for this pass all the way through Williams and onto the Bentley straight. So that was Williams going through Williams' corner. Let's see if we can use that to full effect to push himself along the back straight and keep in the toe of Matt Simpson. He's giving it a good go. It's not too far away. But he's not too far away, but at the same time not close enough to make that move stick. So into the Bogdan Nelson complex. Mike Williams also keeping an eye on things in 4th place. He's keeping close proximity, just hoping for a mistake from either of the two in front to pull himself back into contention for a podium place. There we see, that's Tim Shooter chasing after Les Tyler. And that will be Dick Trevette, who's dropped back another spot as well. So that means that Dick Trevette started the lap in 7th. He'll end it 9th because it's Tyler and Shooter have both got past him. So 5 and just under 5.5 minutes to go in this 2nd hit for construction MG Metro Cup race. Clayton again across the line. There's a 2:24.2. 2:24.0, 2:23.8 for Simpson and Williams. So they were slightly quicker, but the gap is already now 3.9 seconds. So at this late stage in the race, we're now going to the final 3rd as we look at Phil Goodwin now in 5th position. I have a feeling, unless Clayton really starts to lose the pace, touch wood, that Clayton can kind of only lose a couple of tenths here and there per lap and still be more than comfortable to get to the flag without too many dramas. There goes Robbie Kenning, who has made that great pass go through Coram initially to get 5th position from Phil Goodwin, but Phil's better momentum off the corner allowed him to just scythe past on the pit straight back down towards Ritchie's and got himself back in front before he even hit the brakes. So fine race car from both drivers in that instance. It's Mike Williams there taking a very wide entry into the hairpin, and that's now allowing Phil Goodwin into the mix now. Here comes Tyler, Shooter, Trevette, 7th, 8th and 9th. Tim Shooter in that white and green machine, number 4. And so far from the, I think, 13 cars that we had start, still 12 circulating. You see here, that's now Ben Williams up the inside, finally of Matt Simpson, who fights back on the outside through Williams' corner. but not going to make it stick. And with a better line and better traction, better momentum into the right-hander, it's Ben Williams now up into second place. So Simpson will now tuck into the slipstream, darts out to see if he can try and put himself alongside, which he does. Comes back at him on the approach towards the Brunton-Nelson complex under the bridge, and as if it never even happened, Simpson back into second place and making the move stick. See if Simpson can just try and get the car anchored up. He does. And again, if they battle too much, it's only going to bring Matt Williams into contention here. Sorry, Mike Williams into contention, excuse me. Here's still Tyler versus Shooter. And they've dropped Dick Trevette by a couple of seconds now anyway, so he's now a little further back to be in a position to challenge here. And he's back by about 2 seconds already, over that now. Here comes Simpson and Williams, briefly changing positions at Williams' corner, but only just a couple of turns later. The positions were reversed back to what they were. Now we've got, I think, now 2 more laps to go in this second MG Metro Cup race. Still Rhys Clayton, who leads now by a fraction over 5 seconds. So it's looking good so far. And there goes Tim Shooter in the background, just chasing after second, third and fourth. He looks good for a top 5 finish if he can hold on to where he is for the next lap and a bit. There is Phil Goodwin. It's actually, truthfully, one of my favourite looking cars in the field. It's really nicely put together, nice neat white wheels, nice sort of slight edgy enough livery on that car. Unique colour as well, you definitely can't miss that car. It certainly stands out with that sort of that yellowy green. It reminds me of the Minardis in the 2000s. That's a shame. Robbie Kenning's off the road and he's parked up at the entrance to Ritchie's by the looks of it. And that's a real shame. That car was running so well at one point, making a great pass of Phil Goodwin, but I'm afraid the 89 machine has tried enough, and that means Robbie Kenning has to observe the rest of the race, the remaining 2 minutes or so from behind the barrier. So that now promotes Les Tyler up into 6th place, Tim Shooter up to 7th, and Dick Trevette up to 8th. But everyone else behind gets promoted up a spot. But now Rhys Clayton, 5 seconds to the good now, only got a lap and a bit before he can finally clinch that first MG Metro Cup victory since he joined from the BMW Compact Cup. And again, it'll be celebrations all round for the Clayton family if he can pull this one off. Still got a lap and a bit to go. There is Rhys Clayton. Relatively comfortable lead. Under the bridge he goes. And I imagine he's only pushing as hard as he needs to without pushing too hard in order to just get to the flag and get the job done, I imagine. There could be a possible late charge for Phil Goodwin if he closes it. I was about to say, before that was happening, we'll go back to that in a second, because there's Tyler defending hard now from Tim Shooter into the complex here, and there's Tyler very wide on the exit. He tries to get the power down out of Nelson. For rather bemused Tim Shooter, I'm sure. And again, a wide run through the corners. There gives Shooter the chance. He needs to go up the inside and towards Coram. He's there and alongside him with his nose about possibly a third of the car alongside. But again, not close enough to make it happen, and backs out of it. Last lap board goes out, or at least last lap will go on the gantry. Last lap was a 2:25.1 for Clayton compared to 2:23 for Simpson. 2:23.9, so they closed the gap in by another about 1.4 seconds. It was a personal best for Matt Simpson also in second place. But even so, even if Clayton does lose another about 1.3 seconds, he will still win by 2.3 anyway. But he can't afford to relax too much, because he knows that both Simpson and Ben Williams and also Mike Williams and Phil Goodwin are also still charging along in order to close him down. So time has ticked to 0 as the leaders come onto their last lap. Got a battle further back here between, this is now between Jessup and Davies. So Richard Jessup and Tim Davies started together on the 6th row of the grid. And now further back, battling over 9th and 10th, so the final top 10 spots. 2nd to 5th looks as though it's pretty much keeping as it was, no issues there. And I do suspect that Clayton possibly is only running the pace he needs to, just to get this to the flag rather than push too hard. So out of Oggies, up towards the Williams corner for the final time, and down the long Bentley straight. And as the sun starts to hang a little bit lower in the sky here, and the shadows start to lengthen at Snetterton towards the end of the day, we've just gone past 5 o'clock here at Snetterton in Norfolk. The checker flag is being briskly, sort of gently waved in the air by the marshal on the start line, and she's preparing it for, hopefully, all things being well, Rhys Claydon, who is making his way into Brundle and Nelson for the final time. Could be some late challenges for second and for fourth, though, because Tim Shooter is... Goodwin is keeping... Phil Goodwin is keeping close to Mike Williams, who had to settle for a weekend off the podium this time, after his double Brands Hatch victory. Further back, they're still battling. This is Les Tyler, Tim Shooter, and Dick Trevette's also closed in as well in the 96 car, the orange and yellow machine at the tail of this 3-car scrap. But this man is about to keep on giving the good vibes for the Claydon family. Meanwhile, could he make a late change for second? Not quite, because Matt Simpson will hold on for the time being. But as he comes to the checkered flag, it's been a first BMW Compact Cup win for Gareth Claydon. Now Claydon's going to be even happier. It's going to be a first MG Metro Cup win for Rhys Claydon. He takes the victory in the MG Metro Cup for the very first time, and this time it sticks. Fantastic for Rhys Claydon. Second place for Matt Simpson. Third for Ben Williams. He's happy with the podium finish. Fourth for Mike Williams. Fifth for Phil Goodwin. Now for the sprint for 6th, 7th and 8th, this could be a real charge to the flag. It's either going to be Tyler Shooter or Dick Trevette up to the checkered flag. Here they come. And it is going to be in that order. Tyler Shooter, Trevette over the line. And they're separated by about 0.6 of a second between the three of them. Here come Jessup and Davies finishing off their race-long battle. It's going to be the 17 car of Richard Jessup just holding off Tim Davies to the line. And Tim will be happy to make the flag after he, I think, dropped out later in the race due to issues earlier on. And the other car to wait for now is car 49, which is Richard Garrett. And he will take the checkered flag to finish off the weekend. So, well done, and great entertainment once again from the MG Metro Cup. Great stuff to have them once again, both this season on the Brscc Formula roster, but also back on the timetable again after their great debut, full-time debut at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago. Their next outing for the MG Metro Cup is going to be at, I can tell you in a second, in a few weeks' time again, Donington Park on the 17th and 18th of June. I'm sure there'll be more Metros that we wanted to get themselves out on the full Grand Prix circuit, so keep an eye out for that. That will surely be quite a fun weekend at one of my favourite circuits, at least. I'm sure the Metros will feel that too. So, at last, the first win of the MG Metro Cup for Rhys Claydon to keep up the feel-good factor for the Claydon family is then Matthew Simpson in second place, Ben Williams ahead of Mike in third and fourth, Phil Goodwin fifth, there's Les Tyler, Tim Shooter, Dick Trevette, Tim Davies and Richard Jessup rounding out the top 10. And then we've got Richard Garrett rounding out the 11 cars that finished. And we lost, sadly, Robbie Kenning, who stopped at Richie's corner. And then just at the exit of Williams, I think, it was Richard Cowley who lost out as well. Right, time to head down to the top 3 to I'm sure some more celebrations for the Claydon family. This time it's Rhys's turn. He's won his first ever MG Metro Cup race. And he's down with Rob Lewis.
It's a good looking podium here, some retro Metros, and let's go and see our man, the winner, Rhys Claydon, on what has been a very good day for the family. Rhys, fantastic result there. Unfortunately, you didn't have your sparring partner alongside you for this one, but still makes it very sweet.
Yeah, first victory, first place ever. So yeah, I'm over the moon with that. It's gutted that John's not out there. I would have liked to battle with him, but it's racing at the end of the day, I'm afraid.
A few drinks to celebrate tonight, perhaps, as it's bank holiday.
That's it. A couple of drinks. Ain't got to wake up too early tomorrow, so be all right.
Was it just a case of you knew you had the pace in the car and yourself? It was just you knew John wasn't there. Just go off and dictate your own race.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I knew John weren't in there, and the guys behind were about 7 seconds in the first race behind me. So it's just getting the gap and then managing it.
There is something really cool about these Metros, though, isn't there?
The spectator sport does look good to watch, eh?
A lovely retro race, and now race winner.
Thank you very much.
Now, congratulations there to Rhys Claydon. Let's go and speak to second and third place. They're having a conflab at the back of Ben Williams' car. I like the colour of this. He's still got the missing vent, you notice. Let's speak to Matt Simpson first. Second place in the tiger-striped MG Metro. I love these. Great race from you.
Yeah, brilliant. It was hard work. I couldn't quite catch up to Rhys because I had Ben all over my tail. We had a brilliant battle. A couple of wing mirror touches and things like that, all good fun. So, yeah, it's a good race. My best result yet in the Metro, so been a big improvement this weekend.
So next time out at Donington Park, you're looking to get an even better result and get that first place.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Double podium first would be great.
Absolutely, and the fact that you can still get all these cars together and produce great racing 30, 40 years after they were first on the mainstream market is testament to the series, really, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It's fantastic championship. The cars are brilliant fun to race. There's a real family atmosphere, and we battle really closely, but nobody, punts somebody off deliberately. I mean, there are accidents, but it's just such a great championship to be in. We need to get some more drivers out there. It's not that dear to buy one of these cars and come racing.
Fantastic. Well, that's the rallying call to use on the social media there. So if you have got a Metro, get involved, because the racing these cars produce is phenomenal. Now, I've come to Ben Williams at the worst time, just as he's taking a drink, but we'll call it the drinking the spoils of another third-place finish.
Yes, another hard-fought third-place finish. Absolute hash of the start. Quite embarrassed. Dropped down to 5th, but yeah, that was a hard-fought battle with Matt. Congratulations to Matt and to Reese and to everyone. Another fantastic weekend, and proves that these little cars are better than they look.
Well, you say that, I mean, better than they look. They're still 30, 40 years old and they can produce great racing.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's close, it's fun, it's fair, everyone gets on, we all get out and shake hands and congratulate each other. The cars speak for themselves, I don't need to say anything. The live stream will prove that it is what it says on the tin. They're fantastic, and that's the only word I can use to describe them.
Well, I think, to be honest, there's no better word to leave that on, really. It's just absolutely fantastic. Congratulations to you, sir. Another podium finish, and that rounds up the podium interviews for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup.
We are getting set for our final race of the day. It's the first of the weekend for the National Formula 4 Championship here at Snetterton. Had their qualifying on this morning, and here's how the grid lines up. It's 2021 champion Chris Middlehurst, who starts on pole position alongside Irishman Jordan Kelly, so an all Team Dolan front row, alongside Lucas Romanek in row 2, who won one of the races at Alton Park at the season opener, which we'll tell you about in a second. He's alongside Morgan Quinn for Team Dolan. Elliot Brscc, one of last year's Team USA scholarship drivers at the festival. He's having a full season with Ammonite Motorsport and starts 5th. His American teammate Nolan and Olaya, who starts in P6. Then it's Brandon McCorkin, who also won a race at Alton Park, who starts in 7th place, alongside one of our top independents, Tom Nippers. Then it's Charlie Mann making his debut this weekend as one of our rookies this season, and also in the independents class from Bryn Kinch. Another newcomer to the grid this season, also Nathan Yu, who is also the 4th driver for Team Dolan, and he starts in 11th on the grid. He's all the way from Canada. So the first race of the season for the National Formula Fords, it was also actually some pretty good action. It was at one point we had the top 6 fighting all together at the front of the field. It was very, very close indeed. Lots of competitive action, as Formula Ford always tends to be. Admittedly, not as many cars as we would usually find in National Formula Fords, but there are certainly more in the pipeline to come along, I'm sure, as the season goes on. But some very competitive drivers and cars along the way from start to finish in this grid also, as we get ready for our first race of the season, the first race of the weekend here at Snetterton. It should be hopefully quite a good spectacle to round off today's action. We've had quite a bit different action. We had the BMWs earlier on this morning. We had the long 4-hour Fun Cup race with that very close conclusion. We had also the excellent 500 Owners Association Club with their wonderful old school single seaters, and of course that very competitive race we saw for the Audi TTs too. So the cars making their way around onto the grid. And it is Lucas Romanek who leads the way in the points, but just by a handful from Brandon McCorkin, because it was, as I say, a win apiece for the two Oldfield Motorsport drivers, something I know which pleased James Oldfield no end, given he's got two very competitive drivers in his car. There is a third driver which is sure set to be appearing throughout the season as well. He has got a 3-car effort this season, and his third car, I'm certain, is on its way at some point in the season. But it's Brandon McCorkin. It's actually Brandon McCorkin, in fact, actually leads the championship. My apologies. Brandon McCorkin leads the way with 63 points from Lucas Romanek with 59. Elliot Brzcc then comes next. He's tied on third with 44 with Morgan Quinn. Nolan Allire, I'm sure I've pronounced that wrong slightly, but Nolan Allire is into 5th position. Jordan Kelly's in 6th in points. Lucas Blakely, who made a cameo at Alton Park, he's of course last year's F1 esports champion. He's currently 7th in points there. And Chris Middlehurst, who had a bit of a non-finish in race 1, battled back up to get himself a 3rd place in race 2, and so he now starts on pole position. He's the black car with the orange nose. Also the blue car in the mix there too is in front of him is Jordan Kelly, who also made his Formula Ford debut at the Formula Ford Festival last year. We'll see how he gets on then. So the red's rising as we get our final race of Saturday here at Snetterton, all set to get underway. The red lights are on, and the first race of the weekend for the National Formula Ford Championship goes a cracking start from pole for Chris Middlehurst. Minimum wheel spin, and away he goes like a whippet out of a greyhound track. Down towards Ritchie's for the first time. He defends for a fast starting Lucas Romanek down towards the right hand. No, from Brandon McCorkin, I think that is. No, Lucas Romanek, it is Lucas Romanek, in towards the right hander at Ritchie's. Really great getaway from Romanek from row 2 of the grid. Down towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time, and it's Middlehurst who leads. It's Kelly going round the outside to try and hold on to 2nd place with Romanek, but he can't quite do it. And so as they come out of the right-hander and down the short straight towards Palmer's for the first time, it is going to be the 2021 national champion at the circuit where he clinched the championship. Back in front once again. So as the sun starts to set and the shadows start to lengthen here at Snetterton for our first Formula 4 race of the weekend, there's jostles aplenty here. We've got quite a competitive front-running pack here already, as Alton Park proved. Now they come up through. Let's come out of the Agostini hairpin. Now up towards the right-hander at Williams. We've got top 6 trying to pull away already, and another pair trying to close up 2. That's Nolan Allire ahead of Tom Nippers. Now they're making their way down towards the complex for the first time. And so already you can see, looks like that's possibly Romanek trying to line up Jordan Kelly for a move here. And looks like Kelly's got the inside lines to try and pick himself past Romanek if he can. And the young Irishman squeezes his way through to 2nd place then. So it is Chris Middlehurst who leads it, Jordan Kelly 2nd, Lucas Romanek in 3rd, Morgan Quinn in 4th position, and Brandon McCorkin 5th. I think that's Elliot Brzcc starting from the who's started from the second or 3rd row of the grid. He's now up there too, trying to pick his way past if he can. So as they come out of the left-hander at Murray's and up towards the timing line to end the first lap, it is going to be Middlehurst who'll lead them across then. Kelly, Romanek, Quinn, McCorkin, Brzcc. That's your top 6, already covered just by 1.4 seconds. The next couple of cars trying to chase after them is then Nolan Allire and Tom Nippers in 7th and 8th, and it's Charlie Mann from Bryn Kinch and Nathan Yu rounding out the field. And dive up the inside there, that was Morgan Quinn under threat from Brandon McCorkin. the young Northern Irishman. And he'll be hoping to make a bit of an impact if he can up through the order. It's only a short 15-minute race, so you have to get your skates on if you want to get yourself towards the front. Up into the hairpin, all still line astern at the moment. No change in position so far. And now as they come through and onto the short straight towards the left-hand at Hamilton's, one car running wide on the exit there, with a bit of dust being kicked up, but it seems to survive to
And welcome to Snetterton for the Brscc Summer Race Day. I didn't get that wrong, this is a summer race day, and as you can see, the hood's up, the rain is starting to fall. We've just finished qualifying for the SuperSport Endurance Race. That'll be the 2-hour endurance race that is later on in the day. But we've got some fantastic sprint racing to bring you through today, the likes of the Brscc MX-5 Championship, the Clapham North Mazda Super Cup, we've got the Mazda Clubman Championship, we've got the CityCar Cup in for 3 races this weekend, and then tomorrow the Silverlake C1s come out to play for a 5-hour endurance race. But lining up behind me at the moment, or at least they should be, is the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Series, and hopefully they can make better of this weather. But it's time to go up to the commentary box to my colleague Richard John Neal, who's waiting to commentate on the fast and furious Mazda MX-5s.
Good morning to you all, wherever you are, and welcome to our summer race day. Not quite sure what the hood was about. I was expecting more manly things from Rob. If you look at the distance shot now, he has got his shorts on, so we've kind of got the respect for summer in the bottom half of Rob Lewis, and the top half was a little bit namby-pamby, Rob, I have to say, with the hood up, which he's now actually taken down, as you can see with Jeremy, our cameraman, down there on the start line. What a day we've got for you. We have a plethora of Mazda championships. The one brand name Rob didn't mention, Downforce Radio, they sponsor the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, which we're looking forward to taking to the grid very shortly. They have 2 races today, and as is the norm, regular viewers will know that they conclude their racing on day 1 of our 2-day meetings, leaving the Super Cup cars and the remaining Mark 1s in the main championship to finish off their racing weekend tomorrow. The Mark 1s and the Super Cup having 3 races over the course of the weekend. The Clubman's just having the 2, a little bit tighter on budget and also time commitment required for the Clubman Championship. Good entry, 29 cars taking to the circuit today for qualifying, and we'll look forward to the build-up for that as the cars come to the grid now. So just a run through of what's happening today. We've got a lunch break after this one, which Rob will lead us into via the podium presentations at the end of this race. And then we recommence around about 10 to 1 with the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Then it's the Brscc CityCar Cup Championship, followed by the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 Championship. And then we've got the 2-hour race in the middle of the day for the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup Championship. And then the 3 races of the 3-race formula that we have once again, the Mazda MX-5 Clubman CityCar Cup and the Super Cup to wrap up today. We'll talk more about tomorrow as we go on, but here's the grid for race 1. Matthew Fletcher on pole position from Jordan Pimley, then Harry Dean and Bo Parry on row 2. The 3rd row sees Del Pace, the leading master, and Jack Worry in car number 6, in 6th position on the grid, appropriately enough. Jamie Turner and Alan Hawkins in 722. That car up for sale, I see, but Alan, thankfully, still with us. Always good to see him on track. Jake Pace is 9th on the grid, and Michael Pearce is in 10th. Michael 4th in the Masters Championship at the moment. Nick Ledoyne 11th on the grid with Kevin Bird next to him in the 59 car. Following them, it's Simon Waterfall and Russell Halley. Then the first of our guest entrants on the grid, 15th on the grid, is Oak Richardson. Would have maybe thought he would be higher up. It's Jonathan Greensmith next, 5th of our Masters on the grid. Then 264 William Bream and Hayden McDonald in car 101. So moving back, another guest driver, Pete Smith with us in car number 19, and Chris Thelwell next up, 21st on the grid. Another Master and another guest, Christian Dan, is there in the 20 car, and then Tom Cannon with the 25 car. They're followed by Peter Bell, who had a track limits penalty in qualifying, as did Jack Worry. Alongside Peter Bell will be Jordan Head. Next up, Oscar Trepus in car 41. 65 is Peter Williams. Back onto row 14, Simon Privet and Dale Whiteman. The grid completed by the number 57 car of Simon Browning. So that's how they qualified. Pole position lap this morning, 2 minutes 21.634. These were the cars that greeted me as I rolled into the venue earlier on, and good sight and sound they made, as ever, the Clubman Championship, and we look forward to what should be a fantastic race with these cars. Championship led by the man on pole position, Matthew Fletcher, and Matthew was a 10th to the good over Jordan Pimley in second place. Just to give you a flavour of what's been going on in the championship, if you've not been following it up to this point, 5 wins in the championship so far for Matthew Fletcher, 1 second position. And Jordan Pimley has sort of been spread along across the podium on the various races that we've had so far, and he's had one of each, a first, a second and a third. Jordan third in the championship on 822 points. He said 500 points, and that's his race number, which I've written after the points on my crib sheet. Matthew Fletcher, 859 points in the championship as they go off on the green flag lap. Second position in the championship is John Pethick, who is not here. Now, I did post on social media yesterday and asked anyone to ping news. John is, I'm happy to say, a friend on Facebook, but didn't, to my knowledge, ping me to say why he's not here. Could be using this as one of the drop scores, because you can, in this championship, have a round where you can drop a score or two, but normally the championship regulations are that you would have to race in the final weekend. You can't drop those, so this might be a weekend of holiday or business commitments or maybe mechanical problems which a driver can have over the course of the season. So Matthew Fletcher is our pole position man with Jordan Pimley alongside. As I say, 29 cars, very good grid. This the 5th meeting of the season, 4th meeting of the season. Get your counting right, Neil, for goodness sake. We started off on the Silverstone GP circuit and then moved, of course, to doubleheader at Brands Hatch on the Saturday Croft. His 5th meeting. We had Anglesey. It was the triple header at Anglesey that was throwing me. And here we are at Snetterton, ready for what should be a cracking weekend so far. Matthew Fletcher didn't pick up his first win until Brands Hatch, the first round of the season at Silverstone. I was doing Rob's role actually then, down in pit lane. It was Brad Jones who won the first race of the year, with Oak Richardson winning race 2. Jordan Pimley picked up the 3rd win of the year. It was at Brands Hatch race 1, and then Matthew Fletcher picking up the 2nd one. John Pethick has had some podiums, but he's not here, very sadly. 4th in the championship is Del Pace. Del is 5th on the grid, and Del also the leading master. Nick Ledoyne 2nd in the Masters for the older drivers. Chris Thelwell and 3rd, Michael Pearce, as we called on the grid, is in 4th place. As we look at Russell Halley there in the number 99 car, and just dips behind the barriers chasing Simon Waterfall in the white number 24. Simon in the close racing, Levitt Business Services entered car, and Russell Halley in the 99 in the close racing car as well. So 2 teammates looking to enjoy a little bit of a battle here in our first race of the weekend. Racing as ever brought to you by the British Racing and Sports Car Club, and look no further than the Brscc for some superb race action. And indeed, if you're looking at something to come and race, so many options for you today as a potential racer. If you're viewing and having a look around YouTube, just to try and find out what sort of things are available. Terrific club to work with and for, and to race with as well. And you'll see lots of different options today of championships that you could come in and race in. Quick look at Kevin Bird in the 59 car there. He's starting 12th on the grid alongside Nick Ledoyne. And out front it's the 21 of Matthew Fletcher. Tucker Motorsport prepared car. Jordan Pimley will be alongside. Close racing again, so close racing pretty much prevalent. Then we've got the number 8 car, the white and green, Harry Dean. That's a nice bit of bingo calling there. And in 4th on the grid, Bo Parry in the 73. Jack Worry in the Go For It, number 6 car. There's Alan Hawkins with the instantly recognisable jigsaw piece on the side of the car. So I think pretty much the whole setup up for grabs. Alan, I think these days racing very much when he has the time. I think he was saying that he's finding preparation time a little bit difficult. Great view on the banks here, plenty of spectator banking to watch at, and I think everyone really playing a little bit of a guessing game for this 15-minute race as to what the weather is going to do. We hope and pray that we don't get a downpour mid-race, that everyone can make the decision. The wipers are on the cars, as you can see, as Fletcher and Pimley line up and ready to do battle. Just having a look to see, okay, yeah, so we've got everybody in position. We wait for the green flag from the back of the field. Always nerve-wracking moment for the drivers at the front of the field while they wait for the tail enders, Dale Whiteman and Simon Browning, to take their position on the grid. And from the shot here, you can see that this is a climb up to around about this point, and then it's downhill into Rich's, the first corner. The climb here up Senna Straight. Ayrton Senna, of course, the legendary name in motorsport, who has the straight named after him because he was based with one of the teams here locally and did some of his early race testing here at Snetterton. So fondly remembered is Ayrton Senna. And away we go, we are underway, and it's a cracking start by Jordan Pimley from the outside off the front row. Jordan to the right of shot as you look at them. Matthew Fletcher on the inside will try and come up as well, as I think Oak Richardson making a little bit of progress from further back on the grid as they all go side by side through the first corner. Michael Pearce trying to make up progress in the purple 70 car, but it's 3 wide as Alan Hawkins slices through and makes some progression through, but it's Matthew Fletcher in second place. Hawkins has got up to third. The grey, white and green car has dropped back. I think that's Bo Parry who's dropped back into third position. We've got a car having issues there on the run down towards Palmer out of the Montreal hairpin, but what a start by Harry Dean as they come down towards the Agostini hairpin for the first time. Doesn't look particularly much like a hairpin when you look at it from this angle, but it is real tight if you get the opportunity to do a track walk. 99 car, Russell Halley's made very good progress through the field as well. The purple with the green cage, not with the fluorescent cage, and he's looking to fight his way through. Jamie Turner in the number 9 there, up ahead of 128 Del Pace. Pace coming under pressure from the 128 car, and it's the 19 immediately behind as they now come onto the Revit straight for the first time, and the race leader has pretty much checked out. Fantastic start to this 15-minute race here, as through on the inside goes Jonathan Greensmith in the number 11. So Greensmith will go through, makes up a position there. Greensmith starting, as I said, a little bit further back than we would expect to see him in 16th position, but making his way through. And it's Jordan Pimley, the race leader, who heads down through Bombhole for the first time. So Pimley with the lead. Matthew Fletcher in second position. Fletcher will be disappointed with his start off pole position as they go around Bombhole and down towards Corham for the first time. Here is the race leader, Jordan Pimley. Let's see what Jordan can do. He's had 1 win already so far this year. That was race number 1 at Brands Hatch, round 3 of the championship, as they sort themselves out coming out of Murray's. A little bit of a slidey moment there for Jamie Turner in the number 9, and here they come up across the line to tick off the first lap. Pimley from Matthew Fletcher in second place. Third is Harry Dean, still from third on the grid. Alan Hawkins up to fourth from eighth, so it was a super start and a good run through the traffic into the hairpin for the first time, as we saw. Next up is Bo Parry, who drops from fourth into fifth place. Then it's the Halley car that's done well. Russell Halley up into sixth position from 14th on the grid. So really remarkable first lap from him as the cars continue the big sort out here for our Downforce Radio MX-5 Clubman's race. First race of two for today. And Jordan Pimley, who was only 0.12 of a second down on Matthew Fletcher in the race. We've got Harry Dean in third. Alan Hawkins, he's actually top master, of course, having come through, with Jonathan Greensmith second in the Masters. Nick Ledoyne next up. Alan Hawkins hasn't done the full season in the 722 car. He missed out on the trip to Anglesey. Fair old way for the South London driver to go, but great to have him back with us. So he'll have a couple of drop scores from that. May well find himself, if he continues to race, in with a shout at the end of the year once the drop scores are taken into account. So the racing continues at pace. Jake Pace is there at the moment, busy chasing Oak Richardson in the 117 car. Oak, a guest driver today, so not scoring points, but very welcome on the grid, as guests are, unless we get into full grid territory, which we do very often. Another guest there, Christian Dan. And now we've got Alan Hawkins very much involved in battle. So Hawkins side by side with Bo Parry. Parry trying to get from fifth. In fact, he's done it, hasn't he? And problems for the race leader, Jordan Pimley is off. Pimley off the track. Did he outbrake himself? Has he got a mechanical problem? Marshall's very quickly on the scene. A little bit of smoke coming out, but the race leader is out of the race. That is going to leave Matthew Fletcher. Matthew will say thank you very much indeed for that. Drama on lap 2 of our first race of the day. Pimley will be absolutely furious about that. It puts Hawkins back into fourth place. Then in fifth, it is the 99, which is Russell Halley. So Russell now will be challenging Hawkins, who is the top master. So Fletcher shows at the top of the timing tower for the first time. Harry Dean is in second place. Harry in the number 8 car. As only his second meeting, he raced with us at Croft. He was on the podium there. Fourth place in race 1, third in race 2. So Bo Parry trying to close in as the cars sort themselves out, coming around the hairpin. Right the way back to the 101 car, which is Hayden McDonald. Opened the season with non-finish on the Silverstone circuit. Again, another driver, Hayden, that wasn't with us at Anglesey last time out, but great to have him back in the mix. As Matthew Fletcher now being closed down. You've got to say Fletcher being closed down, and wipers are on. Some of the drivers are going to be getting spray, and I guess the key is really having a look at the front car and see whether the wipers are on the lead car. We can't see that at the moment in the distance as they go through the loop, which I still regard as fairly new. I guess the time I've been watching racing, the infield section is rather new, but for many of you that perhaps haven't been around as long, it was a great innovation to the circuit as they come through Williams Corner and then onto the main straight as well. Once again, the fastest lap of the race at the moment with Jack Worry, who is 16th. I'm going to scroll the screen down to see who got the fastest lap. I'm a little bit puzzled to see that wasn't coming from the lead drivers, but Worry down in 16th place with that fastest lap. And Matthew Fletcher here in the 21 championship leader is now having to defend from Harry Dean in second place, Bo Parry in third, Alan Hawkins fourth place, Russell Halley is next up in the 99, and we really have, I guess this is perhaps due a little bit to the changing conditions from qualifying, because it was bone dry when we arrived this morning for the opening qualifying session of the day, and well, lead car hasn't got wipers on. Oh yes, he has. There's a little flick there, maybe intermittent from the race leader. Now let's see what Harry Dean can do as they go along centre straight. So, as we saw as they were on the grid, a very slight climb up the hill here, and then downhill from this point down towards Riches, and Harry Dean has the race leader in his sights, goes across the line, pulls to the outside, right of shot as we look at them. The white and green of Harry Dean is challenging Matthew Fletcher. This could compromise their lap times and bring Bo Parry, possibly Alan Hawkins into it. Talking about Hawkins, he runs wide, little mistake there from the 722 car, drifts wide, and the leading master will drop back, but we're focused now not only on the top two, but the top three, because Bo Parry has joined in with the race for the lead. That in turn will slow him down, and of course he very well may lose out. Shenanigans there between Christian Dan and Simon Waterfall. Waterfall in white on the outside. Possibly the wrong line as they head into the corner. These cars are exiting, which is Palmer. Downhill again, in towards Agostini. And the race lead is covered. The line is covered by Matthew Fletcher as they come into Agostini. Dean takes the wide line in. That could be challenging for position, as we have here with Jonathan Greensmith getting stuck in and looking to the outside. Greensmith now the lead master, the white car with the blue stripes, the jigsaw machine behind Alan Hawkins, who went wide, relinquishing the master lead, and down to second in class now as we go back to the leaders. I was going back to say about Harry Dean's move on the outside. Could have been a move for the lead, but also would have given him a better run through the corner, out of the corner, with maybe momentum to have a look into Oggies, which was the next corner. That was a few corners ago. They're now at Williams again and coming on to the Revit Straight, Bentley Straight now, of course, to give it its correct name, as the battling continues. Let's see what Harry Dean can do. Is he going to have a look? He's almost bump drafting, not quite bumping, of course, but draft is the operative word there as they come down into the Brundle-Nelson complex. Brundle, the left-hander. Nelson, we're in Nelson's County here. In Norfolk is the right-hander. Then it come out of there, sweep around the left-hander into the, right-hander into Bomhole, and then continue the sweep around Coram, which they do now. There's Bomhole. The race leader's heading up towards Coram as Alan Hawkins tries to get back. I think he's got the Masters lead, hasn't he, back ahead of Jonathan Greensmith, but the race leader Matthew Fletcher is back with us here from Harry Dean in second position. Dean trying to work out what he can do, and he's had a good lap in close quarters now with the race leader to try and suss out a chink in the armour of the man in front at the moment. Here we come up across the line again. 5 minutes to go, 2/3 distance. Harry Dean looks like he might want to make a move as they head down to Russell. He's now got Bo Parry with him as well. Parry goes slightly wider here. Wider line in, remember, could mean more momentum on the exit and perhaps open up the gap as we see Halley and Turner battling it out for fourth position. Jamie Turner and Russell Halley having a very good race of it. Now Dean here, this has compromised his battle for the lead because now he's got the third place car on him. He's got to defend that. So this is making the race very interesting. It takes a little bit of pressure off Matthew Fletcher in the race lead. We dip a little bit further back. There's Simon Browning in the 57 car. Simon running at the moment down in 26th position. I think he's only got the 58 car behind him at the moment, which is Dale Whiteman. Meanwhile, back to the race lead. Round the outside goes Bo Parry, exploring the line. Alan Hawkins gets a big cross up. There's an issue there for Jack Worry in the number 6, gets it on the grass. The tarmac might be beginning to get slippery. The grass will be even more so as Michael Pearce tries to go through as well. Here's Jonathan Greensmith now having a nibble away at Russell Halley. So Greensmith coming up. Alan Hawkins with that sideways moment will have lost a little bit more momentum and will be down into second position in class. The race leader's coming back with us, and Matthew Fletcher. Do I put the cursor of the commentator on him? He's doing a super job out front at the moment, defending well from Harry Dean in second place. Dean, in turn, has really got the most difficult job, I think, of the three, because to troll out the cliche, he's got to attack and defend at the same time. He has a little look, hedging his bets a little bit. Matthew Fletcher still hangs on to the lead. Bo Parry is there in third place. Let's see what Parry could do in the 73 car. Bo, again, a driver who missed the first meeting of the year. He's had a brace of podiums. He's probably getting a little bit sick of third place because he had two of those at Anglesey last time out. And one of my commentating colleagues, Joe Tanner, said it's always great to get that first podium, but they get old quickly until you get a win. And that could be the case for Bo Parry. So up across the line we go again. The leaders, thrilling battle this. Not seeing any place changes and not that much challenging, but it's a job to know who is going to do what in the race. Jack Worry still with the fastest lap. He's down to 14th place now, is Jack, as we check up on Kevin Bird. Getting stuck in, having a look at Pete Smith, one of our guest drivers in the 17. Leaders heading through the hairpin once again. So plenty of action going on right the way down the field. Remember, the guys have got to keep their cars ship-shape ready for the second race of the day. Repairs can be affected, as we pick up on William Bream there in the 264 car, busy challenging Jordan Head. Jordan's best result so far this year, a 15th place. He's on for 18th at the moment, so only 3 away from that. And here comes Harry Dean on the outside as they go into Agostini. This is brave stuff from Dean. Good, clean, fair stuff as well at the moment. Beg your pardon, that was Bo Parry around the outside of Harry Dean. And Bo just ran out of steam there, but you can't blame him for having a try. This gives a little bit of momentum now and a little bit of freedom to Harry Dean in the number 8 car, as the third place machine of Parry drops back. He'll close back in again, but watch Fletcher. Are we going to squeeze another lap after this one? Just looking across from our commentary position, last lap board not being prepared yet, and indeed not out just now. Patrick Fletcher probably wants the checkered flag to come a little bit earlier as the racers go through. Jonathan Greensmith in 5th, he's still top master. Here on the outside run goes Kevin Bird. Kevin busy challenging Nick Ledoyne. Nick, of course, one of the leading master drivers as well, second in the main sort of championship race. He's going to be the big scorer here, as Fletcher again comes under pressure from Dean. I wondered whether Dean had left a gap on the inside run for Parry to come through just then, but this time it's Fletcher who hugs the inside as they go through bomb hole out towards Coram. There is a gap now, and up on the inside run goes Harry Dean. Is he going to be able to take the initiative? Hasn't quite got the momentum, Harry Dean, to get into the lead and hold it on the inside run. There was a little bit more grip for the race leader, Fletcher, who can maybe now take those. Oh, and now having said that, he goes wide, crossed up, and loses the lead. I was about to say how settled Fletcher looked in lead position, but that was not the case. A cross up and another victory, a 6th victory of the season, is not there. It is the checkered flag. And across the line goes Harry Dean to take the win from Bo Parry. Jonathan Greensmith comes through and grabs a podium from 16th place on the grid. He is our top master. What a set of improvement for Jonathan Greensmith. Incredible stuff. Let's give you the top 10. Harry Dean takes the win from Bo Parry in 2nd position. Bo, best result of the season for him. Jonathan Greensmith, 3rd, and wins the Masters. It means if we get our top 3 in Parc Fermo, we get to talk to our overall winner and our Masters winner as well. 4th position goes to Russell Halley, with and Russell coming through from 14th on the grid, so there's lots of progress made there. 5th position goes to Jamie Turner. 6th, Nick Ledoyne, with Del Pace in 7th. Jack Worry came through for 8th in the end. He was way down when he set fast this lap. 9th was Alan Hawkins, who I think makes it 3rd in the Masters. From 10th position, the number 228 car of Jake Pace. So that's your top 10. And there is the man who chipped away patiently, lap after lap. He'd have wanted to have won it with a pass, or will be quite happy to take the race win, and with it pole position for our 2nd race of the day for the Clubmans, which is, they'll be around about 4:45 if you want to join us again. Hopefully you'll stay with us with a supply of tea and biscuits most of the day. But here is the top 10, which we've already confirmed to you. Harry Dean, Bo Parry, Jonathan Greensmith, from Russell Halley, Jamie Turner and Nick Ledoyne. Del Pace in 7th from Jack Worry and Alan Hawkins. Jake Pace in 10th. Jack Worry getting the fastest lap on lap 3 very early on as it started to get slippery, and that got a number of people out. Michael Pearce next from Simon Waterfall and Oak Richardson. Christian Dan next from Hayden McDonald's and Matt Fletcher. William Bream, good recovery from Fletcher for 16th. He won't thank me for that, but it was. William Bream next from Jordan Head, Kevin Bird and Pete Smith. Tom Cannon from Peter Williams, Chris Thelwell, Simon Privet, Oscar Trapes, and then Simon Browning and Dale Whiteman completing our runners. Peter Bell, the other non-finisher, and Jordan Pimley. So 2 race leaders going off in the course of that one. A little bit of drama to open our day. I hope the sky doesn't give us too much drama as the day continues. Wonderful to have thumbs up from, oh, that's from the paddock, isn't it? Because we're at the back end of the paddock here. The drivers will be applauded by the marshals and rescue crews around the circuit here, and of course the spectators that have come to enjoy some super racing here at Snetterton today. But a good way to open our Downforce Radio Brscc Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. We hope, of course, that some of these drivers will be able to step up into the Gaz Shocks Championship for next season. We might see some drivers drop down as business commitments come into play, but this is very much an opportunity for youngsters, or even maybe older drivers, come in, cut their teeth with the proven race car that is the Mazda. So many drivers want to come in and race and learn, and so many drivers very much enjoy racing. In our third season of Clubman's, Declan McDonald is with us, last year's champion. John Pethick was runner-up last year.
Well, a jubilant winner. What a race that was. What a race. I'm absolutely breathtaking by that. I'm sure Richard John Neal is in the commentary box, but our winner, Harry Dean, pulls up. Bo Parry second and Jonathan Greensmith third. What a drive from him. But I tell you what, if there was ever an advert about Mazda MX-5 racing, it was that race. And what a first race of the day. He's getting a bit slow just getting his kit off there, Harry. All these cars just coming into the Parc Fermé area here now just to get checked out. Our second placeman has already, Bo Parry has already disappeared from his car. The circuit commentators got hold of him. I'm actually going to speak to Jonathan Greensmith, who's very diligently checking his tyre pressures. Jonathan, we've got to grab a chat for you from the live stream.
No worries, how are you doing? You all right?
Absolutely fantastic drive there. You managed to snatch that podium last minute.
Yeah, I think it were lucky because someone come off at the, I think it was the lead, I don't know who it was. He spun it on the last corner and I thought, oh, game on. So yeah, it were good.
Definitely game on, and the extra part of it is you also managed to sneak the Masters win.
Oh, brilliant. I'm over the moon. I'm a bit sweaty, but yeah, I work for that. Definitely work for that. There's some hard drivers out there, so yeah, I thought, right, I've got to get knuckled in.
Absolutely, and we spoke at Croft. I mean, you've come back to doing this after you raced Mazda MX-5s before, become a champion, Porsche Boxster. I mean, I remember watching you when I was mechanicking in the Porsche series. So it's kind of back to your roots.
Yeah, back to roots because I enjoy it. Because it's close racing, everyone's on a near enough same level playing field, and you just get good driving. You know what I mean? Good driving standards not too bad, but apart from that, brilliant racing, entertainment for everyone as well. I can bear the rain.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on the podium there, Jonathan. Right, let's see if we can talk to our winner. He's finally got his kits off. He's finally out of the car. I'll tell you what, Harry, the rain's got a lot heavier now. Yeah, you just escaped the worst of it. How was that race for you?
That is one of the toughest races I've done ever. Shame about the mechanical failure, I think it was, from Jordan Pimley. I think
it did look like something failed on the front left.
Yeah, so I mean, he had such a lead, and if it wasn't for that, he should have been winning this race. But the race itself was incredible. I put it up there with one of the best.
Absolutely fantastic, and what an advert as well for Mazda MX-5 racing.
Yeah, I mean, my mirrors were full of multiple cars, so as well as looking back and trying to apply the pressure to Matt, unfortunately, well, fortunate for me, he lost it on the last corner, so I think the pressure that I gave in is what won me the race there.
And game plan for later on, obviously second race, you're going to be on the front row, same again?
It depends what the weather's like, because when it's raining like this, I'm polar opposite, so I'm very slow in the wet conditions. So we'll just have to see what happens, see if we can get a set up on the car, but we'll wait and see.
Absolutely. Well, savour the win for now. Congratulations there, Harry, our winner. Now, vehicle in Parc Fermé, and where's the driver gone? We've lost a driver. Our second place driver, Bo Parry, is nowhere to be seen. Let's see if we can hunt him somewhere. Oh, I'm being pointed out. Thank you, Charlotte. The man under the umbrella, let's see if we can grab a word with him for the live stream. Well done. Second place, good drive. The conditions certainly got worse as the race went on.
Yeah, it was surprisingly grippy at the start. It kind of went out thinking, oh, it's going to be a wet line, and it wasn't. It was a dry line, so we all seemed to pick up our pace. At the end, it was starting to get more greasy. I think that's where they started going wide and stuff. I quite like the wet. It's good fun as long as no one's going to hit into the side of you, and yeah, really pleased.
So race 2, front row, and potentially a lot wetter than this. What's the plan?
Plan is win, yeah. Front row, hopefully get a good start. Get to the front, and I'm normally quick in the wet, so if I can get away from them, I might have a good chance, and hopefully they can battle themselves. But we'll see. That's perfect.
We certainly will. Well, congratulations on a superb second place there, and that rounds out the podium and the Masters victor with Jonathan Greensmith taking the Masters here. We're going to cut to a lunch break now, so we should have some footage rolling over the lunch break, and we're going to come back. The first race, when we do come back, is the Mazda Super Cup Championship, and we have got a very special presentation to have out on the grid. But we're just cutting away to the lunch break, but make sure you come back and join us on the Brscc Summer Race Day live stream. And Richard, I'll make sure I've put the hood down for the rest of the day. But for now, time for the lunch break. For a fact, they're starting to line up for the National Formula Ford that's next on our list. So it's time to hand back to our commentary box and Scott Woodward.
You know, it was a good race for the TTs, but even the director here, Barry, said that he quite enjoyed it as well, which is, I can certainly attest to that. And certainly he'll also enjoy this one coming up, because as they put on a great show yesterday, it's time for our second National Formula Ford Championship race of the weekend. Yesterday it was a victory for 2021 champion Chris Middlehurst, so he will now start courtesy of that from pole position. He started from pole yesterday after qualifying, as he will start again on pole position after his win yesterday. The grid is a result of race 1 yesterday, so it's going to be Chris Middlehurst on pole alongside Lucas Romanek in second place, Brandon McCork in third. Now, I believe Elliot Brzcc was disqualified from the first race. They possibly for the contact between himself and Morgan Quinn, I think. So he starts from the back. That puts Nolan Olaya onto fourth on the grid, ahead of Tom Nippers, the best independent, alongside Charlie Mann. Then it's Nathan Yu and Bryn Kinch on the fourth row of the grid. And then for the back couple of cars to hit strife, including Morgan Quinn and Jordan Kelly. Morgan Quinn tangled with Brzcc, and Jordan Kelly spun away the lead after he took it just from Chris Middlehurst up at the Brundle-Nelson complex. And after his disqualification yesterday, Elliot Brzcc will start at the back in car 62 as part of the Ammonite Motorsport squad. So round onto the formation that go our Formula Fords. And as Rob was saying as well, talking about it, it might not be as many Formula Fords in National Formula Ford that we usually have, but the racing they did put on yesterday was absolutely sublime. And I think you can agree that Formula Ford still puts on a fantastic show of racing wherever it goes, no matter how many cars it has. And certainly National Formula Ford still providing the excellent opportunity for young drivers and talented drivers to get into the mix and really push themselves forward in their racing careers. Of course, we should also mention as well, there is the tie-up once again this year with the GB4 Championship, which of course is out this weekend at Donington Park as part of the Intelligent Money British GT Championship. And there is another, once again, for our top 3 team drivers, it's the drivers who are, I think it's aged 19 or under, still aged 19 or under by the end of the calendar year, that will go forward. The top 3 that are in the championship at the end of the season will then go forward into a shootout where the winner will get themselves, like Colin Queen did last year, a £20,000 prize fund to go towards putting themselves a drive into the GB4 Championship. So Formula Ford certainly providing an opportunity for some of the young drivers in the field to get their proper next step into single-seaters out of Formula Ford and into the GB4 Championship. So big thank you to GB4, to Jonathan Palmer, to MSV and everyone involved in that for putting that together, because I know some of these drivers will certainly appreciate the opportunity to get themselves into the next step of single-seater racing up from Formula Ford in order to push themselves forward. There's one man who knows all about succeeding in Formula Fords, Chris Middlehurst, of course the son of well-renowned saloon car racer Andy Middlehurst. Of course, they're mainly associated with Nissans. Of course, Andy Middlehurst was a national saloon car champion. He was a prominent racer for a couple of seasons in the British Touring Car Championship. And, of course, for the Works Nissan team. So he'll be looking for Chris, I'm sure, will be looking to try and put himself in contention for a second title in 3 seasons. Of course, he was 2021 champion, clinched the title here at Snetterton right at the end of the 2021 season. He was in the battle with Alex Walker. And of course, the unfortunate incident for Alex Walker saw him retire, I think, from the last race of the season, which then allowed Chris Middlehurst to score the points he needed to become National Formula 4 champion. So good stuff from him. He's been, of course, to take another title where he can. But some great young talents up and down the order, including the 2 drivers as part of the Oldfield Motorsport squad. Of course, Lucas Romanek and Brandon McCorkle, who took a couple of a race win each at the opening rounds at Alton Park. Also, of course, the 3-car lineup that we have from Anglian Motorsport, like Elliot Brscc, who, yes, is starting from the back, but he's also one of the Team USA scholarship drivers from last year in the Formula Ford Festival. Has now stayed on for a full season in National Formula Ford, one of the very talented American drivers coming through that are usually associated with Ammonite. Also in there too is Nolan Olayer, who also is another driver coming through from the US. We've also got young Jordan Kelly, who made his Formula Ford debut at the festival last year with Team Dolan. He's in for a full season. He's the blue and orange Team Dolan car just behind this car, Charlie Mann, another one of our rookies this season. And also Nathan Yu, who comes across from Canada to contest his first weekend in the championship. Wasn't able to get around for Alton Park, but he is here, thankfully, for the second race of the season. So the cars make their way up towards the grid. So Chris Middlehurst then on pole position in black and orange. Alongside him and just around him, he will have the 2 black and white Oldfield Motorsport cars. You can tell which one is Lucas Romanek because he has the red piping. It has red and white piping on his car, whereas it's just white stripes around the black nose on the Brandon McCorkin car. So the extra red detailing on Romanek's car differentiates his car from McCorkin's. The Ammonite Motorsport cars, of course, are all in red and white, and of course the Team Dolan cars mostly are all in blue, but also Morgan Quinn's car in the white with BMW type stripes on the side as well. So the revs are rising now for our second race of the weekend for the Brscc National Formula Ford Championship. Chris Middlehurst on pole, looking for 2 from 2. The red lights go on when they go out. The sprint to Ritchie's corner begins. Race number 2 is underway. It's a strong start from the front row for Lucas Romanek. Also 2 for Morgan Quinn from the middle of the pack as they head down towards Ritchie for the first time. And immediately Lucas Romanek with a great start inside Chris Middlehurst into Ritchie's corner and takes the lead from the 2021 champion and race 1 winner yesterday as they turn in through for the first corner for the first time. And let's see if he can hold on to a leader, if Middlehurst will come back with him into Wilson Hairpin. It's a braking duel down towards the hairpin. And here comes McCork around the outside, also with a good start from Nolan Olayer as well. And Tom Nipper's up there too in 5th position as he tries to make up places after starting back on the 3rd row of the grid. So out of Wilson, up towards Palmer for the first time under racing conditions. And they make their way now up towards the Agostini hairpin for the first time. And again, see Middlehurst putting the pressure on, but it's Romanek with the car in the middle of the road, under brakes into Agostini, and he holds on to the lead. To the Alton Park race winner, looking for his second win of the season if he can. We've already had 4 different race winners from the first, 3 different race winners from the first 3 races. One for each of the Oldfield Motorsport cars, and 1 yesterday, of course, for Chris Middlehurst after his pole position in qualifying yesterday. So out of Oggies, Middlehurst already on the tail of Romanek. Also in there to his McCorkin, and that's Tom Nippers running wide. Has he got a problem? Shame for Tom Nippers. I think he's in trouble. He did have 1 or 2 engine gremlins before the weekend. He was a bit of a rush to get the car ready, but he did get it ready in time and put in a good performance yesterday. He was in that sort of leading group, but sadly it looks like the problems come back to haunt him. Meanwhile, round the outside goes Chris Middlehurst into the complex at Brundle Nelson. Before they turn into the right-hander, the 2021 champ is back in front here to try and take his second win of the weekend and of the season. There is a good start for Elliot Brscc, and there, I'm afraid, sadly, is Tom Nippers climbing out of the 189 car. So I'm afraid he will lose points in the championship and also in the independence contest as well. That will be uncertain if he keeps going. A victory there for Charlie Mann. So, leaders then out of Murray's for the first time. Good start from Nolan Olayer in the Martini sponsored car on the side. Across the line go the front few. Once again, Middlehurst defending this way and that because he knows he's under threat from Romanek. McCorkin keeping a watching brief in 3rd as Romanek darts out, puts himself into Middlehurst's mirrors and looks for an opportunity to try and reclaim the lead that he took heading down to Ritchie's at the start. It's a clean getaway from Middlehurst initially, but a better launch from Romanek from the outside of the front row of the grid really helped him to pull himself alongside and get himself in contention to be in front by the time they turned into the corner. There's Jordan Kelly, he's made a good start up to P5. And he will try to get himself in contention too if he can. down the hit straight. You can see Middlehurst not comfortable in the lead. He's going back this way and that. He's just trying to break the toe here as much as he can. McCall also under pressure. So whilst one Oldfield Motorsport car defends, the other one attacks. And great action up and down in this front pack all the way through at the moment as they come up towards left-hander at Hamilton's for the second time under racing conditions. And now out through the left, the right-hander at Williams and onto the Bentley straight now for the second time now. In the slipstream, down the back straight towards Brundle Nelson under the bridge. Elijah's darting out to have a look at McCorkin up the inside for third place, but he wasn't far enough in the mix there to try and make that happen. See if he's got an opportunity to try and make this one stick if he can on the next lap. Through the bomb hole go the leading quartet. Jordan Kelly's a bit further back, and Morgan Quinn, after he started at the back of the grid, hasn't wasted any time whatsoever in getting up to 6th position to try and play a bit of rear gunner for his teammate. So out of the left-hand at Murray's they go then, back towards the start-finish line they go to end lap number 2. And still no change in the top 4, still line astern in towards Ritchie's once again. Middlehurst in control, but still with the pressure being applied as they come through towards the hairpin again. So it's now 4, nearly 5 for the lead now. And also charging through is Elliot Budzinski. He started right at the back after he was disqualified from race 1. He's already got past Morgan Quinn, the man he tangled with up at Brundle, which saw Quinn off the road. And he's now looking to try and get himself in there too if he can. Again, no change in the top 4. Still as they were. Kelly trying to latch onto them now where possible. And it looks to me as if there's going to be a potential opportunity to try and get past very shortly. So still as they were. Still the 2 Oldfield Motorsport cars 2nd and 3rd, with all eye just keeping them in check in 4th position. Now down the back straight again. Jordan Kelly just edging closer now. He's not that far away. He's just getting a whiff of a slipstream from the 4 cars in front. And we saw how quick he was yesterday. He was that close from taking victory and then just overcooked it into Brundle and Nelson and skipped over the curb and over the grass and sadly dropped down the order and out of contention for victory. And so his teammate Chris Middlehurst continues to hold the advantage, but he's got those 2 very racy Oldfield cars behind. As we say, both race winners already this season. To see if they can steal a win from Chris Middlehurst once again. Of course, if either Romanek or McCall can win, it'll be they were the first driver of the season to win more than 1 race. But who knows? An all-iron car 52 might be in contention. So too, of course, could be Jordan Kelly. Do either of them have anything in reserve now? I imagine both of them pushing as hard as they dare, but I imagine do either of them have the ability to possibly pick this one up? Well, one thing you can't deny, they are certainly pushing as hard as they dare. And it's certainly going to be quite an interesting result, no matter how this goes. And all I just go defensive because you know he's under a little bit of pressure now from the fast racing car of Jordan Kelly. Also pushing forwards now to join that leading group, it seems. So both Elliot Budzinski and Morgan Quinn. So those 2 will certainly be in close tensions very shortly. Back to Oggies. Still Middlehurst with the advantage. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Jordan Kelly. He's done a 2-minute 1.047. But pace-wise, they're all very evenly matched. You look at the top 7, they're all in the 2-minute 1s. They're separated by about well, if you're not counting Jordan Kelly, the rest of the pack is separated by about 3 or 4 tenths of a second, so you can see just how close it really is. And as Middlehurst tries to break the toe, Kelly now is on the inside of All Eye for 4th place, and the Team Dolan driver tries to make it stick, but the American holds his ground on the outside for Brundle, inside for Nelson, looks for the undercut, now goes Kelly. Now All Eye shows in the edge of the road, cuts across and tries to hold the position, which he does into the bomb hole, but I imagine he's that close. If Kelly can keep in close attentions, he'll get him possibly on the exit out of Murray's, down the pit straight, and possibly line him up for a move in towards Ritchie's. That could be his next potential passing spot, and they've got to be careful because both Brscc and Morgan Quinn are not too far away. There they are in the background, the second of the red and white Ammonite cars. That's Elliott there in 6th position, and the white car with the BMW style M Sport stripes, that is Morgan Quinn. Meanwhile, it is now Chris Middlehurst under attack either side from Oldfield Motorsport cars. He's got one to his outside, one behind him. As both Romanek and McCorkin sense blood in the water, they sense a chance now to possibly get through and make this move stick. There's Charlie Mann further back, battling with Bryn Kinch. He's our lone independent racer that's left after Tom Nipper's retired. There's a warning flag going out, I think, for track. There was, and there's been a touch between 2 cars. Round's got one of the Oldfield Motorsport cars. That's Brandon McCorkin. McCorkin and All Eye have tangled up at the hairpin. Now then, sadly, we don't have a free play function on that, I'm afraid, but it looks as though I'm not going to speculate, but what's happened there, of course, is McCorkin has dropped right back and All Eye is out of the race, I'm afraid, so that now means it's now going to be Middlehurst versus Romanek and now potentially Kelly into the mix as well, but sadly 2 of the front-running contenders tangling up at the hairpin, and as a result, both of them are out of contention for victory. So Brandon McCorkin will have to wait until he gets another victory, possibly race 3. He and his Oldfield Motorsport team will have some work to do to put that car back to... well, I bet it's still going, but if there is any damage, I'll have to try and work on that one. Meanwhile, All Eye's car has been parked up a little escape road between that links what is the 200 circuit, where it links the exit of the hairpin back onto the Bentley straight here, almost very similar to what the old circuit used to be like. And again, Middlehurst not comfortable, darting this way, and that's to break the toes. Romanek looks round the outside, has a peek, puts himself into Middlehurst's mirrors, but still, the 2021 champion has got the job, has got the run he needs. He's still got Kelly that he's keeping close. Also watch out for both Brscc and Quinn who are in contention. And as for Brandon McCorkin, he has carried on. Looks as though that car is relatively unscathed, interestingly. And he's now trying to chase after both Bryn Kinch and then Charlie Mann to get a couple more places up the order. If he can pick himself up into what would be, that's now going to be 7th position, I think. Meanwhile, Middlehurst, Romanek, Kelly, that's the top 3. Less than 5 minutes to go. And still, no real guess as to who's going to win this one. There is Jordan Kelly. Good to see him charging through from the back of the grid. And can he push himself into contention to finally get that first win? Because he was very close. And of course, just, I imagine it would have been, he would have accepted all his own doing, I would have imagined, because he just ran a little bit too hot, a little bit too enthusiastic into the complex, just overcooked it, skipped over the grass and lost several positions. And he was so close towards the end of the race to getting his first National Formula Ford victory. And he was battling with, of all people, his teammate Chris Middlehurst. Just a little bit too much trying to get through. As here comes Romanek again. He's forcing Middlehurst to really go defensive into the hairpin. But now it is Romanek the meat in a Team Dolan sandwich. He's got Middlehurst in front, but Jordan Kelly right behind him, tucked up underneath his gearbox. He hasn't got his rear gunner of Brandon McCorkin anymore because he's further back down the order, back in 8th. So now it's Jordan Kelly's turn to go on the offensive and see if he can pick up another place. But knowing Romanek, knowing that he's going to be firmly in contention for the championship this year, he will not give this up easy. Of course, he's a racer. No racer gives up a position easy like that. But here comes Kelly. He's got a good run here as Romanek tries to follow in Middlehurst slipstream, and Kelly will get the double toe from both his teammate and from Romanek. And now, as Middlehurst continues to hold court in the middle of the road, it's still Romanek and Kelly nose to tail up through Brundle, up through Nelson. Still no movement here. 3.5 minutes to go. And also joining in now is Elliott Brscc. Now he's climbed, of course, to the back of the grid after his disqualification yesterday. He's back into 4th. And Morgan Quinn's a bit of a distant 5th now and trying to keep pace, but maybe not on the same amount of grip or pace that the top 4 have altogether, because they're pushing each other all the way to try and get to the checkered flag. They're going to get, I think, 2 more laps to go then, because lap times are in the 2 minutes at the stage. In fact, even in qualifying, Chris Middlehurst was the only man in qualifying to go sub 2 minutes. He did a 1:59, a very high 1:59 to go on pole position, and that's certainly got a lot of pace in it if anyone's got anything to say about that. Jordan Kelly, meanwhile, did have the fastest lap of the race. Now been pinched again, this time by Elliot Brdzinski, and he's lowered it by about a 1/10.5, 2 minutes, .820. So he's on the charge as well. Here comes Kelly up the inside of Romanek. He's found the gap on the inside line at Wilson Hairpin. Now he's on the outside for the next corner at Parber, which is a left-hander, which means it is advantage Romanek. Has his nose in front, keeps the position, but Kelly might look for the undercut as they now make their way down towards Agostini again. He'll be in the slipstream. And also watch Elliot Brdzinski in the red Team Ammonite car. He's in contention for this in 4th place too. Side by side for second, looking around the outside goes Kelly in the blue car. Young Irishman trying to get past the Northern Irishman in front. So you've got 4 different nationalities in the top 4 places. You've got English, Irish, Northern Irish, and American. And you've got the other second of the ROI drivers, the Republic of Ireland drivers in there. There's another black and white flag going out for somebody. Let's look on race control to see who that might be. It's for number 20. So car 20 has been given a black and white flag for driving standards, apparently. And that's Charlie Mann. So I'm not quite sure what that means in terms of driving standards, whether he's weaving too much or whether he's sort of... again, not for me to speculate, but Charlie Mann getting a warning for that. If he carries on transgressing in the way that he has, then he'll cop some form of a time penalty, I'd imagine, for that. Leaders again into Brundle and Nelson. It's still Middlehurst with the advantage, but he's got to be constantly looking in his mirror to see these these three cars stacking up behind him. There's Brdzinski in the red and white car. And is anyone going to make the move here? Because Kelly made that initial move to try and get past second place, but all it's done is given Middlehurst a couple more car lengths, and now it's given both Romanek and Kelly the task to try and get back with him. Romanek just pushing that car as hard as he dares through Murray's. He knows the last chance he's already got is now the run on this last lap. So across the line they go. 43 seconds on the clock as they cross the line. One more time around the 300 circuit. Kelly darts out to put himself into Romanek's mirrors. But Romanek is more focused on trying to chase after Middlehurst as they go through Ritchie's corner. And I think Romanek is getting pretty close here. He made the most of the slipstream down towards the hairpin and down towards Ritchie's. He's just getting a little bit closer. Good traction off the corner as well. Still got Kelly in close attention. So is Brdzinski in 4th place. Clock will tick down to 0 in about 15 seconds time. So definitely the last lap of the race and our last chance on this lap to see if Romanek can find any way past Middlehurst. It will be 2 from 2 from the weekend so far for Snetterton. Down to the hairpin. Still Middlehurst, Romanek, Kelly, Brdzinski. 4 cars all together. And now out towards Hamilton. Again, still wide astern. Now I imagine, because Middlehurst likes to try and close the gap, and that was very clever. Is that a problem for Middlehurst? What's happened? Middlehurst has slowed down on the exit of Hamilton. What's happened to Middlehurst? Through goes Romanek on the grass. Jordan Kelly's now right behind him. Third for Brdzinski, but is that a problem for Middlehurst on the final lap of the race? Oh, that is heartbreaking for Chris Middlehurst. He could have gone for 2 for 2. Has it come with a shot? There he is. And the race 1 winner in trouble on the last lap of the race. And unfortunately, he will not make it 2 from 2. The Team Dolan driver will crawl to a halt, pulls the car off the road, and that's a real shame. Meanwhile, for the lead, it's side by side. Kelly goes for it this time. Can he make it stick into the complex? The answer is yes, he does. Jordan Kelly this time doesn't go skipping across the road. He makes the move stick past Lucas Romanek, and for a moment, Romanek was in position to win. I can't even speak. Romanek was in position to win, and then gets passed by Kelly down the back straight. So on the last lap of the race, the lead changes twice at about a few hundred yards. Up towards the final corner, it'll be a Team Dolan car comes to the checkered flag, but it won't be Chris Middlehurst, because for the first time in his 4-on-4 career, up to the checkered flag. He missed that yesterday after a small error, but this time, no errors at all. Jordan Kelly wins his first National Formula Ford race by taking a lead on the last lap of the race, second to Romanek and third to Brdzinski, top 3 covered by 0.361 of a second. That is Formula Ford once again at its finest. Morgan Quinn 4th, 2.6 seconds back. Then 5th for Charlie Mann, 6th for Bryn Kinch. And that is absolutely gutting for Chris Middlehurst. A problem on the last lap of the race, whether it was electrical, whether it was fuel starvation or something else, whatever it might have been. But a mechanical issue which puts, sadly, Chris Middlehurst out of the race on the final lap. So Brandon McCorkle will come through. He will pick up 8th position, but coasts across the line. Not the race he would have wanted after he tangled with Nolan Alleye at the hairpin. And again, Nolan Alleye, of course, out of the race, and of course, no Chris Middlehurst either. So that is the rest of the pack across the line. So the pack goes Back into Parc Fermé. I'm sure Rob will have 3. I'm sure a very ecstatic Jordan Kelly. Remember, he started from the back of the grid and picked his way through, and then I don't think he would have expected his first race win, but he certainly took it, and sometimes, doesn't matter how you get it, the win's a win, and you'll take it any way they come. So Jordan Kelly, I'm sure that at least one person will be very happy. Gutted for Chris Middlehurst, the course, but very happy for his young Irish charge. It's going to be Bernard Dolan, the man who looks after Team Dolan, of course, a Fawn & Ford legend in his own right. He'll be very happy that his new young Irish charge has picked up his first win of the season. Lucas Romanek, of course, he's a racer. He'll have wanted the victory, but still, second place is really good points for the championship. He's taken 2 second places now, so that's really good for him to pick that up. And of course, Brscc, after getting third after he was disqualified yesterday, that certainly makes up for the troubles yesterday. So here's the result then. It changed on the final lap of the race, but Jordan Kelly, incredibly, wins his first National Formula Ford race, but ahead of Lucas Romanek and Elliot Brscc. The top 3 separated by 0.361 of a second in the end. Morgan Quinn takes 4th from the back of the grid. Charlie Mann's 5th and also takes the independent win after Tom Nippers retired. And the rest of the pack is Bryn Kinch in 6th, Nathan Yu in 7th. Brandon McCorker recovers to 8th after his tangle with Nolan Allire. Then it's Chris Middlehurst guttingly retires on the final lap of the race with issues. Nolan Allire out after the contact. Tom Nippers also pulled off early in the race as well. Right, down to Parc Fermé for our last top 3 interviews before we go to an early break for qualifying for Club Sport and for the lunch break. I'm sure with a very ecstatic Jordan Kelly and the top 3 is Rob Lewis once again.
Thanks, Scott. Well, I've got an ecstatic Jordan Kelly with me after quite an entertaining race yesterday. Didn't quite go your way. That didn't either. Now you've climbed all the way and got the win today. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, coming from 10th, it was just yesterday was just one of them things. Just you just have to learn from it. You just make a stupid move, and you just have to come back stronger. And starting from 10th, I didn't think I'd get where I was, but Chris just had that mechanical failure there in the last lap, and I just lucky Romanek didn't have the toe. Lucas didn't have the toe, so just able to pull past him down the straight then and get the inside for under the bridge. So no, I couldn't be happy with that now. It's unreal.
All bodes well for the rest of the day.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see how the next race goes. But that's a good way to start the day. So can't be happy with that now.
Absolutely, great bounce back. Congratulations on a fantastic win. Now let's go see our second place man on the road, which is actually Lucas Romanek. We've got Elliot Brscc here as well. So I'm going to switcheroo a bit. I'm going to get 3rd place. Elliot.
Yes.
Good podium.
Yeah.
Happy?
Yeah, I am. I mean, obviously always want more, but coming from 11th, I think it's definitely a good step, especially staying with the front pack. So I'm very happy with it.
Plans for the rest of the day?
I think just keep safe. Like, obviously I'm going to go for it and try and fight for the wins, but not take too many crazy risks.
And there's nothing quite like this Formula Ford 1600 racing, is it?
No. I can honestly say I haven't. Nothing like it. It's just great.
Proper single seaters.
Yeah, proper single seaters. No room given, but just enough.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a podium there. That's fantastic to hear from Elliot. Lucas, we had a chat yesterday. Another good race from yourself. 2nd place. You happy?
Yeah, very happy. Gives us some good points in the championship. We're on for P2 initially, and then Middlehurst had a problem or something coming out of Hamilton's, which put us in the lead for just the Bentley straight. And on there, it was sort of a bit of bad luck because Kelly just had the speed on me and managed to get round, which is a good move. But P2, I was still very happy with it.
I guess with the Bentley straight, it was all about the toe that kind of undid you there.
Yeah, definitely. If there was anything I could have done to sort of prevent it, I would have. But it's what it is, and brilliant points for the championship.
Absolutely, it's what it's all about ultimately, is points for the championship. So what's your mindset for the rest of the day?
Obviously win, see what the reverse grid is, and just see him push on from there, because it's sort of a toe sort of race around here, so yeah, it should be good fun.
Yeah, it's a very fast circuit as well, and even though the Formula Ford hasn't got the ultimate numbers this weekend, it's so competitive.
Yeah, definitely. You see how people come through through the grid. Yeah, it's just great racing.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations once again on another podium, and that concludes our interviews for the top 3 of the National Formula Ford Championship. Some great single-seater racing. I still say it now, this is better than any other junior Formula. You just cannot beat good old-fashioned Formula Ford 1600 racing. But we're going to take a little bit of a break now because we've got a qualifying session coming up for Club Sport Trophy and the lunch break. The live stream is going to take a bit of a break, so I'm going to hand you back to Scott Woodward. It's going to take you through what's happening this afternoon. Scott, over to you.
Partially reverse grid, which means that our race 2 winner from earlier on, Jordan Kelly, will be starting back in 6th. The top 6 have been reversed for this one. So that means that on pole position, I think for the first time in his Formula 4 career, is Bryn Kinch, who starts on pole for Charlie Mann, who's our top independent on the grid in 2nd place alongside. Morgan Quinn, Elliot Budzinski then make up row 2 from Lucas Romanek and Jordan Kelly on the 3rd row of the grid. Of course, race 2 winner, his first National Formula Ford win. It's then 7th place for Nathan Yu, his teammate at Team Dolan, Brandon McCorkin, who came out in 8th position. And it's Chris Middlehurst, who sadly retired from that race after a problem on the final lap, which put him out, which sadly he starts 9th alongside Tom Nippers in 10th, and Nolan Alleye will start in 11th place on the grid towards the back, because looking at the result from race number 2, car 52, which is Nolan Alleye, was dubbed to be responsible for the collision between himself and Brandon McCorkin. Qualified from the result, which means he will start his 3rd race from the very back of the grid. So the cars.
We're back for the afternoon's racing here at Snetterton, but first the Brscc and indeed the circuit of Snetterton wants to pay tribute to a friend that we lost earlier in the week. So for now I'm going to hand my microphone over to circuit commentator Mark Worrell for the weekend, who will pay our tributes.
Are you ready to go?
Thanks, Rob. So we're just awaiting for final confirmation that we are ready with the tribute to Mike Dixon, and then once we get that confirmation that we are ready to go, then we will lead our tribute for Mike Dixon. Motorsport lost an incredible friend and supporter last weekend when Mike Dixon sadly passed away. He was 83 years of age and had been battling cancer for some time. Mike had been involved with Snetterton circuit for nearly 7 decades, initially taking photographs from the spectator areas and later reporting on and taking photographs from Snetterton for Autosport magazine. Since the mid-1990s, Mike had served as an event steward for a variety of Motorsport UK steward, a role which he undertook very professionally but with a great deal of common sense. He was very well respected by both officials and drivers and served as a mentor for many up-and-coming motorsport officials. Mike was well known for his enthusiasm for and knowledge of American NASCAR racing, which resulted in his many business trips to America during his time whilst employed with Norwich Union. Mike's enthusiasm for the sport was immense, and we are all the poorer for his passing. Mike's family would like to thank you all for remembering him today as we pause for thought and fondly remember Mike Dixon. Thank you, everybody.
So after paying tribute to Mike there, I think it's only fitting that we turn to some superb race action this afternoon. The first race as we return is going to be the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. I'm really looking forward to that. We have some top class drivers up and down the grid there. Nice big grid. And I'll tell you what, Richard, the ground's nice and wet too. The rain has come, it's wet, it's soggy. It produced some fantastic racing earlier in the Mazda MX. We've also got the likes of the CityCar Cup and the rest of the Mazda MX-5 races later on. It's going to be a hell of a bill this afternoon, and on top of that we've got a 2-hour endurance race to feast our eyes on as we go later into today. But for now it's time to head to our commentary position, and Richard John Neal in the commentary box that should hopefully be able to take you through the grid for the Mazda Super Cup.
Thanks very much, Rob. My advice to you would be stick your hood up, mate, if it's raining, because it's a little bit wet out there, so you know, make sure that you stay dry. I'm joking. Yeah, we're looking forward to a great afternoon. First of all, I'd like to add my condolences to the friends and family of Mike Dixon. Lovely tribute there from Mark Werrell. Thank you for that, Mark. And we are going to do what Mike would have no doubt wanted us to do, which is to crack on with, as Rob said, some great racing. And our first race of the afternoon is the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship, sponsored by our very good friends at Clapham North. So thank you to them. George Grant is part of the championship. He is third in the Pro Masters on the grid, 24th on the grid when we get to talking about George a little bit later on. But what an amazing patron George is for Brscc Championships through Downforce Radio as well as Clapham North MOT. So we look forward to seeing the cars on the grid. I did have a little chuckle actually a few months ago actually, I think it was now, and George said, did you get the problem on the car sorted out okay? And I thought, what are you talking about? And evidently someone had been into Clapham North, also called Richard, and I think blagged a free repair, and he might have thought it was me. It wasn't, it was another Richard. So I don't know who it was, but I'm sure whoever it was grateful. But there we are, that's life, but that's the mark of the man as well. George gives a lot to people that he knows and respects, and a hell of a lot to the championship as well. So thank you very much to George for that. Championship wise, with the Clapham North MOTs, it's Aidan Hills who leads the championship with another Fletcher. Second Mazda race, second Fletcher. Patrick Fletcher in second position. Tom Griffiths is third from James Cozzins, and then we have Alex Stott, the 88 car, in fifth position. Ali Bray next up, and Will Blackwell Chambers on 918 is in seventh position in the championship. Two other categories we have to look at as well. We've got the Masters, and also within these races we have the Club Class. Club Class is headed by Robert Way. Robert had 3 wins at Brands Hatch. Who else have we got? Is Camel Kelsey with us this weekend? Yes, he is. So he's third on the grid at the moment. It's good to see him at Silverstone on the podium in his first outing in the Mazda Championship. Also got to look out for the likes of Clive Powell. Just having to see if Clive is on the entry today. Wilbur Tiley, as well as Robert Way in the Club Class. The Masters class was started off in fine form by Nick Grindrod, the former CityCar Cup champion, and we'll see the CityCar Cup on circuit after this race. Nick had a very nasty accident at Brands Hatch. I haven't had the opportunity to speak to Nick and the team since, but that seemingly was the end of Supercup racing for Nick, who won a race here last year, his first race win in the Supercup. It was actually the last race of the season, wasn't it? Round 23 last year when he beat Michael Nibbs and Jack Brewer, I think, if that's the way it went. And we had 3 different race winners here at Snetterton last year, with Will Blackwell Chambers taking the first race, Colin Bysouth winning race 2. Always sort of typifies what happens in Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup racing, to be perfectly honest. You never quite know what you're going to get. Sometimes you get a hat-trick, sometimes you get 3 different winners. On the last round of the season last year, as I say, we had the 3 different winners. The story of this year, first 2 rounds, were pretty much a domination by Aidan Hills. Although Will Blackwell Chambers set double pole at Silverstone, it was Aidan Hills that came out of the blocks very quickly indeed, and bagging all 3 race wins, and he went on to add wins 4 and 5 at Brands Hatch. Not sure what went wrong in round 6, but it was only second position for him behind James Blake Baldwin. Croft was a different story again. Patrick Fletcher double pole. Patrick on pole for this one. I did have a second pole sheet as well. Thanks very much, incidentally, to our friends from TSL who have kept me up to speed with. Okay, I don't have the second qualifying for the Super Cup. Just having a quick check through the papers. Oh yes, we do. James Cosin second. So actually, I think the first time this year we've got 2 different drivers setting first and second fastest time. So pole for race 1 is Patrick Fletcher, and pole for race 2 for Super Cup is James Cosin. Just shows how close it is around here. Going back to the story of the season so far, we I think arrived in our little précis to Croft, where Patrick Fletcher had double pole. That's where we were. Patrick picking up the first win of the weekend before Aidan Hills managed to get back onto the top spot, and another brace of wins for Aidan, winning round 6 and 7. Patrick Fletcher second in the second race, and where was he in the third one? Let's have a quick look. 5th in the one after that, and then we went to Anglesey, and Patrick really did hammer down the points for that one. Again, bagging 2 lots of pole positions, backing that up with 2 wins and a 3rd place in race 3, which was won by Ali Bray. So we got Ali Bray up into the top step of the podium at Anglesey, and that is where we kind of left the cars before a little break, and they arrived here at Snetterton for the first race of the day. Now this shot here along the Bentley Straight, you can see we've got drops on the camera, so the clouds probably tell you more of the story than I can. We were expecting, I think, earlier on in the week for it to be raining all day, and that's kind of changed over the course of the week as we've got here. And when we got here, we thought the rain was going to be early, and then the apps were telling us it was going to be a little bit later on. And at the moment, it's spits and spots, but not outright wet, as we can see out there on track at the moment. So cars will be making their way out of the holding area, which is down at the pit lane entrance end of the circuit, around about where our camera in fact is there at the moment. So the cars will come out onto track, and we'll look forward to now, do we call it round 13 or do we call it round 12A? I know a lot of championship coordinators and directors I've worked with over the years a little bit on the superstitious side, so I might call it round 12A as opposed to 13. Silly little things like that make the UK a fascinating place, don't they, from time to time. Points go fairly large scores. The championship leader, Aidan Hills, on 1176 points. And that sounds like a lot. It is a lot, because you get 100 points for a race victory in the championship. Bonus point for fastest lap. So we will perhaps see second place driver just drop 1 place if they got fastest lap. So it's 100 for first place, 98 points for second, 96 for third. And then down in increments of 2, which won't run out because we've got 33 runners on track today in the various classes that I mentioned. The lead that Hills has over Fletcher at the moment, around about, is it 80? Let me see, yeah, 80 points, 82 points, I think, by my maths at the moment, and then a gap of around about 40 back to Tom Griffiths in third place. Still very much all to play for in the run down to the season finale. And remember, the regs, I actually think the regs are ingenious. A lot of the drivers disagree with me, but I love the idea that you can't drop scores on the last weekend. It adds to the tension. A bit of me in football says that we shouldn't have things like playoffs, and some people say, well, this is like a playoff system where you get to the last round and you have to, not drop any scores, so you can't afford to have a DNF. It can be debated at length, but I love the idea that it does encourage everybody that's in the championship to come out and have a play. Granted, it can also maybe bring spoilers into play as well, but hey, it's all about, to some degree, entertaining the punters that come through the door as well. And until there's a different way of dealing with drop scores, I think it's a very good way of having it. And we have to have drop scores at this level because people might have a DNF, they might have business commitments, they might have holidays, they might have sickness. So it's a good format to adopt. Quick run through of the rest of the day. The cars are actually coming out now in a slightly different order to that in which we saw them in qualifying. We didn't see them on streaming qualifying because that would be a little bit of overkill and a bit too much for our cameramen and production staff that we've got here on site today. But the second formula out this morning was the CityCar Cup. Now they are going to be the next race. And then we go to the Mark 1 Mazda Championship. And then it's our 2-hour Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup. Although technically it's called the Endurance Cup Championship. To my mind, it's either a cup or a championship. Can't be both, but that does appear on the listing. And then the day's wrapped up with second race of the weekend for the MX-5 Clubmans. They will then depart and go home. Possibly stay to enjoy tomorrow's action as well if there are team connections going on in Super Cup and Mark 1 Overall Championship. And then second race of the day for CityCar Cup Championship, including the Student Motorsport Challenge, which I'm greatly looking forward to. And then we wrap things up with the formula that you're about to see on track now. We've got Marshall on circuit already to welcome the cars to the start-finish line here on Senna Straight. It's a little bit like a touring car meeting, isn't it? Because touring car meetings are generally bookended with racing by the touring cars, and we've got the Mazdas opening up our afternoon, Super Cup Mazdas opening up and closing our afternoon's entertainment for you here on the live stream. Don't forget to set it as a favourite. Give us a thumbs up. I don't have the ability at the moment to look at any comments that might be coming through on the live stream, but if you are joining us on there, thank you for doing so. And thank you for any comments that you might care to leave. And maybe we'll get a chance to have a look at a little bit later on at that. So conditions, not ideal, I think it's got to say. It's going to be tricky, but as Rob said on the build-up to this race, we've got a huge field of very, very quick and able drivers in this championship, and it's the pinnacle of the Brscc Mazda ladder, for want of a better word. And drivers like Patrick Fletcher, James Cossins and Aidan Hills, Tom Griffiths, Will Blackwell-Chambers, Ali Bray, all capable of delivering some great action. What they will need to do, of course, is take things perhaps a tad carefully as things are slippery, because they have to keep the car as fresh as possible, and in one bit, A, so that they don't drop any scores, and B, so that the car doesn't require any big repairs prior to the race later on, and indeed overnight from the teams that are there. Championship history goes back to 2014 when a certain Abby Eaton won the championship from Tom Roche and Matthew Davis. I remember watching the opening round of Abby's year, which was on the international circuit at Silverstone. If you don't know the name, Abby is part of the Grand Tour programme on Amazon and is the equivalent of the Stig on that programme. She's the test driver in the championship. And second generation driver, her dad Paul, still races, got a Holden Commodore, which he sometimes lets Abby loose in. And Abby, one of the top club racers in the UK, never mind gender, she's just absolutely brilliant. And as I say, was the first female champion. I think has avoided, she was in W Series for a while and didn't have the luck there, to be perfectly honest. But Abby's someone who doesn't really need to be in W Series. She's good on her own merit against whoever she is racing against. And fondly remembered in the Super Cup Championship as our inaugural champion back in 2014. Since then, James Blake Baldwin won it in 2016. The year before that, Alan Henderson champion. James Blake Baldwin with Jonathan Greensmith runner-up. We saw him in the Clubmans, and I talked about the Clubmans being a stepping stone into the Mark 1 Championship and the Super Cup. And very clearly Jonathan using it, as you heard him say to Rob in the interviews, as an opportunity to actually unwind as the years go on. Triple champion was Luke Herbert, 2017, 18, 19. Sam Smith, double champion 2020 and 2021. He's racing in JCW Minis this year, but subject to injury at the moment, which is a pity. And the reigning champion is Will Blackwell-Chambers, who lines up 5th on the grid in this one, headed by Patrick Fletcher and James Cossins alongside. Aidan Hills, the championship leader on row 2 with Tom Griffiths. Will Blackwell-Chambers, we mentioned, he is in 5th place from Ali Bray. Then it is Lee Britton and Fraser Fenwick, who I first met on the Janetta Junior Scholarship many years ago. Not something I'm involved with anymore, but made a lot of friends and met a lot of good people through the scholarship. Row 5, Ollie Allwood and Joe Wiggin. Joe, a former Mark 1 champion back in 2020. Behind them, Sam Heading is 11th on the grid, car 57, and Christopher Richardson in 96, completing our 6th row. 7th row, Alex Stott and Martin Tolley. Tolley name, of course, synonymous with Mazda Racing for a good while. He's in the 23 car and one of the Masters. Adam Blair is with us as well. Adam, a name I've known a long time. Hopefully get a chance to talk about him later on, with Alistair Dendy next to him. Robert Way, we spoke about, one of the club runners, and Will Powell in 26, the 18 car. Josh Morris and Wilbur Tiley, again in the club class. Wilbur in the 17 car. That's on row 10. 11th row, Scott Wright and Tom Selden. Then move back to row 12, which comprises Camel Kelsey and George Grant, two guys that I've already spoken about. Row 13, Nick Rutter and Amy Watts. Then it's Bruce Robinson and Max Merritt. I think we'll see Bruce out in the SuperSport race a little bit later on. There's confirmation of them on the grid. Behind Bruce and Max, we have Christopher Ginn and Alexander Jones. They are followed by Eliza Seville, 31st on the grid, car number 42, one of our club class racers, and Matt Shears, and the grid completed by car number 19, the club class master entry of Liz Walton. So there we are in the build-up to the race. A little bit of history about the championship itself and about the season so far. So it's Patrick Fletcher and James Cozzens on the front row of the grid. Cozzens in the grey and black stripy car with the pink trim. Aidan Hills is just tucked behind. You can see the blue and orange and the black rear shining from him. Tom Griffiths is in blue with the yellow headlights. And we wait for the cars to go off on their green flag lap. I can see just out of shot from what you can see on our live stream, the start line marshal's about to wave them off on the green flag lap. Important that they get this sighting lap or green flag lap, reconnaissance lap, call it what you will, so that they really get the chance to see what circuit conditions are like. They won't do it at full racing speed, but they'll get some way towards that and understanding what they've got to deal with on the first lap. I don't know whether there'll have been a briefing with the drivers to just tell them that perhaps they might need to take it a little bit easy here with conditions being a little bit damp. My knowledge of the front runners, now we heard from the Clubman that different drivers like different conditions. I think all of the drivers are going to be pretty much at home in the wet. Doesn't mean to say we're not going to get spins and spills. I'm sure we will as we look at the 31 car going through shot. 31 is Max Merritt. First race of the season. Two cars going off. Well, we said that it was important to have the reconnaissance lap, and I'm guessing those guys are going to be happy enough doing that on that lap rather than during the race and having other cars approach them at full tilt. So we're looking at Max Merritt. Oh, a little bit of a slippery and sideways moment there as well. It's probably a lot more slippy than I would give them credit for. I think that was Lee Britton. It is Lee Britton in the 50 who had a big sideways moment there. To be absolutely fair, held on to it well, did Lee Britton. Lee, ever present apart from two races in the top 10 for this season. You can see from our camera down there at Agostini, the youngsters tend to call it turn 3. Actually, it's turn 4, isn't it, Agostini? Turn 3 being Palmer's the left-hander, and then turn 4. Here's one of our spinners, Christopher Ginn, in the Manchit's car. Will start towards the back. Probably not a bad idea starting off the back if there are issues for Christopher Ginn. Where did he actually spin from? 29th place in 20 cars, so hasn't lost that many places. And Chris hasn't, I don't think, raced with us so far this year, just looking at the results. So good to have him with us in the Masters Club class. And we wish him well for the race. Hopefully that his spins will be few, hopefully 0. So there is Tom Selden in the number 13. Tom, a driver who's had 1 top 10 so far. It's last time at Anglesey, so he'll be hoping to carry the momentum forward into this one. Alistair Dendy coming towards us in the number 18 car. And down behind him, 21, Josh Morris. Interesting to look at the qualifying times. Quite a few drivers getting quite a few more drivers getting times disallowed in Super Cup than we were in the Mark 1 Clubmans. And officials very hot on that. It's a hot topic. I'm not going to go on about track limits because I think plenty has been said by everybody else, and it's just one of those things that we have to live with as we look at Christopher Richardson as they go across the line again for their second lap. You can see with the spins, this was a very good idea from the Brscc. 20 minutes, by the way, for the Super Cup once we get underway, and it's going to be fascinating to see how things pan out in our second race today, first race of the afternoon. Good to see a good number of fans here today. One of the things about Snetterton, you'll see in coverage that the fan base is kind of very often, particularly at national races or club races like this, you'll see maybe not that many people here. But don't let the pictures fool you, because it's a 3-mile track, so that effectively means we've got 3 miles of spectator banking to fill. Now, clearly that's not exactly the case, because you saw the crop field, which was behind between turns 1 and 2, but we've also got infield sections as well. So what I'm getting around to saying is there is actually a huge area, absolutely massive area for spectators, which why there's a little bit of a moment there for Ali Bray, really trying to find. You can see the drivers looking for the grip on the outside line, and Ali may be overstepping the mark there, but he kept it the right side of getting away from him, to be absolutely fair. So that was good stuff from Ali Bray. Tom Griffiths goes through. 21 is Josh Morris in the Hills Motorsport Series 1 car. So they're heading, these cars heading out of Agostini down towards Oggies, and then they go into Williams Corner. Sometimes you get the odd pass going into Oggies, certainly into Williams as well, and then onto Bentley Straight, which is where we are here. Again, you can see the rain on the camera lens. Conditions very tricky, as we've seen from the spinners, but hopefully everybody with it will be in good order. The only thing that the leaders will have is a similar situation to what we had when the cars were gridding for our first race of the day, is a long wait for everybody to catch up. And having said that, it's not really going to be an issue, is it, for the likes of seasoned drivers like Patrick Fletcher, James Cossins and Aidan Hills, who will just get ready to go when they are ready to do so. Last round last year, we caught Aidan Hills did the Club Sport Trophy race, and I think retired from that, but it was then that he said he's, plus his dad Darren was saying that he was coming back for this year to have a tilt at the championship, and he'd spent the last couple of seasons preparing cars. There is Patrick Fletcher. When I think of 29, I think of my ITV colleague Paul O'Neill, because that's his number, 29 Productions as well, his company. And Paul has raced in Mazdas as well, of course. Here they come around Murray's, a few Harding spectators in the grandstand, which is a terrific place to watch. As they head around Corham, and you get a little bit of a view of the main straight as well. Ollie Allwood in the traditional 63. I think Ollie's been running that since I used to cover the Motors TV programmes for Mazdas in the Mark 1s. So it's been synonymous with the formula for quite a long time. Alex Stott going through. Alex Stott, as I mentioned earlier on, is 5th in the championship. He's a fair way back on the grid. So down in 13th. So we've got the likes of the 13th place runners with a lot of work to do. Now that it can pan out in the wet, as we saw in race number 1, that you can make progress up fairly quickly, but otherwise maybe not. Right, can I see the lighting gantry from here? No, I can't, so it's going to be very much on the screen, and listen for the engine notes to rise for 20 minutes of the Brscc Mazda MX Super Cup Championship, sponsored by Clapham North MOT. Our thanks to them once again. As we look at the back of the field, is that a green flag being waved? It looks like it. I think we're ready to go. Patrick Fletcher to the left of shot on the front row, with James Cossins alongside. Cossins' teammate Aidan Hills will be keen to take the battle to him. He is in light blue on the inside of the second row. The darker blue of Tom Griffiths is there as well. Watch Griffiths. He'll be keen to make moves to get up into the lead as quickly as possible. Was that erroneous green flag I saw? I think we're all ready to go. Wipers are on. Here's the view. Great shot, which shows you that elevation, getting the cars out. Okay, 5-second board now, so we are very nearly ready to go. That is withdrawn and popped down on the gantry. Red lights are on. I can see the red light on the gantry. Out go the lights. Great start by James Cossins, who gets away well. And we've got, I think, Will Blackwell-Chambers coming up from 5th position in the grid, looking up the middle run to try and go through. But James Cossins started very, very well indeed. And it was, in fact, Fraser Fenwick who came through. My apologies to Will Blackwell-Chambers. Fraser Fenwick, we've got a spinner down there at turn 1. And that is Ali Bray. Not what we wanted to see, not the way Ali wanted to start his day. Has he recovered? Is he off on the inside? Cossins is there. Aidan Hills in 2nd place. Fascinating start. Joe Wiggin has made a good start. Joe qualified 10th. He's much further up than that as they round the hairpin for the first time. It's the Wilson hairpin now, isn't it? Named after the late, great Justin Wilson, one of Jonathan Palmer's protégés back in the day. So you'll forgive me if I use the older name for the corner, as James Cossins leads them down into Agostini from Aidan Hills. So the Hills Motorsport team have got hooked up well in damp conditions. And there is Will Blackwell-Chambers around the outside, so he goes out of shot. Alex Stott involved there with Sam Heading. Is it Heading or Heading? Which is where you need Andy McEwen to correct me as the long-term commentator on the championship. As we look at the number 50 car of Lee Britton coming under pressure and having a look on the inside. We've got Tom Griffiths who's dropped back as well, and through goes Will Blackwell-Chambers. Very neatly executed move, and now we're going to see Oliver Allwood do the same thing. So Allwood through on the inside of Lee Britton, and look at them using the outside. The logic there, if you haven't heard it before, I'm sure it's been mentioned many times, is that the racing rubber goes down on the racing line traditionally and mostly in the dry, so the gaps in the tarmac get filled up with the little bits of rubber, and that means that there aren't gaps, or there are less gaps in the tarmac on the outside, which means the water can drain away and therefore potentially more grip, which is why the drivers will look for a wide line. And we've got Aidan Hills now down to 3rd place, so Hills has been relegated. 3rd was where he started, got up to 2nd briefly, he's down to 3rd again as they head towards bomb hole for the first time of asking. Tom Griffiths has lost ground. Now we've got a big race to sort things out, of course, with 20 minutes of Mazda action to look forward to. But Cossins, look at him sliding around. Welcome to the Drifting Championship. James Cossins held it well, and he's not under pressure at the moment. He's managed to build a good lead as they go across the line. Patrick Fletcher now. Good recovery from Fletcher from 3rd up into 2nd, and important for him to be ahead of Aidan Hills here. Cossins is 4th in standings behind Tom Griffiths. So Cossins needs the win as much as anybody else in the 24 car. Best result so far this year, brace of 2nd, Silverstone Grand Prix and Brands Hatch, both of them races number 1 of their respective meetings. This championship very much about speed, but also, as many championships are, about consistency. Huge fields, plenty of drivers happy to pinch the points away from you. So it's Patrick Fletcher from Aidan Hills. Fraser Fenwick, after his lightning start from 8th, is 4th on the grid. Joe Wiggin is there as well. Off goes Ali Bray again. Well, Ali's finding out where the grip is and isn't. Ali, the man who won the last race, round 11 of the championship at Anglesey, beg your pardon, round 12, wasn't it? Because he's round 13. As Aidan looks, Patrick Fletcher has to get a little bit defensive. Joe Wiggin side by side with Oliver Allwood as they went into the hairpin. We get to have a look. There is Tom Griffiths a little way back. Griffiths up ahead of Christopher Richardson in the 96 car. Christopher, having had a brace of DNFs in the opening round of the year, he's visited the top 10 a few times and will be looking for better things in this one. So we're going to start to get a feel for who's fast and who's not once we get to the end of this first flying lap. But it's Cossins out front, Fletcher from Aidan Hills. These two are going to play cat and mouse with each other. This is about the overall championship lead between those two, although Hills, with the lead that he's got points-wise, with that significant run of wins, probably won't have to bust a gut to get into 2nd position. A race finish is going to be important. Remember, 100 points for a win, 96 for 3rd would be the... Okay, he's only actually losing 2 points because Fletcher's in 2nd at the moment. Cossins fighting the car again. Fletcher 2nd. Fraser Fenwick in 4th. Watch for Fraser. Fraser, the reigning Mark 1 championship. Steve Foden, of course, was runner-up last year. We'll see him in action a little bit later on, in 2 races' time, and we look forward to that. Through in front of us goes the 98. That's Robert Way. Not sure why Robert's not showing on my list from earlier on in the season, but we'll come back to that a little bit later on as Fraser Fenwick tries to close in. So this is where we get our first flying lap readout. James Cossins crosses the line. Patrick Fletcher, Aidan Hills, Fraser Fenwick. Fenwick gets the fastest of the 4 and he's trying to hunt down here on Aidan Hills. So we've got a battle developing for 3rd place. Oliver Allwood is 5th. Joe Wiggin is in 6th place. Will Blackwell Chambers next up. Alex Stott is in 8th. Lee Britton 9th. You can see some of the dirt that's been brought back on the track by the spinners as Aidan Hills goes back into P2. Hills picked his moment there and grabs the position away from Patrick Fletcher. Good stuff from Hills, but remember this has still got just under 3/4 of the race to go. There is George Grant in the Downforce Radio Clapham North MOT car, and I think we'll see George out in the C1s tomorrow as well. So as ever, George, a busy man, absolutely the right thing to do at any age. If you've got the opportunity, get out and race as much as you can. So George, at the moment, in 22nd place, just ahead of Camel Kelsey. Off goes Robert Way, beg your pardon, Bruce Robinson in the number 90. And midfield battle here. Wilbur Tiley on the inside, dicing with Christopher Richardson. Richardson's dropped back from his starting position, and Wilbur Tiley going ahead of him into 14th place. And it's Cossins now under pressure from his teammate, the team boss. There aren't team orders, they both want to win, but it's Cossins from Hills with Patrick Fletcher in 3rd. A little bit of a gap back now to Joe Wiggin. There is Joe going through. Quick check on Adam Blair. A little bit of Adam's a driver I've known. The reason for the interest in Adam Blair, he's in the Treble 1 car, is that he raced in Formula First in the very early years that I was commentating. It was lovely to see him on the podium again at Silverstone, and great to see him back racing this weekend. Quick peddler, once he's sorted with these Mazdas, absolutely no doubt if he gets the budget he will be a championship contender for sure. Great to see him on track. Great to see these two as well. At the moment, Cossins from Hills. Is Aidan going to be able to close in? Fenwick with the fastest lap still, and across the line in 4th position last time, and there is Fraser being challenged by Ollie Allwood. Patrick Fletcher being reeled in by those two. Big gap back, so at the moment is Joe Wiggin coming under pressure from Will Blackwell Chambers, and Will gets a nice tight exit out of Murray's. A little bit of a sideways moment for Joe Wiggin, but beautifully controlled by the former champion in the Mark 1s. And here's the battle for the lead, and round the outside goes Aidan Hills at Rich's corner, and James Cossins is relegated to 2nd place. Aidan Hills. Aidan came down to my charity karting meeting in February and I think started at the back, and he'd got up to like 4th place in about 2 laps. He's incredible talent, as many of these drivers are. Off the circuit goes Sam heading off the circuit black and pink, hopefully not into a DNF. Manages to recover. There's a little bit of contact going on behind. I think that was Christopher Richardson possibly again, and you can see why. With the dirt that's being deposited on the track, it makes things very, very difficult indeed. And these are the guys that are coming across any of the debris, detritus from other cars we're not really seeing yet, but the mud coming off the circuit, they're the guys that reach it first. Hills from Cossins at the moment. There at Rich's is that dirt, and I guess the bonus for the drivers is the dirt's going to be on the inside, and in the wet they're going to be going around the outside, as Aidan Hills did, to take the lead. Is he going to be able to pull away from James Cossins here? So we might be looking at Hills Motorsport 1-2. A little bit further back, Sam heading back on track, goes around the outside of Robert Way. I have to have a quick look down the classes actually, if you'll indulge me a moment. So this will be as much for Rob down there in pit lane. Robert Way leading the club class from Wilbur Tiley and Kamil Kelsey. The Masters don't get a separate podium, I don't think, so it's overall podium and club podium here. So they're your top three. Rob will no doubt have his eye on TSL as well, just to see who he needs to catch up with in Parc Ferme. We're catching up with Will Powell there in 26. I don't think that's the touring car Will Powell, who's been stepped away from his touring car commitments and caused a little bit of a cabinet reshuffle, shall we say, in touring cars, only a small one, over recent weeks, and you can read about that elsewhere, probably in the motoring press as well. As Lee Britton having a little bit of a lonely time at the moment of it. Will Powell ahead of him. Tom Griffiths is in behind. And a brief look there at the number 14 car of Ali Bray after his excursions. Ali trying to fight his way back up the order, but out front it is Aidan Hills, the race leader, who ticks off another lap and gets the fastest lap as well. So Aidan with the overtake, which is not going to be on an ideal line necessarily, goes through, bags fastest lap, and he's only 0.8 of a second clear of James Cozzins. Cozzins' last lap a 2:36.946. Aidan Hills with a 2:35.932. Back up towards us, the 88 car of Alex Stott, 5th in the championship. Stott at the moment 8th in the race, trying to hunt down Joe Wiggin. Meanwhile on the inside goes Wilbur Tiley. Issues there for Liz Walton in the Tucker Motorsport prepared car. That will be yellows for one part of the track. Didn't quite catch where that was. There is the number 19 car. So as we said, Tucker Motorsport car, Liz Walton, who started 33rd. Running the club class. Liz has got it going again, all about as much as how you can recover as much as making a mistake. I've got to say, commonplace as well, that's coming out of the final turn before they come on the main straight, as Alex Stott manages to pass Joe Wiggin, so that was for 7th place. Stott using the outside line. The Hills Motorsport car seems to be set up pretty well for wet conditions here. So it looks like the Hills cars have been, if Dave Longhurst is down in the paddock today helping with the setups, but certainly a lot of knowledge on the teams, as we now see whether Joe Wiggin can get back in on the action. Wiggin now down to 8th place. Lee Britton is the chaser. Alex Stott, valuable points for him. Joe Wiggin in the 41 car. Again, missed out on Anglesey, so that will be drop scores. He's had one other DNF and one other non-start in the third race at Croft, which will dent his championship hopes. Certainly very much a fancied driver. Super driving there, wonderful stuff from Liz Walton, who pulls over and allows this battle between Stott and Wiggin to come through. Liz recovering as she makes her way down the Bentley straight. Now into the complex we go, and it's Stott still there. He had the line to defend on the outside. Clean, fair stuff from the pair of them at the moment. Take my hat off to them in those conditions. Through goes the 14 car next up as well, which is Ali Bray making progress through as well. So Ali Bray climbing back up the order. Aidan Hills has crossed the line again and improves on the last lap with a 2:34. This suggests things are quickening up out there. So it looks like the circuit is drying. And if we look at Stott's car, it's intermittence from him on the wipers. And what spray there is, I think, going up onto the windscreen of Joe Wiggin as they go across the line. So heading up here along Centre Straight. I've forgotten all about the time on this one. We've got 6 minutes and 12 to go. So getting towards three-quarter distance here of our first Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race of the weekend. Through they go with Sam Heading. Again, a good recovery from Heading. Not so good there for Wilbur Tiley, who gets crossed up, goes onto the grass. He's trying to control it, and the Jolly's Motol car has a little bit of a gyration. Plenty of wheel spin going on. See if we can get Wilbur back in the race. Let's have a quick look. Wilbur Tiley was leading the club class, so whether I suspect that Robert Way will have gone past by the time we get the next look at them. But this is a three-way battle now, and let's have a look. So Wiggin is back ahead of Alex Stott, and coming into it is Ali Bray with a brave look down the inside line. Remember, It could be more grip on the outside, but Bray gets the car hooked up very well. And is it drying now? Bray did a super job of going down the inside of Joe Wiggin, but Wiggin gets more momentum, recovers the place, but Ali Bray is all over him at the moment. Super race between the two, and a lovely pass by Ali Bray on Alex Stott as they went down into Agostini. So heading into Williams, he's looking at the outside run. This is brave stuff from Bray. We know he's a good hard challenger, is Ali Bray. Went to the outside, the gap is left, and he's down the inside of Joe Wiggin once again. Wiggin turns in, Wiggin's going to go for the crossover, and now we've got Alex Stott coming up to play too. Stott at the back of this trio. The work's been done though by Ali Bray, who gets up into 7th place at the moment. He's got to try and hunt down Will Blackwell-Chambers, who might be a fair way down the road. We saw a flash of car going through. I'm not sure if that was Will to the 4 of our shots, but there's a big gap now between Will Blackwell-Chambers. Now, it was Will Blackwell-Chambers, actually. So there is Ali Bray. Alex Stott still trying to get ahead of Joe Wiggin. So while those two were squabbling with each other, Ali Bray closed in and managed to pass them all within a matter of a couple of corners. Super stuff from Bray, and that gets him up into 7th place. Aidan Hills has crossed the line again. There is the number 8 car. Championship leader, race leader. What's the gap as they go across the line? Once again, 3.793 seconds. And Patrick Fletcher is now closing in on James Cozzins. Also closing in is Fraser Fenwick in white, who has a look to the inside. That line is grabbed by Patrick Fletcher in black. Cozzins, with the pair squabbling behind, might get a little bit of breathing space here. Cozzins was very quick, second in qualifying, very quick off the line in the early stages. Let's see how this develops. Now we're back with Ali Bray. Joe Wiggin in 41, Alex Stott in 88, back next to issues there, very sadly. That's Amy Watts. So Amy and Wilbur, the two teammates, both having issues off track. They equally, both recovering, which is important, will add to their knowledge base for this race and possibly the later one in the day, if it's still like this condition-wise. Cozzins and Fletcher, that settled down a bit. I was getting excited in a sort of anticipative sort of way that this might ignite, but it's not going to at the moment because Cozzins, I think, has responded. That might be because of the pressure that Fraser Fenwick was putting on Patrick Fletcher in 3rd place. But at the moment, Fletcher is the man who's going to occupy the podium. Quick look back, Robert Way is now the leader in club class. Wilbur Tiley recovered well, and he's in 2nd, and Camel Kelsey still 3rd in our club class runners to give them a little bit of coverage, which we might not otherwise get to see. Hills, though, the race leader, may not have been pole for him, but this is exactly what he wants. Race win, potential fastest lap, and he'll be only thanking me for that if he makes it to the end. Otherwise, it could be the curse of the commentator. The gap on the last lap, 3.793 seconds. They're coming out of the complex, down through bomb hole once again. Patrick Fletcher has got, okay, so it looks like it's going to be curtains for Amy Watts. White, gold, purple helmet. The gold W for Watts emblazoned across the middle. Nice sort of traditional-ish crash helmet design on Amy's car. You can see how Aidan Hills is just working hard at the wheel to keep the car on track. And this is a little bit of a battle here with Fraser Fenwick looking to try and get up on the podium. Fenwick in the 263 car, actually looking for a first podium in Super Cup. So this could be a historic moment for him, and he's teeing up the inside run along centre straight down towards Riches. I think he's too far back, but he's certainly having a look, and he's Fletcher worrying at the moment as opposed to Sheep worrying, which you might get probably on Anglesey, I guess is where you get that, or Pembrey. Don't visit Pembrey, but we do with Anglesey occasionally, as the race leader now starts to begin to approach a little bit of traffic. So this won't concern Aidan Hills because he's racing all sorts of things in close quarters, and I'm sure will manage to pick his way through. Again, a little bit further back, Ali Bray goes through shot. Joe Wiggin still there with Alex Stott. This has been a treat to watch these two playing cat and mouse with each other, and they've handled things very well indeed, you have to say. Right in traffic, and maybe with other cars looking closer. Aidan Hill still out front. 3.4 seconds was the gap on the last lap. The second car, the stripy affair, again good driving from the back markers, waving the lead runners through. Apologies for using the term back marker, it's always not necessarily PC, but to do so, because all of those entrants have paid their fees and are perfectly entitled to be on track. But good manners by the respective traffic as the clock ticks down. So this will be the final lap, and it's Aidan Hills who leads it. There is Patrick Fletcher in the 29 cart still there, all a little bit crowded further back as we pick up with the 81, Matt Shears heading that group. James Cozzins closing in here on Aidan Hills, it has to be said. So through Nelson, Cozzins is having a late charge. He's clear of Patrick Fletcher. Fletcher in turn looking that he's managed to fend off Fraser Fenwick here. I think Fraser is going to have to wait maybe a little bit longer unless we see he's closing in. Fenwick's having a real good go here, makes it through on the inside of the car that he then laps as Aidan Hills comes through Coram for the last time and looking to make it yet another win. This will be win number 8 and back on the top step of the podium for Aidan Hills. He was absent from that top step on Anglesey. He'll be happy to do so here at Snetterton as the cars come up to cross the line. There is the checker. Aidan Hills takes the win. James Cozzins in second place and gets fastest lap. He was closing in on Hills at the end. It's Patrick Fletcher in third place. Fraser Fenwick in fourth from Will Blackwell Chambers. Oliver Allwood in sixth. Ali Bray seventh. Good recovery from Ali Bray after his moments off. I'll tell you what, we're in for 2 more great races from these cars over the course of the weekend. Joe Wiggin in 8th. Alex Stott is still busy dicing here with Joe Wiggin, but just outbreaks himself a little bit there. Having said that, did he find some grip on the mud? He might have got some momentum out of the corner. It's all playing off behind him. Let's see whether Wiggins is going to do it. That's how far they were behind Ali Bray. Here's the checkered flag. Across the line they go. I tell you what, Stott recovered from that moment very well indeed, but perhaps rightly in the end. Joe Wiggin got the better of him. He kept it on track and keeps 8th position from Alex Stott in 9th place. 10th goes to Sam Heading from Lee Britton. 11th, Robert Way in 12th place will win the club class. Again, second in club class at the moment is Wilbur Tiley, and third in club class 64, Camel Kelsey. Rob, so if you're busy looking at those, I think they're the guys you need to head to in Parc Ferme. But Robert Way takes another win. Has he had one at each meeting so far? Possibly has. I didn't check up the club class wins at Silverstone. Fairly sure he did. Certainly had podiums in club class, so he will be very much delighted with that. Difficult race conditions wise for everybody. They all behaved well. A few people learnt from spins, and ultimately it was Aidan Hills from third position on the grid. Not the best of starts for him, but he chipped away, he came back, he used his race knowledge and significant track knowledge to take the win. Didn't get fastest lap though. That goes to James Cossins, the man who out-qualified him, remember, and got the fastest lap on the last lap of the race as conditions were beginning to improve. Hopefully improving for the CityCar Cup, which we will see next up. Last few runners just coming through on the 300 circuit here at Snetterton. Race 2 of 8 today, complete for you on our stream. Across the line to pick up the checker flag. I've actually run out of screen on my tablet, which is a little bit of a pity. But Aidan Hills, well, as we used to joke in another championship about other drivers, Aidan Hills still leads the championship as the championship leader takes the win and pulls a solitary point on James Cossins in the standings. Cossins getting the bonus point for fastest lap means he nets 99 points away from that one, but it's 100 for Aidan Hills as the rest of the runners just make their way across the line to conclude things here. We will try and get down to Parc Ferme once the leaders are in, as I've run down the top 10 overall already for you, and indeed the top 3 in club class, and hopefully Rob Lewis will be able to grab those guys. Here's confirmation of the result for you. Hills from Cossins, who got fastest lap. Patrick Fletcher third from Fraser Fenwick. I'm keeping my eyes over on the far side for the fast cars coming through as well. Will Blackwell Chambers fifth, the defending champion from Ollie Allwood. Ali Bray, Joe Wiggin, Alex Stott and Sam Heading in 10th. 11th goes to Lee Britton, and club class win to Robert Way from Tom Griffiths and Christopher Richardson. Will Powell next up from Adam Blair. Scott Wright and Josh Morris. Wilbur Tiley in 19th, takes second in the club class. Martin Tolley winning his class as one of the Masters. Tom Selden, Camel Kelsey, third in club class. Nick Rutter was a class winner too. Alistair Dendy from Max Merrick, George Grant, Alexander Jones. And it disappears before we can give you any more because they are now in the remit of the man on the mic in Parc Ferme, down to Roberto.
Well, first of all, Richard, the hood is down. The rain is coming, but the hood is still down. And I've got a very, very happy Aidan Hills here. I've also got a very, very happy James Cousins. Best bit about Club Motorsport, they can race hard in arguably one of the most competitive series in the country and still have that respect. But first of all, Aidan, your thoughts in that race. The rain made things very, very tricky, didn't they?
Yeah, I'm glad we had 2 green flag laps. I haven't raced around here in the wet for years, and the last time I did was with a set of proper wets and a Ginetta. So well done, Patch. Good race, mate. Well done, mate. Yeah, so it's in these tyres in the rain are like, honestly, it's like driving on ice. So I had to, you know, claw back all of that rallycross experience from when I was a kid to get, you know, keep the car under control. And I think I just found the grip in the fast corners quicker than everyone else, and that's where my pace was really in that race.
Absolutely. I mean, certainly in the early stages of the race, Ali Bray had a big one in front of the pack. It probably had the same grip levels as Liddon Hill.
Yeah, on the loose, yeah, 100%. Honestly, off the start, like we're going off the line with like no revs and everyone's spinning up. I genuinely couldn't believe how little grip there was. So fair play to everyone to even get to the finish. You know, it was hard, close racing, but obviously massive thanks to the team first and foremost. A 1-2 for us is amazing, and I think that's my 8th win of the year. So can't really complain with that.
Can't complain about that at all. Well, fantastic win there, Aidan Hills. More to come there in the races to come?
Well, I actually messed up qualifying, so I got done for track limits quite a few times. So race 2 I got to start 9th. So I suppose just survival really, get through the first couple of laps and see what we can do, see what the weather does as well. But I'm enjoying my racing, and that's the most important thing.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Aidan. Fantastic win. Right, second place, James Cousins is currently being interviewed by Mark. Oh, Mark very kindly has let me in for the live stream. James, we had a little interview this morning actually for a bit of the sort of lunchtime reel, and you said you were feeling a bit confident. You know, you wanted to get on top of qualifying to get that result. Second place, not too shabby at all.
Not too shabby, but it sucks when you were first. So, you know, it's all right. Yeah, you know, it's great for our guys in Hills Motorsport. 1-2 again. Unfortunately, you know, I was sort of settling in. I was a bit cautious because in the warm-up lap, Patrick, who started on pole, actually almost chucked it off 3 or 4 times.
There was about 4 cars that actually fell off on the outlap. It was a bit tricky.
Yeah, it's part of the fun, isn't it? Yeah, it just took me too long to get in the groove. I felt quite good at the end, and then I was actually gaining a little bit on Aidan, and unfortunately I got caught up by a back marker. So I had to lift off for quite a long time, and then Patrick caught right up to me. But yeah, that's part of it. It was a good race. Aidan, I came around the last corner, just got far too much wheel spin, and Aidan just got the launch on the left-hand side, which sets him up for the outside where all the grip is at turn 1. So I had nothing to do but just hold on and see him, try not to crash into him.
Hold on and see. Right, game plan for the rest of the weekend?
Win.
Absolutely.
I don't know. To be honest, I think I was okay in that. It's I've not really done any wet running around here, so I struggled to sort of find where the grip was. But there's a couple of new patches of tarmac, which is great. And yeah, I think I just got to start off where I finished in that one. I should be all right.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, congratulations on a superb podium there, James. Let's speak to Patrick Fletcher, if he's around. They're on a bit of a conflab at the moment, talking about what the racing was doing. Patrick, if I bring you in here, good sir, while our cameraman does his dancing. Patrick, fantastic race, solid podium, tricky conditions out there.
Yeah, I don't know how tricky it looks on the TV or the live stream, but it's really hard just keeping it on the track around a lap, let alone racing others in the wet. I think you saw my start. I had a really bad start, and I'm lucky I didn't lose more places than that, but literally just wheel spin off the line. I don't think there's anything I could do about it apart from maybe roll, but that's cheating off the line. But no, it was really good. There was points where people behind me like Ollie were catching me up, and I thought I was a bit under threat. But then there was other points where, like, as James said, there were back markers, and I caught James up, and there was an opportunity potentially to overtake him, but then a back marker would become between us and the gap would open again. So overall, yeah, I think that's where I deserve to be. Maybe Ollie Harwood as well, he deserved to be higher up, and I think he had a mechanical problem towards the end of the race, but happy with the P3 and taking him the trophy.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a superb podium there. Now I'm on the hunt for a club class winner, who just happens to be Robert. Wait, Robert, I've got to come and grab you. A superb win in the club class. Wilbur Tiley actually had the number for most of that race, but you just got there in the end.
Yeah, I've been struggling with power, so he just drove straight past me on the straight, and then I was like, well, he's probably going to throw it off. So he did. So it was all good. So yeah.
It's one way to sort of inherit the club class win.
Yeah, no, works for me. Whatever works. But I was coming back at the end of the race anyway, so as I got some heat in the tyres and got some confidence, and I was like loads quicker in the middle section of the race, so yeah, it was good.
Obviously, speaking to the top three, conditions always very tricky out there. What's the key, especially in these MX-5s? They're very twitchy.
Try every line that you can think of, and you'll find one eventually that has grip, and it's often where you don't expect it, so that's what you do. Just try everything.
Good old-fashioned karting.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there on a superb club class win there. And that rounds out our top three podium and our club class winner for the Mazda Super Cup. We've got more track action to come, so it's time to hand back to Richard John Neal.
I was thinking of a line from a musical there. Climb every mountain, try every line. But I don't think, well, I won't do any more singing, you'll be pleased to know, but that was good to hear from Robert Way. And it is what you've got to do, try every line. We are now going CityCar Cup Championship racing. If you're looking for a way into motorsport, this, with your iGo, your 107, your C1, don't forget we've got the big we've got the big 5-hour C1 race tomorrow. A great way, a great cost-effective way of getting into some competitive motor racing. And some serious drivers in it now. Plus, we've got the Student Motorsport Challenge as well. So 2 championships for the price of 1. Elliot Lettis is on pole with Stuart Bliss alongside. Andrew Dyer and Jack Wheeler on row 2. Richard Jett is next from Joe Moss on row 3. 4th row, Bradley Porter and Christopher McKenzie. Row 5, Arthur Simonday and Hayden Payne. Both of those guys in the Student Motorsport Challenge, and we'll do the complete run-through of them a little bit later on. Dominic Fletcher and Bob Bannister are on row 6. Then Richard Snuggs and Liam Browning, another of our SMC drivers. Alex Foden is on row 8 with Prem Ginder, who's a rookie or novice championship leader at the moment. John Nicholson and Amelia Vincent, again with the Student Motorsport Challenge, 18th on the grid. 19th is Benjamin Bastow. I'm getting a little bit ahead of the graphic, so apologies if you're following the graphic as well as myself. There we go with Ben Bastow and Andrew Payne. Peter Bauer is 21st and Alistair Mearing next up. There they are popping up onto the grid, which is completed by the following 3 drivers. Number 5, David Williams. Alongside David will be Harvey Blake Jones, and then our final driver, and one of the novices, is Jason Dean. So a great lineup with 25 cars qualify. Actually, we've got some more cars involved in the mix as well, which went out afterwards. So we've got Louis Torres and Duncan Stone. Duncan, a front runner in the championship a couple of seasons ago when Nick Grindrod won it, and I think associated with Nick's team, if memory serves correctly as well. As we look across, there's Bob Bannister in the grey and yellow 64 car. Elliot Lettis, the championship leader with 456 points. Stuart Bliss is second. Those two renew their championship battle here. In terms of the Student Motorsport, where we've got youngsters getting involved in the preparation of cars. You don't have to be one of the youngsters driving it, and it can be an association or otherwise. Team Northbrook Racing, the reigning champions, might have known them as Met Motorsport last year, leading the championship by a fair way from Brscc Sports, with East Surrey College in 3rd place. And it was the number 11 car that took the Student Motorsport pole, the Brscc Sport car, which second in the championship, and they've now got Andrew Dyer on board. Andrew taking over from the previous runner, Duncan Haller, who's helping his son Max now up in karting. Max is racing in Super 1. And what we're seeing, from my point of view, and I may well be wrong, he says laughing. Yeah, I'm often wrong, to be perfectly honest. But we're seeing the Student Motorsport teams doing what Oxford Brookes did with Ben Craner last year, maybe trying to get drivers with a little bit more experience in so that they can edge towards the top. And certainly the Brscc team getting Andrew Dyer involved, that sort of says, yep, okay, we'll get a top driver in. So Andrew Dyer was Student Motorsport pole from Jack Wheeler from East Surrey College, Radio Tech as we used to call it back in the day. Goodness me, that sounded like Brian Jones, didn't it? Maybe shouldn't have said that. So he's second in class, and Richard Jepp, who is the championship leader in the Team Norfolk racing car, third. So we've got 3 Student Motorsport class cars all together and all at the front of the grid, which is absolutely magnificent. We look forward to seeing that development. From Student Motorsport, big thank you to Melanie and Pete Edwards, the Motorsports School, for being our backers this weekend. Absolutely brilliant of them to get involved, and we'll try and impart a bit more about them as and when we are able to. But massive thank you to them for their patronage of the championship or this weekend. Really greatly appreciated. So fantastic stuff for them. So overall championship, Elliot Lettis, who's only actually been beaten the once so far, leads the championship from Stuart Bliss. Christopher McKenzie, who's down in 8th on the grid, is 3rd from Richard Jepp. He's 4th in the championship, Richard. And Richard, as we said, the leading Student Motorsports Challenge runner as well. As well as having vastly experienced drivers in the Student Motorsport Challenge, we've also got a lot of drivers that don't have a huge amount of racing experience, like of Amelia Vincent, who's running with Wiltshire College and University Centre. And then we're missing a couple. We had a record grid, by the way, for Student Motorsport last time out on Anglesey, with 10 cars starting. And talking to JP Latham, John Paul Latham, who runs that section of the championship, I think the aim is to have a standalone champion. I don't think it's that far away. I've been trying to persuade my son's college to get involved, but at the moment my persuasion's falling on deaf ears. I don't think I make a particularly good salesperson, to be honest with you, but we'll try and get them involved. And the involvement can be from building and entering a complete car to maybe having an association with a driver that's out. There's Prem Gindi, who is the novice leading champion at the moment, has done one round or one event more than Arthur Simonday in car number 12, and Arthur is really banging in the results. Arthur is I was going to say novice pole, but we've got Joe Moss, car number 23 on pole actually for the novices this weekend. Joe's only done one race so far, which was here earlier on in the season. The season opener was at Snetterton during a colder time of the year when it was warmer, if that makes sense. So Prem Gindi is, and again, apologies Prem if I've pronounced that incorrectly, by all means message me, which I will be able to pick up at the end of the day, and that's not before. Novice championship leader from Arthur Simonday, with Louis Torres next up, and then Jason Dean is 4th at the moment in the rookies. We've already spoken about the Student Motorsport Challenge. Student Motorsport points 2017, 15-14, 50 points for an overall win, so 2 completely separate points championships, but the drivers will also score points in the overall championship as well as in the Student Motorsport, so plenty to look at, far too much going on to be able to talk about over 15 minutes of racing coming up. And again, hats off to the Brscc for getting everybody out on time and having the 2 laps, which these guys behaving themselves, and girl behaving themselves a little bit better than the Mazda Super Cup runners were earlier on in the day. So Elliot Bliss, unsurprisingly, is the man to beat, and he will start from pole position. Sorry, Elliot Lettis, the man to beat from Stuart Bliss, with Andrew Dyer, the runner-up from last year. Wonderful to see him back, and with the Student Motorsport team, and he's going to be engaged with Jack Wheeler in battle, we hope. Jack Wheeler coming up in the black and green car. Andrew Dyer is in red, Richard Jepp in the orange and black car, and then just coming into line alongside Richard Jepp is Joe Moss in the red. So it's a Peugeot 107 on pole. The Citroens have been butted off the front row here, so it's Peugeot 107, Toyota Aygo on the front row of the grid, 2 Citroens on row 2. The C1s do comprise most of the grid, to be fair. Andrew Dyer and Jack Wheeler in C1s, Richard Jepp's Peugeot 107 and Joe Moss in the C1. Bradley Porter and Christopher McKenzie are next up. We will see the red light on the gantry. I missed it for the first race, but we did manage to catch it on our second race as the CityCar Cup enters its 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th race of the season. I had to count that because I forgot it was a triple header on Anglesey. So the long trip was worth it for everybody. Student Motorsport, I'll come back to Student Motorsport a little bit later on. The teams that aren't here, to give them a little bit of support. Red lights are on. Off go the lights, and good start again. The outside front row seems to be favoured. Stuart Bliss got away well. So Elliot Lettis has work to do. Andrew Dyer in red is in the mix as well. And what about the fourth place car, the black and green of Jack Wheeler from the East Surrey College? He slots into third place. So a good start by all of our Brscc CityCar Cup runners, sponsored by Nankang Tyres, and they all make it around Riches and head down into the Wilson hairpin for the first time for 15 minutes, which has actually eaten a bit into that extra lap for safety reasons, eaten into the race time, which is a pity, but a good idea for safety. So well done to the Brscc race officials, as ever, keen to give everybody as much racing as possible, but significantly as much safe racing as humanly possible as well. Harvey Blake-Jones down there at the back of the field at the moment. Prem Ginder in the 42 is involved in the mix as well. But here they come down towards the hairpin out of Palmer's for the first time, and it's Stuart Bliss still there after that cracking start. It's the black and green around the outside. That's Jack Wheeler, who's looking for second position on the championship leader, Elliot Lettis. Are we going to see Wheeler put the East Surrey Student Motorsport car? He's in the student lead at the moment. Is he going to be able to get that up onto the second step of the podium? It's going to be great for him if he does. Round the outside line goes Peter Bauer in the 101 car, and back to our race leaders, and it's Stuart Bliss still there, and Jack Wheeler did get the job completed and goes through, and he's going to have a little nibble at the race leader as well. So the form book has been ripped up a little bit here, and Elliot Lettis, the pole position man, championship leader, as we come towards around about a third of the way around lap one, is back in third place. So coming through Williams back onto the straight, we've got Andrew Dyer, beg your pardon, Joe Moss, isn't it, in fourth place? I was thinking of red colour, but it's Joe Moss that's come through in that fourth position. Duncan Stone in the 63. I tell you what, Duncan Stone's making up a lot of ground. Front runner, as we said, for a couple of years back. Second event of the season for Duncan. Had a 19th, 15th and 16th here at Snetterton in the first round of the year. So Stuart Bliss, the race leader. Elliot Lettis not being left by any stretch of the imagination at the moment, and he'll gain in confidence as the race continues for sure. Super entry-level motorsport here. Inaugural champion was Nick Grindrod, who went on to Super Cup. We spoke about Nick not being in the Mazda Super Cup race earlier on, which was a little bit of a pity. Andrew Payne going through in the red 73, and up towards the conclusion of our first lap comes the race leader, Stuart Bliss, number 18. Stuart, winner here at Snetterton in race 3 on the opening weekend, but since then has been played with second place. He's certainly occupied the second step on the podium many, many times. Worst result was 9th in race 3 at Croft, and he's looking like he might better that now as Elliot Lettis makes a challenge for second place as they go across the line at the end of the first lap. Lettis on the outside run. Let's see whether Jack Wheeler can hold on to it. No, Wheeler's lost it. He's down to third place. Coming up, though, is Bradley Porter, who's in fourth. Then the 21 car of Christopher McKenzie. They're followed by Joe Moss in the 23, was fourth a good few corners ago. Well, now we've got Bliss and Lettis 1 and 2. Are we going to see Elliot Lettis close in? Is Jack Wheeler going to be able to stay with them? Because it's Bradley Porter in light blue in fourth position. See what Bradley can do now as well. Very interesting first lap from our runners. Am I going to get time here to give a shout out to Coleg Gwent, who have a scheduled clash along with Coleg Menai, 58 and 9 cars who are with us on Anglesey, not with us this weekend sadly, and the second Barrack Sport car driven by James Smith had damage at Anglesey. That will be repaired and hopefully out next time, so wanted to give those guys a quick shout out, and we'll mention the other college teams a little bit later on. But there's a challenge down the inside, goes Christopher McKenzie in the Bitcoin car, makes the move, passes Bradley Porter. So a really smart move there, and up into 4th place. Still chasing in 3rd is Jack Wheeler in the 57. It's Elliot Lettis in 2nd place, but Lettis trying to take Wheeler with him to have a go at Stuart Bliss, who's led this one superbly at the moment. We'll get the fastest flying lap once they complete this one with 6:39 on the clock. This is the first of 3 races for the Brscc CityCar Cup competition this weekend, and they're all getting stuck in now, and Wheeler is side by side with Elliot Lettis, who looked to the outside, didn't pay off for him, but now here comes the 21 car of Christopher McKenzie in the Bitcoin car, who's going to look up the inside. Wheeler busy defending at the moment as they go down the straight once again, so Wheeler working hard and up ahead of Elliot Lettis to get into that 2nd place, but Lettis is going to have the run as they come down into the Brundle-Nelson complex. Through goes Stuart Bliss in the race lead, side by side. Let's see how much room and respect they give each other. The answer to that question is that they do so well. East Surrey College emblazoned proudly on the side of the 57 car, not only gets back into 2nd position, but retains it. Lovely racing between the pair of them. This is why it's such a great place to come and learn. Trying to encourage my son to go this way once he's got his racing budget together. It's a good thing to do. Now we've got Lettis under pressure from the Bitcoin car as well. Here's the race leader though, Stuart Bliss out front, big, a little bit of contact there, and the black and blue car gets a little bit of contact. Away goes Bradley Porter, bang into the barrier, off as well goes Christopher McKenzie. That could well be a safety car for the car that hit the barrier. It looked like a nasty hit, and that was all. Maybe these guys running up towards the very sharp end of things for the first time. Apologies if I've called that wrong and they've been there before. As across the line we go to complete the 2nd lap of the race, and it's Richard Jepp who gets the fastest lap. The Student Motorsport Challenge driver gets the fastest lap of the race. He's the fastest of the student runners as well, and goes through. Richard is in 6th place from a 5th position start, and that's with cars going off on the exit of Coram on the way into Murray's. Stuart Bliss the leader, Jack Wheeler in 2nd position, Elliot Lettis. Those other interlopers kind of sort of dealt with themselves, didn't they? It was a great pity. We'd love to have seen them get a little bit more embroiled in the race lead, and they're going to have a heck of a lot of work to do in race 2, because where you finish determines where you start. So we look across Richard Snuggs in the 88 car. Richard's been an interesting driver to watch his progression in terms of results over the season, because the 88 car has got further and further up to the front. 12th, 14th, 12th at the first round, then 11th and 7th in round 2, backed up with the 21st in race 1, and then 4th, 3rd and 6th on Anglesey. And the 88 car is going to be very definitely one to watch for the future. He's making good strides with these cars, getting used to the racing and running well. As we look at Arthur Simonday closing in on Christopher McKenzie. So Simonday, the French by birth driver who was brought up in Texas. There is Duncan Stone in the 63, Phil White's side. And was Duncan part of Phil White's pickup truck team back in the day? Very possibly was. Running with Viking Auto, which is the Grindrod company concern, on the side as well, and having a good run at the moment is Duncan Stone. As we go back to Stuart Lettis, who is under pressure from Jack Wheeler. This is wonderful to see the East Surrey car, which was East Surrey were leading for much of the year last year, but got pipped at the post by the Shoreham by Sea based college, Met Motorsport. As we said, they've changed their ID for this year, gone back to the old name that they used to have of Team Northbrook Racing back in the day. Team principal is Emma Norton. I think it was Emma, I spoke to earlier on in the year. We were talking about having a Croydon College versus them match, and maybe we could get East Surrey involved as well, and having a charity bash maybe in the winter, but they never came back to me. So if you're watching or listening, Emma, and it was you, get in touch with us. Actually, it was a Brands Hatch test day, I think I saw it, and we'll get that sorted out for the winter. That would be a cool thing to do. As we look across circuit at Alistair Mearing ahead of Prem Ginder. Let's have a quick look at the classes. Obviously Jack Wheeler leading SMC. It's Liam Browning second in SMC at the moment. So Liam having another good run. He's with Boston College, one of the teams I haven't mentioned. So team principal Lee Crisp will be pleased. Liam's only done the one meeting, was a podium on Anglesey. first time out. Jack Wheeler gets the fastest lap. Now, we've got the others to come across the line yet, so Richard Jett might get it back if conditions improve, but Wheeler on lap 3 has improved. Well, as we said, it's not Jett that does it, it's Christopher McKenzie who comes through and posts the fastest lap. Meanwhile, we look at Richard Jett in the 65 car. The 91 is Liam Browning, as we said, running actually I think now in 3rd place, because Richard Jett has got ahead of Liam in the Student Motorsport category. So it's Jett from Browning after they cross the line, so a little change there. So Student Motorsport top 3, and the top novice at the moment is 23, which is Joe Moss. So Joe Moss leading the novice category by a fair margin from Arthur Simonday at the moment. Arthur running in both the Student Motorsport Challenge and the novice category as the battle for the lead hots up, and we know that Wheeler was quicker than Stuart Bliss on the last lap, so he's closing in. It looks to me as if we've got, actually I would need to check out where Andrew Dyer is on his Student Motorsport debut. The answer is down in 9th place, as I hadn't called out what happened to Andrew Dyer. Here is Richard Snuggs coming under pressure from John Nicholson. John's best 7th place on Anglesey, race number 1. That battle at the moment not, I don't think, going to develop for now, but again back to the race for the lead, and it's Stuart Bliss who was led from the start, started from the outside of the front row. In Speedway they keep count of the number of times driver wins from a certain gate or position, and I think today we could be looking at outside of the front row being a good bet to start from. James Cossington certainly did the business, didn't he, from there in the Super Cup race, and we're seeing the same again. This will be the last lap because the clock, I didn't even look at the clock because we've had so much to talk about, is ticking down with 7 seconds to go. So I think we're going to see the checker at the end of this one. Is it going to be Jack Wheeler? Is it going to be Stuart Bliss holding on at front? Bliss has looked fairly confident at the moment. Jack Wheeler in the 57 car looking for a maiden podium. He's had podiums in Student Motorsport, but this is going to be a super result. And the East Surrey College boys are going to be very, and girls I dare say, are going to be very pleased indeed if he can hold on to that. The clock has ticked down, racing still going on absolutely everywhere. There is Duncan Stone dicing it out with Amelia Vincent. Amelia having a very good race here. The Wiltshire College and University Centre machine running well. The other college I've not mentioned is QE Motorsport, Queen Ethelberg's Collegiate, the only team comprised of school-age staff, and hopefully we'll get more to talk about them more later on in the weekend. A little bit of drifting from Stuart Bliss, but he knows it's game over. The job is done for him as he exits Murray's. Well clear, as it turns out, of Jack Wheeler, who started in 4th place, and they run up towards the checkered flag, and it's going to be a win, a second win of the season for Stuart Bliss, who goes across the line in the number 18 car, and his second win of the season here at Snetterton. Jack Wheeler, a maiden overall podium for him in the championship. There are problems for Dominic Fletcher in the 14 car, very sadly, and he's going to drop down the order, which he does. He was just outside the top 10. So it was Stuart Bliss from Jack Wheeler. 3rd position going to the championship leader Elliot Lettis. That's, you know, barely a scratch, is it, on his championship lead, as we watch Andrew Payne in red go past the pit lane entrance. 4th position went to car number 23, Joe Moss. Joe being our top novice, so well done to him on the novice class victory. Richard Jett in 5th position. 6th place goes to Christopher McKenzie. 7th is Liam Browning, who I think takes 3rd position in the Student Motorsport Challenge. Apologies if that needs to get corrected. And he fends off Andrew Dyer on his Student Motorsport debut in 8th place. Then in 9th it was Richard Snuggs, again in the top 10, so a good result for him. And rounding out the top 10 was John Nicholson in car 310, his Peugeot 107. But Stuart Bliss, second win of the season for him, under a fair bit of pressure there, and I've got to say it was a really good drive from Jack Wheeler. Super start from him, from 4th on the grid. Maybe the outside being a bit favoured, I don't know. That'll be something that Rob might get the chance to ask the drivers, but favoured start or not, those guys held on absolutely superbly. Here's our top 10, which I've already given you. Christopher McKenzie will go away with the bonus point for the fastest lap. But it was Stuart Bliss from Jack Wheeler, Elliot Lettis, Joe Moss, Richard Jett, Christopher McKenzie in 6th, Liam Browning Next up and completing the podium for the Student Motorsport Challenge, which was won by Jack Wheeler. Arthur Simonday comes home in 11th place from Hayden Payne. Duncan Stone from the back in 13th. Amelia Vincent 14th from Prem Ginder. Then Alistair Mearing from Bob Bannister, Alex Foden, Harvey Blake Jones and Andrew Payne in 20th. Rattling through the results so we can get down to pit lane when the cars make their way around. Benjamin Bastow next from David Williams and Jason Dean. Issues, bless you, sadly for Dominic Fletcher, Bradley Porter and Peter Bauer. So, result done. I'm not going to bother with championship points because there's simply too much to do, to be perfectly honest with you, but I think we can say that Elliot Lettis still leads the championship with his podium, and it's going to be interesting to hear their take on conditions in a... Could have done with a few more laps for me, but we can understand why they got the extra lap. And I've got to say the stewards and race officials' decision to run the extra green flag lap kept things nice and clean out there on track, and the fact that there were so few retirements and there was, I have to say, what appeared to be so little damage, testament to some great decision making as ever from the British Racing and Sports Car. Did you see the big news this week as well? Brscc appointed to look after Janetta going forward, which is great news for the club. And I have to say that's great news for Lawrence Tomlinson or the Tomlinson family and the Janetta concern. Not, as I said earlier on, they don't work with them anymore, but great group of people and a great arrangement for all concerned. So there is Elliot Lettis, championship leader. He'll be quite happy points-wise with third place. Dominic Fletcher's car still stuck there, which he will get back to. Good call there from the officials. There could be the tendency to bung a safety car out when there's a car there on the apex, but everybody knew it was there. Oh, recovery there straight away. And it means that the car's in one bit. The race was able to continue, as indeed race leader Stuart Bliss, or race winner Stuart Bliss, is now down with Rob. I think I can hear engines down there in pit lane. So as the recovery continues, let's get out the top.
It's a bit chaotic down here, Richard, not going to lie. They're still scrutinising the Mazda Super Cup cars there, but a very jubilant Bliss gets out of his car. Stuart Bliss, another win in the CityCar Cup. Very tricky out there. What's your thoughts?
Very slippery, just happy to be in first. Happy to get the win. I don't think I had the pace. I think Jack was probably a little bit quicker. But it was just a case of staying on. It was so slippery, and just to get a win against Elliot, because he's been on fire all year, is epic for us. So really happy.
Fantastic. And 2 more races for tomorrow. What's your thoughts?
If the rain stays in, change the car a little bit, try and get a bit more pace. Hopefully another win.
And what's the key to unlocking the pace out of these, ideally?
I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. Whatever's on that car, because that's quick.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on a fantastic win there, Stuart. I must say, Jack Wheeler, fantastic second place. You were very quick out there, but you also get the win in the Student Motorsport Challenge.
Yes, feels very good. Feels very good. First proper wet race as well, so it's good to know the car's got the pace.
Like a duck to water, then.
Yes, exactly that. No, I felt fantastic, to be fair.
Yeah, just lots of. What was the key? Was it just driving the karting lines, finding the grip where they perhaps wouldn't normally?
Trying to find the grip on the green flag laps helped, I think. Trying to stick to the outside as much as you can, some corners. Some it didn't quite work as well, but yeah, it's just finding the right lines.
Well, superb. Congratulations on a stunning win in the Student Motorsport Challenge. For the 2 remaining races for the rest of the weekend, what's your thoughts?
Hopefully keep it up, I guess.
And hope it rains a bit more?
Yeah, maybe.
Fantastic. Congratulations there on a superb second place. Now, Elliot Lettis, you've had things your own way for quite a bit of this season, but unfortunately this time it's only the 3rd place, although not to be sniffed at, it's another podium, but the win just quite far out of reach.
Yeah, I messed up the start massively, just wheel spin throughout 1st and 2nd, I'm not sure, 1st and 2nd, and then just went downhill from there, to be honest. Yeah, I need to learn how to set up a wet car. That's the first rule. But no, stuff to improve on, definitely. Yeah, but those 2 drove a brilliant race. I was just trying to hang on, pretty much. Yeah.
So, any setup changes for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, a lot softer. A lot softer, yeah. We're pretty solid, so try and go a bit softer, hopefully get some pace out of the car.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on another fantastic podium there for Elliot Lettis. Right, we've got cars out on circuit for the Mazda MX-5 Championship with gas shocks, so it's time to head back to our man in the commentary booth, Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Rob. That's quite interesting. I took the opportunity to have a comfort break then, and I could hear you from the loo. I just hope you couldn't hear me. Enough of that. Anyway, we move on here. Mazda's next up on the grid already. Absolutely brilliant. And we can see, as ever, any Mazda race is going to be absolutely super. And this one is going to be the same. We've got Adam Sparrow on pole position with Ted Bradbury on alongside Ted, looking for his first win. Steve Foden, championship leader, is next up. I need to dig me paperwork out, actually, because I haven't had time to sort things out. Here we go. Here's the grid for you. Adam Sparrow and Ted Bradbury on the front row of the grid. Steve Foden, championship leader, and Jack Noller next up. From the leading master, once again, Jason Greatorex and Jack Moody. 6 on the grid in car 544. Thomas Langford next in 75, and Luke Pullen in number 27, completing row 4. 5th row, Neil Chisnell and Adam Craig in number 29. Behind Adam, we've got Levi Asbett and Richard Wotton. They're followed by Will Chadwick, who is in car number 88. Up pops Will. Alongside Will is Oliver Graham in car number 24. 22 will be on the next row of the grid, the 8th row, and that's Owen Mills. Next to him is Harry Storer. Behind Harry Storer, we've got Tim Dorr and Bill Taylor, 18th on the grid. Bill, one of our guest drivers, as indeed Jack Moody is earlier on, neglected to mention that. Michael Green next up in 222, and Kevin Dengate, 178, completing our top 20. 21st, appropriately, number 21, Chris Malloy with Tom Mallet in 550. Then Graham Rumsey in 45. 67 is Clive Chisnell. And then it is Tim Storer. Following them, Jonathan Fieldsend, 26 on the grid, with Ryan Margulis in car number 11 alongside him. Simon Privet in 991. Another Simon for company on the 14th row of the grid is Simon Browning in car number 57. And completing the grid is Tom Mallet. Actually, Tom, I think I called earlier on, he's actually at the back of the grid, had a penalty. And moved back from the timing sheet. I've got 22nd. I was calling from the timing sheet rather than from the actual grid. Thanks to TSL for providing me with paperwork today, by the way. Much appreciated. So in terms of the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Mark I Championship, we have the... I was talking about the Clubmans earlier on. The Clubmans obviously opened their day. Harry Storer was champion in 2021, and he has moved into the main championship, finds himself a little way down the grid. The championship led by Adam Sparrow, the pole position man. It's a familiar story here, isn't there, so far on the races we've had thus far this weekend. With Ted Bradbury, 2nd in the championship, lining up alongside. 3rd on the grid is Steve Foden. Now, I think once drop scores get taken into account, which they don't officially on the Brscc website, Steve Foden is probably going to be the man, because he's had the most wins, who leads the championship. And we'll come to his record in a moment or two. But at the moment, on gross points scored, Steve Foden is 3rd in the championship. Adam Craig, who's a little way back on the grid, is currently 4th in the standings. And now we've got Jack Noller 4th on the grid. Now, I don't think I had Jack Noller on the entry when I was looking at it on Thursday night. We do tend to get late updates. Our Jack Noller is there in the 36 car, so lines up 4th on the grid. Great to see Jack there. I think a former sim driver who's adapting very well to life on the circuits. And the conditions for this one, again, a 20-minute race, as with the Super Cup runners that we saw. And championship points was actually quite close between Ted Bradbury and Adam Sparrow. Ted's still looking for his first win. If we look, it's his first season of racing, and what a pleasure. I know this youngster is going to go a long way. Many of these drivers will, and Ted Bradbury certainly deserves to. In the 553 car, was 2nd in his maiden race, and he's been on the podium several times since then. But just not been able to get onto that top step. And if memory recalls, I haven't apologised, I haven't seen all the live streams, but I think the first couple of meetings he was having trouble with starts because he hadn't even driven a road car, was having a few issues getting away. There's Michael Green in the stripy treble 2 car. Michael Green, great name Michael Green, because there's a former world champion on the short ovals called Michael Green. I'm fairly sure it's not the same guy, because the Michael Green that I know comes from Manchester. In actual fact, he's racing tomorrow at Aldershot, so it won't be the same Michael Green. And cars going around on their second green flag. Good to see the crowd here today. If you are on your, I was going to say give us a wave if you're watching on the stream, but the delay is about 30 seconds, so we won't still be on you by the time we get you to wave. But hey ho, good to see you, and I hope you're enjoying the stream and the information coming through from either us or the circuit commentators here. And well done, and thank you for braving the conditions, and thank you for coming along and watching our Brscc racing this weekend. That's a little bit further back, the 88 car going through. That's Will Chadwick, joined the championship at Croft, impressed with a 17th and a brace of 13th place. He had 3 13th places on the trot, did William Chadwick. Maintained that form through Anglesey. His third 13th was on the first race at Anglesey, then got a 14th and a 15th after that. But it's Adam Sparrow that leads down towards us. Adam in the grey and orange livery. We've got the bronze, white and blue machine of Ted Bradbury. I put him on the spot. I was a bit horrible to him, actually, Ted Bradbury at Brands Hatch. If you watch the coverage back of that, I was asking him all sorts of random questions, and as youngsters do these days, they don't tend to hesitate when there's a camera or a microphone shoved in their face, and he was exactly the same in answer to the question as well. One of the questions was, do you have a nickname? And apparently it's Blueberry. He didn't know why, but I didn't think at the time it's because it's similar to Bradbury. I think that's where it comes from. So Ted Bradbury second on the grid. Adam Sparrow has had good season thus far in the number 19 car, has had 2 race wins. Silverstone race 2 at the start of the year, and the third race at Croft he was 4th, 3rd and 2nd on Anglesey, and that's the top 2. We're probably going to talk more about those in the course of the race. I also really need to highlight, as I did when we were talking about points, the progress made by Steve Foden, who had issues at the first round of the year. Steve, running in the number 77 car, had a DNF in the Silverstone GP for the first round, and then starting from the back of the grid came right the way through with a mega drive up into second position, and then backed that up in the third race of the weekend of the opener with a first place. And then after that he was first for another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins. Race 3 at Croft was a second, and then 3 straight wins on Anglesey. So Steve Foden, the man to watch as ever this season. There he is in the white car with the gold stripe down the centre of the car. But plenty of other drivers that are capable of getting onto the top step of the podium, one of which will be Jack Noller, who is in the Want to Race car, the white and blue machine you just saw go through shot. The white and red car behind is Jason Greatorex, who is the leader of the Masters Championship for the older drivers, as we grab a quick look at Richard Wotton in the number 3 car. Now Jason has sort of had a Steve Foden-esque run of wins in the Masters, and I say Foden-esque because he didn't win the first race. That was Masterclass in the first round, won by Simon Hartley, who I don't think is here. So interesting stuff, and we can probably expect Jason Greatorex to win again, because his nearest competition is Tim Dorr, 17th on the grid. So Jason Greatorex, you have to say, probably one of the drivers looking for an overall podium, if not win, rather than thinking about winning Masters. A lot of drivers do get that mindset, but the Masters category, good concept, and of course always worth fighting for silverware, perhaps for the slightly older drivers. So Sparrow and Bradbury on the front row of the grid, Foden and Noller on row 2. Keep an eye on the gantry, the lighting gantry, which once we're all ready to go will go to red. We get the 5-second board from the gantry in front of me. It's off camera at the moment, but that tells us we can expect the lights to go on very shortly. There is the light. Is it going to be a long wait? It's a very short one. And again, there seems to be maybe a little bit more of a hookup from the outside of the grid. And Jack Noller was quite quick away from row 2. Ted Bradbury is there at the moment. He's the meat in the sandwich. And we've got it's Noller from the second row of the grid. Bradbury again having a little bit of a problem maybe getting the car hooked up. That will come to him as he gets more and more experience. He probably hasn't had that many wet starts. But a super start by Jack Noller from row 2, who leads them into the Wilson hairpin. This is where he wants to be in the Go For It car. Out front, it's Adam Sparrow in second, and we've got a car going flat out and straight on into the crop. Hopefully okay. That's why there's a big runoff there. If the brakes fail, you can't, or you end up on the grass. Plenty of runoff to deal with that. We couldn't even see which car it is. Big sideways moment from Jack Noller. So it's Noller that leads. Adam Craig in the 19 is second, but it's the 36 car out front. Ted Bradbury is there at the moment in third. This is going to be interesting times for him. Maybe try and get another podium. Chris Malloy in 21 on the inside of Adam Craig in the 29 car. Numbers not exclusive to Super Cup. So you saw Patrick Fletcher running in 29 in the Super Cup. 29 in Mark 1's is Adam Craig. Thomas Langford in the 75 it is that's challenging Ted Bradbury at the moment in 553. A lot of the 3-digit numbers reminiscent for me of some of the stock car drivers days of old. I'm wondering actually whether Ted Bradbury is related to the Bradbury family on the short ovals. Again, probably have to defer to Andy McEwen on that one to see whether he knows. Meanwhile, Owen Mills and Oliver Graham involved in very good battle as the leading group comes down in towards the complex for the first time, and it's Jack Noller still there. Adam Craig under pressure from Ted Bradbury, who looks up on the inside, and Adam Craig seeds that one. Good stuff from the pair of them. Good clean racing. They all want to get through this one and also remain at the front of the field if they can for race 2. Race 3, they can probably afford a few more risks because you're not risking lots of grid places, and you're risking points but not grid places potentially, unless you get a grid penalty from any misbehaviour. Certainly that's not the case between those two. So it is Jack Noller. We're going to see a little bit of history being written here with Jack Noller's first win. Steve Foden is there at the moment in that 77. Will he be able to have a go? Off goes that's Tim Storer, isn't it, in the other Go For It racing car, having a look at the back end as ever they do. 10-second penalty board going out for somebody. Now, was that going to be a jump start? I could speculate as to who that might have been. 10-second penalty. Let's have a quick look down. Timing screen. Again, I'll run out of screen on my tablet here, so we might have to boot up the phone to see what we can do. As Jack Noller comes under pressure from Adam Craig. It's Steve Foden. Off goes Ted Bradbury. It's not going to be a podium for Bradbury in this one. Locks up. Manages to get the wheels turned. Get the car back in the right direction. Across the line goes Simon Browning in the 57. And again, at the moment, nothing showing on screen as to 10-second penalty. It might just be a warning going out. Again, I can't see from here who has got that. We may see them drop down the order. Forget about that. Let's go back to this because we've got a race on with Adam Sparrow trying to close in on the race leader. Third position, Steve Foden. Fourth is Luke Pullen. Then the 75 car of Thomas Langford. Thomas qualifying in 7th place as we approach 1/4 distance on this race. 15:48 on the clock. Noller would be aiming to get the best flying lap as well. Again, championship points, 100 points for the race win. So a little bit further back down the old Levi Absit getting stuck in. Oliver Graham is immediately behind him in the blue and orange. And up front, Jack Moody in the SMDG Motorsport car, who is coming under pressure. So let's see whether Levi Aisbet can try and get back at him. Meanwhile, having a go back at the race leader up at the sharp end of things, it is still the man who started fourth, Jack Noller, under pressure from Adam Craig. Steve Foden coming under pressure as well from Luke Pullen. Foden would dearly love to get another win here, but at the moment, it's not necessarily in Mazda racing with a good long season a bad thing to pick up a third place or maybe a fourth place, because the points are pretty generous. What he doesn't want to do is add to the potential drop scores that he might have. Battle for the lead very much on. What could Adam Craig do? So they come out of Murray's. They get a good run now along centre straight. Up into third place now does go Luke Pullen. So Pullen around Coram has got the better of Steve Foden. Thomas Langford in fifth, keeping a watching brief over those. The best flying lap goes to Adam Sparrow, who's got the lead. So Sparrow gets the fastest lap. He had very good momentum out of Murray's, grabs the lead as they go down into Riches for the third time, and Sparrow with the fastest lap on that, the first flying lap, at 2 minutes 43.8. So decent start then, and so far good driving standards had by all, as Steve Foden on the outside run here, trying to get back ahead of Luke Pullen for third position. Lots of dicing going on for the lower reaches of the top 10 at the moment. Jason Greatrex has, I think, dropped back a little bit. He's down in 8th place. And now the race leader, Adam Sparrow, pole position man, remember, so will have carried a little bit of confidence from that. And here's the battle for third with Foden and Pullen. And Luke Pullen had the advantage of the line going down into the hairpin. They come out of the hairpin and go back up to the left-hander at Oggy's. Potential overtaking place there, perhaps not in these conditions, and Foden has to content himself at the moment with fourth place. Now, has Jack Noller got anything in his armoury to get his confidence back and have a go at the pole position man? It was a really good start by Noller, and I must admit I was wondering whether it was Noller that perhaps anticipated the start too well. We'll have to see how that pans out over the course of the rest of the day. There is Neil Chisnell in the number 8 car. He's running down in 11th place at the moment, Neil, so keep our eyes on progress for him. Again, just having a quick look at okay, different timing things, see if we can pick up who the 10-second penalty was for. And we can't, so we can't bring you that, but it will all come out in the wash in TSL timing if you want to keep up with the results for your race programme if you're watching here, or indeed for the... Oh, and a spin there. Off the circuit goes the 29 car, the one we were talking about earlier on. Adam Craig. Off goes, and the race leader is off as well. It's getting slippery out there again, so we've had two front runners disappear off, and that's great news for Jack Noller, who was leading at the start of this lap, lost the lead and now reclaims it with the race leader going off as well. And Noller this time will go across the line with a good lead. Who's going to be second? It's still Adam Sparrow. Luke Pullen third, Steve Foden in fourth. Thomas Langford is next up, and then Levi Aisbett in sixth position. Adam Sparrow is going to be metaphorically kicking himself. The danger, of course, being the leader is if there is a condition change. I'm looking out of the windows now, and I can't see rain particularly coming down, but the track does look wetter, and if you're the race leader, you're the first person to happen on that condition. So Jack Noller back at the front, Adam Sparrow in second, Luke Pullen third, Steve Foden in fourth place as we look across the cars making their way down towards Palmer Corner. Here is the race leader. This, of course, gives Luke Pullen a fresh impetus at having a go to get up into second place. Thomas Langford closing in on Steve Foden in the 77. Very nearly said championship leader there, Foden. Probably should have worked the drop scores out. That would have been interesting to have a look. But we didn't, for whatever reason, as Jack Moody continues to dice there with Harry Storer. Harry Storer in the Go For It car, the former Clubman champion. Mentioned before today about the fact that you can start off in the Clubman Championship, move up into the Mark 1s, maybe move up into the Mark 3 Super Cup, maybe also come out in a Mark 5 and race in the Evolution Trophy with the Brscc, or indeed the SuperSport Endurance if you wanted to. You can do it on your own or pair up with another driver. As we look at Simon Browning in the Ali Bray Motorsport prepared car. The 57 down in 27th place. Lost out one position on that last lap to Jonathan Field's end. But Jack Noller's now has got the fastest lap. So that was on his last tour. So Noller back into the lead. It doesn't suggest that conditions have got more slippery, does it? If Noller's got the fastest lap with half of the race done, half to go. Owen Mills in the self-run 22 car immediately ahead of Jack Moody. And then Oliver Graham followed by Neil Chisnell in number 8. Colour scheme's really good all the way through the field as well. Not being shown off today by the rather dull weather conditions that we have here for you at Snetterton. Probably a good day to be sitting indoors and enjoying the racing. And Steve Foden has a little bit of a moment there. You can see Foden has been dropped by Luke Pullen, coming under pressure from Tom Langford. That might be one to stick with there, because Foden looking far from happy here in this race. Luke Pullen now extracts the fastest lap of the race and he's up into second place as they cross the line, ahead of Adam Sparrow. So Sparrow down to third, Steve Foden in fourth. So Pullen has not only lost Foden but got up into P2, and it's 2.9 seconds down on Jack Noller. William Chadwick heading a trio of racers here. 17th place, William Chadwick, followed by Michael Green in treble 2. Black and white flag going out. Looks like we've got several numbers on the board. Now I'm guessing that's going to be track limits for most of those guys, as is the bane of the drivers' lives. We heard Aidan Hill saying about that a little bit earlier on. Michael Green busy having a semi-Mr. Whippy moment up ahead of Bill Taylor in the SMDG Motorsports car. But we go back to the front end of things, and Adam Sparrow is trying to get on terms with Luke Pullen again, and Jack Noller. The gap at the end of the last lap was 2.9 seconds. It looks closer to me than that now. Let's see whether Noller is losing time. We'll get more of a feel for it once the camera is side on, but that looks considerably less than 3 seconds to me. I may be totally wrong. We'll see when they get round and cross the line again. 7 minutes 36 on the clock. And Adam Sparrow will be keen, the championship leader, to get back into the lead. You can see that third position is not under threat. Third as they went across the line was still Steve Foden from Thomas Langford, with Levi Aisbett in the 13 car. On for his best finish here. He's had a brace of 8. So good stuff from Levi, making good progress, and often the wet conditions a great leveller, and will show some emerging talent as we may be seeing there. The gap is definitely less than 3 seconds now. You can see they've closed up big time on Jack Noller, and as we head into towards the last 5 minutes of the race, the last quarter of this one, it looks to me like the lead battle is building up again, but a chance to have a look back a little bit further down the order. There is Jack Moody once again. Moody from Oliver Graham. Luke Pullen still putting the pressure on, so it's Pullen in P2. Adam Craig could be in a very handy place here. Pullen looks on the inside, has to take a little bit of curb, possibly a bit of grass, but he's going to get his nose in front here as we head up across the line again. 6 minutes to go here at Snetterton, the first race of the weekend, and Noller has got done by both of them. Adam Craig on the outside, Adam Sparrow, I beg your pardon, on the outside, and on the inside Luke Pullen, and look at that, it's Sparrow from third place, who used the outside run superbly, almost making up for perhaps the relatively sluggish start that he might have had on the inside. And he made the outside pay superbly there with a great run from third along the main straight and up into the race lead. And I hesitate to say poor old Jack Noller, who was the race leader. And remember, 2.9 seconds was his gap. That's it's Jonathan Field's end, having a bit of ascend into the field appropriately, perhaps. Sorry, I'll get told off for that, Jonathan. My apologies to you for that dreadful joke. Misguided. As we go back to the leaders, remember this is a 3-second lead virtually that was overturned. It was more than that, wasn't it? Because Sparrow was back in third place and he'd got the lead as they crossed the line at the end of that last lap, which was lap 5. and Sparrow looking very comfortable here. This is the drive of a championship leader for sure. Jack Noller doing great stuff in third place in the 36 car. Noller's had one podium so far, wasn't with us on Anglesey, had a podium in race 1 at Croft. Again, already a star of the championship, but very much a future star as Luke Pullen tries to close in as well. Pullen, what was it? The line was try every line, wasn't it? The line we heard from the CityCar Cup, and Luke Pullen's trying that now to get on terms with Adam Sparrow. Luke Pullen, remember, qualified 8th. He was on the outside of row 4, but he's put qualifying well behind him, and he's going for the race lead again, trying the outside as they come down into Brundle, into the left-hander. Pullen's going to try and brave it out. They're side by side, but is he going to get the inside run here through to Bomb Hole? Again, he's giving space. This is wonderful racing between the pair of them, and Luke Pullen on the inside as they head into Bomb Hole wrests the lead away from Adam Sparrow. Sparrow's going to fight back though on the run towards Coram. Super racing from the Brscc Mazda Mark-1 Championship, and now Pullen has got a look at the grip on the outside. Pullen, I think, has been sussing out the tarmac. He's really got to grips with, first of all, a relatively lowly grid position, 8th place. He's chipped his way through, hasn't put a wheel wrong so far. Make no apology for making that comment, even if it does mean the curse of the commentator on him. But look, those two were dicing hard, and they've dropped Jack Noller. Jack is still in 3rd place, so he's good for another podium, Jack Noller here. But it's Pullen from Sparrow, and they're closing in on Simon Browning. He'll be the first car that they have to deal with. Simon, I'm sure, will recognise that he's got those cars coming through. Probably will see a blue flag. Or be aware that the leading cars are happening upon him, and I think he's done that already. Looked like he was taking a wide berth as they went into the... He's keeping out of the way on the inside, on the entrance to the corner and on the exit. Fair play, Simon Browning, great driving. Pullen and Sparrow then still dicing. We look a little bit further back down the lead as it's still Tom Langridge. Steve Foden, whilst we've not been looking at him, he's dropped to 6th place now. So Levi Aisbett up into 5th position, on for another, not step on the podium because he's not quite on podium pace yet, but another place better in his results as Luke Pullen continues to lead here through Agostini. The good news for Adam Sparrow is he's not being hassled by Jack Noller at the moment. Noller, I think Noller was in the Mini Challenge E series that we did in lockdown, if memory serves correctly. Which probably means I've got a profile for him from kicking around somewhere, courtesy of Max Coates, who dug all that out. Meanwhile, coming back through the field is Ted Bradbury, and Ted's up towards the top 10 now. I think that move might get Ted in the top 10 after his excursion on the grass. So Ted Bradbury, again, scoring points and edging himself further towards the front of the field for race 2. And Adam Sparrow, you can see how tricky conditions are here. Now, I'll make a point here about how tricky things get. And I'll come back to the point in a minute because Adam Sparrow's going for the lead. He's got the inside. Now, this is where Luke Pullen managed to get the lead and hang on to it, but it's a different tactic here from Adam Sparrow, who's on the inside as they go through Brundle into Nelson. He's got it. He's consolidated it. Gets across in front of the 27 car. And I'll say again, that is the move of a champion. Great driving from Luke Pullen, the erstwhile leader, who perhaps knows that he can have another go at Adam Sparrow. Again, absolutely typical Brscc Gaz Shocks Mazda Mark-1 Championship racing action. How's this going to pan out? We've got just over a minute left on the clock. We have another 5 minutes, please. Again, super driving by the back-marking car. Allows the leaders to go through. This is where Luke Pullen gets good drive out of Murray's and has got his nose back in front. Luke Pullen is the race leader. This will be the last lap. We've got 54 seconds on the clock, and Pullen leads again as they go across line. In terms of laps led stats, he would have led at the start, led at the end of that lap. Jack Noller is still there. Here comes Tom Langridge in 4th place. Steve Foden is in 5th. He's got ahead of Levi Aisbett once again. Levi is, at the moment, as we were looking at them, eclipsed by Steve Foden. 7th position. Ted Bradbury's up into 7th. I said he was trying to get into the top 10. and he's cleared another couple of cars. Bradbury, he's actually up into 7th place. Incredible recovery from him. He's around about, well, you can see from the clock, 7 seconds down on Aisbet, but running absolutely superbly at the moment. Now we've got a change around while I was looking at timings and everything else, because we've got Adam Sparrow back out front, and Luke Pullen, the race leader, has disappeared down to 3rd. There is Pullen. Apologies if I missed that, it was on screen. I've got plenty of notes I'm looking at for points and trying to judge whether a driver's getting a best result or whatever. It's back to a windscreen less 550 car of Tom Mallet. Mallet's perhaps been involved in that. Not nice conditions for Tom Mallet at all, so hats off to him for nursing that car around. And it's going to be Adam Craig who leads them onto the... I had to double check that. There's Luke Pullen in 3rd place. We've seen all sorts of changes in this race, an absolutely fascinating race. The clock has ticked down, the checkered flag is being readied, but we still have some more corners to go. Adam Craig, though, is the championship leader and has the experience. He's outbraked himself once already, gained the lead fairly a couple of times, and has raced well here. So Adam Sparrow, sorry, I keep getting my Sparrows muddled up. Adam Sparrow in the 19, back in front, and only looking for his 2nd win of the year so far, which is absolutely incredible for the championship leader, but he's running well. Luke Pullen trying to close in on P2, but it's Sparrow edging towards the outside of the track as they come through Corham, now into Murray's for the last time, again on the outside. Don't take it too far, don't get the rear wheels on that slippery curb. I tell you what, slowing down big time there was Jack Noller, who's going to get a very handy 2nd position here, Jack Noller, but the race win is going to go to Adam Sparrow. Here he comes. Adam Sparrow started on pole, but that does not tell the full story of that race. Jack Noller 2nd, Luke Pullen in 3rd. Thomas Langridge will come across the line in 3rd position, 4th position, but it's Langford, beg your pardon. I'm getting muddled up with me, John Langridge in the championship. Tom Langford in 4th position. Steve Foden in 5th. Levi Aisbet in 6th place. It looks like Ted Bradbury dropped a position. Ollie Graham getting the better of him on the last lap, so Ollie Graham takes 7th place from Ted Bradbury. Next up was Owen Mills in 9th place, and Neil Chisnell wrapping up our top 10 ahead of Harry Storer, and then Jason Graytrex, who I think takes the Masters. He does. I tell you what, it was close in the end for the Masters, because we had Tim Dorr right behind Jason Graytrex, so very close in the Masters in the end. We only generally get to have our top 3 in the Brscc Mazdas, but that was cracking stuff from our drivers, and we haven't had a bad race yet. It's been absolutely brilliant, and that is why, if you're watching the stream, we thank you for watching the stream. Next time you want to watch the stream, come along to the track, watch it for real, meet the drivers, sit in the cars, enjoy the lovely weather. Seriously, racing is just as good, if not better, in wet weather. Come and have a day out with us. We'd love to see you. Watch the stream the rest of the times. By all means, across the line goes Bill Taylor for SMDG Motorsport. Bill finishing down in 20th place. Clive Chisnell was next up in the 67, one of our Masters. Was that a Masters podium for Clive Chisnell? Yes, it was, ahead of Chris Malloy in the 21. Then Graham Rumsey in the 45 car. So really good stuff. And 2 more Gaz Shock's Mazda MX-5 championship races to come, courtesy of Brscc, in our live stream today and tomorrow. 1 more race today, and a 3rd race tomorrow, when we have the 5-hour Silverlake C1 Endurance Series joining us. Can't wait for that. Really looking forward to calling that one. And it's just been a fascinating series for sure. We've got a real treat for you on that. Again, stock up with your favourite bickies, tea or libation of preference, and make sure you join us. It's a very early start tomorrow. It's 9 o'clock with the MX-5 Championship, followed by a little break when we go C1 qualifying, but we'll have some highlights for you, some interviews from today that Rob did earlier on. Here's your top 10, which I've already done. Adam Sparrow at the top of it, Neil Chisnell in 10th place. Adam Sparrow getting the fastest lap as well, a 2-minute 40.911. Sparrow, Nollapullen, Langford, Foden, Aisbett, Graham Bradbury missed the rest. Harry Storer 11th from Jason Greatrix, winning the Masters ahead of Tim Dorr. Jack Moody next up from Richard Wotton and Will Chadwick. Michael Green 17th. Tom Mallet without his windscreen ahead of Adam Craig. Sorry, getting the two Adams muddle up. Apologies to both drivers. Bill Taylor 20th and Clive Chisnell, Chris Malloy, Kevin Dengate in 23rd. Then it was Graham Rumsey, Ryan Margulis and Jonathan Fieldsend in 26th. Simon Privet 27th and Simon Browning, the two Simons together on the grid. And at the end of the day on the result sheet. Coming down into Parc Ferme to be ably described by the hooded or possibly hoodless Rob.
The round of applause for Adam Sparrow as he pulls up to his marker after winning a superb Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 championship race. He's going to step out of his Mazda now. That was a superb drive in the wet. The conditions are getting worse, but Adam, fantastic drive.
Well, it could have been better. I binned it early on, but I made it a lot more difficult than I needed to be honest. Yeah.
Can I just remind you, you've won the race, don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, it was great driving from Luke. It's a shame that he had his moment on the first corner because he drove absolutely stunning out there. But yeah, room for improvement, but we got the victory, which is the most important thing.
Absolutely, and obviously you've got 2 more races to come this weekend. What's the game plan going forward? Just get your head down and get those results.
Yeah, exactly, get head down, get the results. It's probably the only circuit on the calendar that I've actually done a decent amount of track time on, so it's only my 2nd year, so I do know this track reasonably well, so hopefully keep it going.
Have you got your water wings ready for later?
Well, next race is tomorrow, so I don't know what the weather's meant to be for tomorrow, but it'll be interesting.
It changes every 5 minutes, so I don't know, I think flip a coin and just go from there.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best bet.
But for now, fantastic drive there. Congratulations, Adam. Where's my 2nd place man gone? Now, Mark is just carrying out an interview. I'm after. Where's he gone? Jack Noller's being interviewed there. We've got our 3rd place man. Well, we've lost our 3rd place man. Let's just see if we can find him.
It could have been that start one.
Luke Pullen. He's not there. He's not there. Right, we've lost a driver. See, this is what happens in Parc Ferme when your drivers don't stay with the cars. I'll just see if I can grab a word with.
Great start to the weekend. Another 2 to come yet as well.
We'll just wait for the circuit commentator Mark Werrell to get his magic done here.
Hopefully they're dry. I've actually gone well in the wet. Got a bit more experience in the dry.
I'll let you do a television interview.
All right then, here we go again.
Fantastic drive, wet conditions. You couldn't quite catch the man in front.
No, but what a start, and for my first ever wet competitive session I've done A practice and half A qualifying in the wet before in the last 2 years of racing, and to do this on the wet, to be able to get that start as much as I did. I messed up the green flag one much, but I knew I didn't have the pace of Adam, but as he caught, as soon as he got past, I had the reference all of a sudden, and I immediately went like a 1.5 seconds quicker, but that reference disappeared quite quickly as he fell off, and then he brought Luke with him. As much as I was not as in the fight as those two were, but it was still an amazing fight all overall, and hopefully it was really good TV for the racing, how close it was, how on the limit we were.
Oh, it was, trust me.
It was some good racing, and I was praying for the clock to come down, but I knew they were going to catch me, and I just did my best. There was one time into turn 1 where we went 3 wide. Both Luke and I were completely locked up, and I thought, this is over. We're all coming off. Somehow, I got off the brakes, I managed to stop the car, Luke managed to stop the car, and for him to spin it on the last lap from the lead, gutted for him, but what a race overall.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on another superb result. I'm looking forward to the 2 races later on in the year. I've just got to interject with Peter Shearer getting some journalistic views there. Fantastic race. This championship doesn't. I mean, these Mark 1 Mazdas, they may be getting old, but the racing is just as red hot.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's that old school, 90s, takes you back to that sort of hardcore racing. And no, it was an absolute pleasure to race with Adam and Jack today. little bit gutted I lost it on my own going into turn 1 whilst leading, but you know, I said earlier, you know, there's 3 races this weekend. If I win the first one, then it's either downhill or I'm matching it, so I want to build myself up. So I thought I'd spin it on my own and let Jack and Adam through, so it's a bit more fun to watch.
That's a great positive way to look at things. So that's really going to be the game plan moving forward. Just keep adding for that top spot.
Yeah. I mean, if I wanted to, I could have driven off, but you know, I just thought, you know, it's a spectator sport, really. No, jokes aside, it was such a hard battle out there, and to start, I believe, P8 and to come home on one of the steps, I'm absolutely delighted, and to have had such fun along the way was mega. So yeah, absolutely delighted.
A fantastic drive in the wet there, Luke. Congratulations, and 2 more fantastic races to come from these guys in the Gas Shocks MX-5 Championship. I'm really looking forward to it. But now what we do have is a 2-hour endurance race to sandwich ourselves before we have the more Mazda MX-5 racing later on, the CityCar Cup as well, to round out the day. So I'm actually going to make the trip round to the commentary box and join Richard John Neal. But for now, let's hand back to the commentary box, and Richard can take you through the grid and our runners and riders.
Thank you very much, Rob. Great job down there. Good to hear from those drivers. Yeah, we do have a 2-hour Endurance Cup race for you. This is a relatively new initiative from the Brscc, and the cars essentially anything up to 350 brake horsepower per tonne. We've got 6 different classes, so lots of silverware to be contested. We've got the 3 pro classes for the 3 most powerful classes that are racing, and then the Clubman classes for the smaller power output. So Pro A, the most powerful cars, are going to be 311 to 350 bhp per tonne. Class B, 271 to 310, and Class C in the Pro category, 231 to 270. We then get the Clubmans, which again is the notch down, 191 to 230 brake horsepower. Clubman B, 151 to 190, and then Clubman C, which is anything up to 150. Now, in terms of the grid, we've got a super mix of cars, which we'll see. And pole position going to Jazz Sapra and Brian Branson in their BMW M3 E46. Next up, it's the Vauxhall of Simon Morga and Justin Middleton. Keir McConomy and Bart Horston are on row 2 with Julian McBride. Then we've got the Greensall, Nigel Greensall and Collins BMW M3. Lee Bidgeway in the Lotus Exige. Warren Tattersall is next up in the Seat Leon Cupra Pro B. The Etheridges in their BMW 46, car number 80, next up from Ricky Coomber, and the Super Copper of Hayes and Reed. Paul Hinson in Club A, multiple class winner, and then the Hayeses in their Seat Leon. Then we go VW with the Mead and Heartland number 62 car. Lee Collins in the Caterham 310R running in Pro B is next up, from a couple of names you'll remember from earlier in the day, Dyer and the 2 Blisses, with Mason and Byallen next up in 221. Radestock and Carr in their Lotus Elise next up on row 9. Michael Edwards, great to commentate on Michael again, used to do the Lotus Euro Cup. John Wyatt in his Mini Cooper S Turbo. Bailey Edwards, another name from the European Lotus Championship. Sanford Noon and Reuter in the Mazda MX-5 Club B. Similar for Bruce Robinson, the Welsh and Watts Fiesta Mark 7 running in Club A. The Price and Hennifer Renault Megane on row 12, car number 888. Joe Wiggins back out on track. He's in car 65 with Hyde and Hyde, Mazda MX-5. Ferguson and Luke in their Mazda. Then it's the Reed and David Drinkwater BMW Compact Club C 99 car with the Adcox BMW Compact, again Club C 129 car 28th on the grid, and Paul Savage in his Audi TT. So this 2-hour race, the regulations, if you're wondering, with the driver changes, will work out as 2 mandatory stops, and the stops can be made whenever the teams want, apart from the pit window won't open until we're 20 minutes into the race. So things go a bit crazy once that happens, and we'll probably totally lose the plot. I'll probably lose the plot on the first corner, never mind after 20 minutes. And then there are two stops that we have to do. That would facilitate the 3 driver lineups, which we have. You probably saw as we went through. We'll tell you more about who's in each of the cars as the race develops. And the pit window, though, the pit stops must be complete by 15 minutes before the end of the race. So we're talking 1 hour, 45 minutes into the race and the pit stop will then close. The pit duration is a minimum of 3 minutes. That's from pit in to pit out. I haven't got specifics of the points, but essentially what you're looking at is a point at one end of the pit lane and another point at the end, and you have to basically time your stop as best you can. So there's an element of skill. I suppose there's going to be a little bit of luck involved perhaps somewhere along the line as well over the course of the race, which I have quite a bit more paperwork for this championship than I have for the others, and it is a championship. It's the Endurance Cup. The overall championship led by the Pro B BMW, number 67, Julian McBride. We're actually looking at the moment at the 24 car, which is the sorry, was it the 44 we were looking at? Let's just go back and no, it wasn't 24. Number of cars that we'll see in other Brscc disciplines over the course of this, but Julian McBride leads the championship outright. The Pro A leader is the McConomy and Horston, Kia McConomy and Bart Horston in their BMW 1 Series car, who start on the inside of row 2. Pro C, led by Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland in the Sirocco. And then Clubman A, led by Paul Hinson in his BMW Compact. He's been pretty much unbeatable in Clubman A through the season so far. Bruce Robinson and Richard Amos leading their Mazda Mark III in Clubman B, and Clubman C, led by Adam Reed and David Drinkwater in their BMW Compact. All of our class leaders are on the grid today, so we're in for a real treat to see who comes out on top. A couple of leading drivers not winners. I think the Lynch and Clark M3, which is third in Pro B, not with us, and similarly James Alford's VW Golf not with us as well. Might be racing in the Development Trophy, or Evolution Trophy as the Brscc call it, for burgeoning championships up in Scotland. I think the Evolution Trophy is up there with the I shouldn't mention TCR because we don't want you switching streams. The team here far better, of course, but we do have BMW Compacts, and obviously they have a good home. We have the Audi TT Championship recommended, Andy Dyer racing in that for this one with Richard and Stuart Bliss. And that car, part of the new for this year Audi TT Cup, which the Brscc have instigated. And rather than make the trip to Knock Hill, not they didn't want to go to Knock Hill, but obviously there are commitments in the C1s that are racing here. So they've taken the opportunity to bring the Audi TT out today. And running second in Club A, so good stuff from Andy Dyer, who starts the car. In terms of the other drivers who are setting things off, it's Brian Bransom in the, and thank you very much to circuit commentator Mark Werrell for being thoughtful enough to send me the starting drivers. Really appreciate that, Mark. You're a complete gentleman. Much appreciated. It's Simon Morga who lines up starting the Vauxhall VX220 on the outside of the front row. Kia McConomy will start the car that's second in Pro A, and we'll hand over to Bart Horston later on. Julian McBride is a lone entry, so he'll hand over to himself halfway through the race. Nigel Greensall will start in car number 4. He's been running under number 45, I think, previously over the course of the season, or has he? Let's have a quick look. Maybe his first outing this year, but it was. I think we had it down incorrectly, or I typed it in wrong. But anyway, Nigel Greensall starting that one. Leon Bidgeway in his Lotus, Warren Tattersall in his Seat Leon. It's Andrew Etheridge who will start the BMW 46 from 8th on the grid. Then we've got Ricky Coomber. I've missed the start here with Hayes and Reed. It's Reed that starts car number 14. And that is Alex Reed. I should have remembered that, because there's an Alex Reed shop, isn't there, down at Brands Hatch? Not the same one, I don't think. Luke Reed will be with Janetta at Cadwell Park today, I suspect, struggling around Cadwell in the Super Cup, which is going to be fascinating to have a look at. But anyway, so Alex Reed starts that one. Then we've got Paul Hinson. Luke Hayes starts car 114. Wouldn't you know it, I've missed another one, which is the Heartland Mead car, which is started by driver of 62, Tim Heartland. So let's just jot that down. Then we've got Lee Collins. We'll keep the phone handy in case you need to look up any other names. Andrew Dyer starts the Audi. Yeah, I have missed a couple of other ones. By Alan, the Renault 221 is started by, oh, okay, not on my list there. 221. Christopher by Alan, so he starts that car. And the next car down is the Raid Stock car, or kart machine, we should probably say. 122 is Matthias. So he will start that car. Then we've got Michael Edwards, John White, Bailey Edwards, with the 77 car being started by Michael Sanford. Bruce Robinson next up. The 16 car is Robin Welsh. He's starting that one. The 888 car is Graham Price. 65 will be started. I said Joe Wiggins, didn't I? I made a mistake there. Stephen Wiggins. Apologies, Joe and Stephen. And that car shared by Jonathan and Steve Hyde as well, which is good to see. 37 car will be started by Neil Luke. And then 99, Adam Reed. I think these guys are going to be out in the C1s tomorrow as well. And last but one car, the 129 car, Philip Adcock will be starting. And then the final car is Paul Savage, which is another of the Audi TTs, and Paul running the car on his own. So again, Paul having the opportunity maybe to double up in, possibly in the C1s. I'll check with Rob when he's here in the commentary box a little bit later on. The 2-hour race, of course, does give us the opportunity for comfort breaks, and we hope we get those in the 5-hour race tomorrow. But also it gives us a chance to maybe just talk a little bit more about racing in general and the different shapes and the different drivers that are going on. So if you do fancy a comfort break yourselves, maybe now is a good time to do it, or come back and join us a little bit later on if you're not going to stick with the whole 2 hours. Well, as Rob said, we've got 3 more Mazda races to go after this one. Racing due to finish around about 6:05 today. And then we've got a handful of races tomorrow, starting off with the Mazda MX-5s. But this one here, Jazz Sapra will be looking to take over. Brian Branson, well-known car for Brscc Endurance Racing. Simon Morga. Now I'm making the assumption it's Justin Middleton with him. He's raced the car with him before. I couldn't find the bulletin earlier on, the bulletin board for the meeting, to check out who the additions to the programme were. So again, apologies if I've made the supposition that it's Justin Middleton taking over incorrectly, but hopefully someone might let us know. The third car, Kia Economy, will be handing over to Bart Horston, as we said. There is the number 15 Audi TT of, actually it probably would have been easier if I'd have ringed the starting drivers on the entry list rather than on the grid. I will do that once Rob gets over with us, and we can get them all in. But the pace car, bringing them all around, Jazz Sapra, a very well-known front runner in the Brscc Club Sport racing. Brian Branson, similarly as a BMW racer. And the clock is already underway. Here come the cars up to lights out. The lights go out now, and let's see who's going to lead. This makes a super start, and you can see this is an enormously popular competition that we have here, and this is going to grow and grow. The Vauxhall, having said that things were looking good on the outside, the Vauxhall of Simon Morgan doesn't get a great start, and maybe it's the long game, of course, that the drivers need to consider as much as anything else. Lots of spray for the drivers towards the back of the grid to deal with. Things are going to be difficult for the Clubman A, B and C drivers. But coming through, the Lotus Liege of Leon Bidgeway has made a very good start, and it's weaving its way through the little Lotus. I love the comparison that you get on all the different types of car here. We haven't got anything necessarily too vintage here, and when you see the older classic cars, you see how small they are with some of the more modern machines. But down into Agostini for the first time. Who are we going to see take the overall victory today. The first round was here a wee while ago, the same weekend that we had the. Now I haven't got positions, only points from that first round, so I'm not going to be able to fill you in too much on who won. Pro A on the first round was Kim Economy and Bart Horston. In fact, they've won all 3 so far. Pro B, Leon Beachway has won 2, and McBride has won 1 race in the championship as well. And then C, the Raidstock car machine has won 1, Mead and Heartland won 1, and the Hayes car has won 1. So Pro C, probably the closest out of the 3 classes. Club A has all been won by Paul Hinson, as we mentioned earlier on. Robinson and Amos in Club B, and then last time out, Connor Wilkinson, Hughes and Nola taking them. Reed and Drinkwater have won 2 out of 3 in Class C. Smith and Dennison, I don't think James Dennison here this weekend, the racing journalist, not with us. As we see pressure being put on Keir Economy there in the 21. My first commentary with Keir was, I think, actually here in the Mini Festival. It's the number 4 car of Nigel Greensall, who really has shown his colours on the opening lap to get through in lead position, with Brian Bransom in 2nd place. So really super stuff from Greensall from 5th on the grid. Absolutely blitzed the start and leads as we look at the number 18 car of Simon Morga, the Vauxhall VX 220. We'll hand over to Justin Middleton, which I need to update my programme such as it is. So first lap completed, lots of settling down to do, and 2 hours of racing to enjoy, 2 hours of very difficult conditions to endure. So that really puts the endure into endurance, isn't it? As we look at Economy coming under a little bit of pressure, all cars doing the other thing, of course, with having multi-classes and lots of different types of cars racing, is that there will be all sorts of different lines that need to be explored as well. Warren Tattersall busy chasing at the moment. Warren started in 7th place. Warren's in the blue and white Seat Leon Cupra. So the early stages will be a massive sort out. Keir Economy will hand over to Bart Horston. I must admit, when I started preparing for this round, I was quite surprised to see Bart's name on there, and a youngster that made his way, or was making his way up the single-seater ladder. It's great to see him doing a little bit of endurance racing. He's going to be quick in the second half. Who'd want to be out in the Caterham in these conditions? Probably not me. As the 141 car continues the chase of Brian Branson, who will hand over to Jasper Sapra. Quick look at the number 14, which is Alex Reed starting off in the Super Copper 2-litre Pro B car. And of course, things get a little bit more complicated when everybody gets into lapping a little bit later on. But here is the 141. Warren Tattersall will be running on his own. The 14 car of Alex Reed goes through on the inside of Brian Bransom in the 40. I'm wondering whether Brian will do stint 3 in that case as well. He may well do 2 stints, but of course what it might be is half an hour, and then half an hour. That's within the rules of the competition. Greensall setting the fastest lap of the race on the first flying lap. A modest 72 miles per hour. A little bit of an issue there for Brian Branson. Not looking particularly happy. And indeed the timing tower showing that he drops to 3rd place. So is it going to be more than that actually? Yes it is. He's down to 4th, because up into 3rd place now comes Alex Reed. So it's Greensall, Tattersall in, Warren Tattersall in 2nd position. So it's the Sauls, isn't it? Greensall, Tattersall, Alex Reed next up. Brian Branson is, then it's number 25, which is Paul Hinton. So Paul making a really good start to his proceedings as well. Hinton, the top club driver. That's incredible, isn't it? The club car of Hinton up into 5th position. So really good start for him. Only only 1 hour and 50 minutes to go, but some big sorting out going on in these early stages, and great to welcome Rob. Hopefully the mic's switched on, and hood's down. Good stuff. Sorry about the hood stuff. So are you watching on the stream, or can you hear through the radio?
I'm hearing a bit of both, but the stream that I'm currently watching is about 30 seconds behind as it goes out onto YouTube. So the great thing is I can hear you getting excited, so I know that in about 30 seconds time on
You're
YouTube,
going to see something happen.
I'm going to see something. I'm going to see something happen.
And presumably you couldn't hear me in the toilet.
No, not quite.
That's good. That's good. I could hear you from the toilet, which was. Anyway, welcome to the comms box. First time commentating
together
in the box, which is great, and been looking forward to this over the last couple of weeks, which is absolutely brilliant. And you're the man as far as endurance goes, and we're going to be looking to you when these guys get into the pit stops. The window opens on 20 minutes into the race. That's not to say they will do it, because I think this is probably slightly less regimented than C1s.
Yeah.
But they've got to have 2 mandatory stops. They can have more, where we've got 3 drivers, and if there are 2, you might want a 3rd stop. I haven't had a chance to talk to any of these. Did you speak to any of the guys before things kicked off this morning?
There was a few of the guys. Obviously, one notable name in the field is Robin Welsh, who, head honcho of the C1 series. He's having his first taste of the SuperSport Endurance
God, he'll be running this before long.
Championship. Well, you never know. You never know with Robin, honestly. You never know. But he's having a bit of a testing time. It is actually. He's having a bit of a very testing time at the moment. They've had a few electrical gremlins with the Fiesta that they're hopefully going to get on top of. But one name you mentioned there, Paul Hinson in that BMW. He's been absolutely spectacular all year. Back at Silverstone, he was fighting hammer and tong. The man on the screen, as we speak about him now, he's fighting hammer and tong with the Clio at Silverstone with the support race for the 24 hours. And again, he was just as spectacular at Donington as we saw him career off the road after some oil got laid down. But he came back on, got some good results, and he's proving his worth in the red here. But you can see there's so tricky conditions out here, especially for the rear-wheel drive BMWs. And just seeing the Caterham there in the field as well, you'd be a brave person that would want to drive that on a day like today.
I think you were probably driving around when I made that point. That's the last car that I would want to be out there in, the good ship Caterham.
Absolutely. You'd be getting out, you'd be soggy, soaked through, and you hand it over to the driver, the seat would be wet. It'd just be, yellow flags as we see down towards the hairpin. Is that for someone that's gone off, maybe?
Yeah, we'll try and pick up that. And if you're joining us on the coverage, first of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Rob and I will probably have a little bit of a banter, and
absolutely,
because what we can't focus on necessarily are class battles. We'll wait for things to settle down, which they're doing at the moment, and just try and pick bits out. To talk about drivers, tomorrow's going to be fascinating. I'll do 5 hours on my own. And they were talking about, when people talk about drone coverage, I don't know what they mean now. It's me doing a 5-hour C1 race.
I'm really looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it as well.
Yeah, 35 cars, some top drivers in that field as well. And I think tomorrow will be all about, can Trojan do it again? They've got themselves back on the top step. I haven't seen JW Bird on the entry list, so I don't think Nick Beaumont and Phil House will be making an appearance. So I think it will be the out-and-out thrash of Team Trojan, Emax Motorsport, see what they can do with their cars, and see if we can maybe get some fresh faces on the podium there as well.
Yeah, that would be a real good one. I'm just updating it's not a program, but it's kind of like a program of who's starting the cars. And we've got some extra. I couldn't find a bulletin board for today. Did you find one at all? With additions to program or anything like that. It wasn't online. Normally it's on. I'm going to blame Scott because he's not here.
Normally it is, yeah. We can blame Scott because he can't answer us. So
and I managed to look one up. I was really smug with myself because I worked out that Middleton with Morgan was Justin Middleton because they've raced in 750s before. I haven't had a chance to look at the others, but I'll probably do a bit of Googling and see if we can work out who they are a little bit later on. But we can say anything we like about Scott because he's a knockhill. Although he will probably watch it back, so the reaction won't be for a few weeks.
I'll wait for the text message I get during the week from Scott. But as we see a driver there rushing back to get a fire extinguisher, so there's something a bit drastic going on there with the car. Would that be to do with the yellow flag?
Yeah, it's got to be, isn't it?
And we've got another marshal running with a fire extinguisher
We're not going to see that. We might see some smoke announcing the new Pope, but
yeah. Unfortunately, and by the looks of it, safety car on circuit with some emergency vehicles as well. They've got the fire tender obviously heading out onto the circuit, so I can only hope well, you could see the driver running back towards the car, so that's always a good sign. The driver's out of the car, but you kind of hope at this point that all is well in terms of getting the fire put out quickly. Make sure the driver's okay. As we see there on our screen, the safety car is on the circuit and has actually picked up Paul Hinson, who was in 4th place. So if anything, that will kind of give our top 3, certainly our top 3, a bit more of a gap, as we see the fire tender there dashing onto the grass to attend the stricken car that's unfortunately just out of shot. But all the thrills of endurance racing. We're only 15 minutes into this 2-hour race for the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup. If you are just joining us, as you can see, it is raining. I do promise you it is a summer race day. It's certainly
it's funny watching you, Ali. You got your hood up and your shorts on. So we can do the bottom shot when the sun's out. And
absolutely, mix and match. But just as the day started and the first race came, the wind picked up, the temperature dropped slightly, and I had to put the hood up. But you know when you have one of those summer days where it rains and it pours, but it's quite muggy and you can feel it drying up quite quickly. Yeah. It's done that a few times, but looking at the clouds around us, I think the weather has certainly settled here for the day.
What's the forecast for tomorrow? Do you know?
I think it's a bitzer.
Right, okay.
Well, the technical word would be a bitzer. There's bits of this and bits of that, because it keeps changing. It keeps changing. But as we kind of look at the localised weather now, it's certainly certainly not pleasant out there. And the man on the screen behind the safety car, Paul Hinson, in that beautiful BMW, the Seat Super Cobra as well. It kind of shows the eclectic mix of cars we've got in the SuperSport Endurance Cup as well. A fully fledged championship of Ricky Coomber's Honda Civic. That's not a TCR car, but it certainly looks like one. You've got the Gen 4 Clio, some pure track racing Renault Megane. I know that Sarah certainly will be watching from her holiday in Tenerife, I think it is they've gone to.
Yeah, they're getting some serious temperatures out there at the moment.
Oh, they're getting some very serious temperatures. It's certainly a lot different to what we have here at Snetterton today. So
I think I'd rather have the rain than the absolute.
Yeah, can't handle. I raced here last year in the modified Fords when it was the 40-degree weather, and that was horrific, considering I was in a black race car, black race suit.
You now wrapped it white, have you finished?
I think I need to go that way with if the temperatures keep creeping up. But all is quiet out on circuit at the moment with 20 minutes to go. I think they're just dealing with that car that's had a bit of an incident down at the hairpin.
Nice to see Bailey Edwards there in the green Lotus as well. I used to call the Lotus Cup Europe when Barry, who's a director today, covered that, and we used to get the footage in from some legendary tracks like Nürburgring and Spa and goodness knows where else. And they only raced on real premier circuits out there, Lotus Cup Europe. So it's nice to see Bailey. I think it's his dad Michael that races as well. Bailey, if memory serves, lives with a disability as well. So he's one of these drivers that, you know, the results that he puts in, absolutely incredible.
Absolutely. And another one of the Lotus riders to actually mention is Leon Bidgeway in the Lotus, albeit in sort of Class B, kind of one of the lower powered cars, always up there in fighting. They've really got that car sorted out, and some impressive drives we've seen from him at Silverstone and indeed at Donington.
He's had 2 class wins. So you've covered these before?
So I did, yeah. So Donington last time out, I jumped in the commentary box with Scott and sort of helped him commentate on that for the few hours as well. So it's a series that I always, or a championship rather, that I always kind of keep a lookout for, the Brscc SuperSport Endurance. It kind of reminds me of endurance days, almost a bit of a mini VLN.
Yeah.
You know, I love the fact you've got the multi-class format and literally anything can enter this. And the fact that you've got BMW compacts, Mazda MX-5s, a Vauxhall VX220 that used to race British GT, various Lotuses, you know, ex-compact cup cars. I mean, the BMW 1 Series with Bart Horston and Kieran McConomy at the wheel, that's had some fantastic results, some great wins there. Ricky Coomber's Honda Civic, that's not a TCR. Oh, we've got to mention that because it's definitely not a TCR car, although it does look like it. But it does look like we've also got some pit lane activity starting.
Yeah, timing-wise, we're 20 minutes in, so pit lane is open, and you know, decent time to be able to do that. And of course, you've managed to leave our intrepid cameraman in the wet.
Yeah, and speaking of Leon Bidgeway, that's him coming in to make his mandatory pit stop now. So you'll see the guys there with the massive full fuel churn on his shoulder, ready to go. And
be too early to refuel, though, wouldn't it?
Well, it depends. They're quite small cars, the Lotus, so he could have been sent out quite light early on.
Right, and then fill it up now, and then the job's done.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So it just gets the job done and out of the way, keeps the car nice and light. But certainly under safety car, if you're going to pit while it's under safety car and make hay while the sun shines.
Metaphorically.
Absolutely. Because it's certainly not shining at the moment, is it, Richard?
Now that is a surprise to me, seeing Nigel Greenswell coming in that early. So and he absolutely stomped off at the start.
Yeah.
I was thinking, hang on, that's not. It is. It had to be because it's Nigel Greenswell.
Oh, absolutely.
Quick lap, and yeah, surprising to see them come in and want to do a change that quickly.
I think it's just it's that part of the race. It's nice and early. You've got an early safety car, so really you've just got to bank that pit stop in. Okay, Nigel, you know, dare I say it, will be the quicker driver of the two. But it's about just utilising the pit lane time. You know, all endurance racing now is more or less won or lost in the pit stops.
Yeah.
So they'll be utilising the time under safety car. Obviously, the field will be a lot slower, and you can spend as much time getting your driver change done, getting the fueling done, getting everything switched around for later on. While also remembering, Nigel can get back in the car later on and put those fast laps in at the business end of the race.
Are we allowed, I don't want to particularly jump to C1, it doesn't matter because it's the same club, but C1s, are you allowed to stop on safety cars?
No.
That's
the thing.
That's because I was going back to the first round, I thought, hang on, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reg. I did actually read the reg. Believe it or not, I actually got the regs out and had a look and thought, no, that's...
Yes, well, I will actually mention, so now we've come to reading the rules, and I will mention the C1 Club and Robin Welch. I do hope he's listening, unless he's starting in the car. So, oh no, he's in the car, so we could talk about him as much as we want.
Yep.
But Robin Welch and his teammate, I am going to grass them up, unfortunately. The man that will absolutely put it into his drivers, read the regs, and more importantly, go to your driver's briefing. Make sure you do that so that everyone knows what to do. And guess who forgot to attend the driver's briefing this morning? Mr. Robin Welsh. So if he watches this back later on, Rob, we have embarrassed you. He's quite.
Is there a fine for that? Because a lot of championships obviously take that very seriously.
Yeah, I think he's certainly had a slap on the wrist and been called up to the clerk. So he did see the funny side. I did rib him about it because he is the first, obviously, when it happens in the C1 series. He gets to obviously drill it into his drivers, read the rules, attend your briefings. But Leon Bridgeway heading back out onto circuit with the yellow BMW Compact that unfortunately had a few issues last time out at Donington. Hold the sump going over one of the curbs at the chicane, so good to see that car back out onto circuit.
And we don't have the information on screen about who's driving. We do with the C1s, don't we?
We do, yeah.
Which is really handy.
Very, very handy with the Hue tag system we have. But for the SuperSport Endurance Cup, unfortunately, we just have a pair of names. So Mark Werrell, the circuit commentator, has very kindly provided us with the starting drivers for this race, and we can kind of go with the assumption for the first part of the race, but then I think it's dealer's choice for the rest of it.
Yeah, I think the one change from anybody watching, if you're following old school racing, particularly the Scirocco, it's actually Stuart Mead. Mark's sent us an update as well, which is, he's a gent, isn't he, Mark?
Absolutely.
Good man.
Absolute gent. And I will say as well, the service we had for at 12:30 to kick off the afternoon's racing, it was very poignant, and Mark delivered that very, very well.
He did.
I must say. So great to have him at the circuit today, with albeit covering circuit comms. It's great to have him around.
His son's a good lad as well. Worked with Jack.
Yes, Jack Werrell as well. So hopefully he's, if he is listening in on the live stream, potentially drop yourself in the comments.
Yeah, Jack, if you are listening, I know I embarrassed you because I was saying how good you were to your dad. So it's always embarrassing for kids, isn't it? But
no, certainly credit.
Top family, racing family. All racing families are good.
Absolutely. Well, credit where credit's due. So the car sat behind the safety car at the moment, that bonkers looking VW Scirocco, and an appearance from a few of the TTCR spec Audi TTs, kind of showing that a new series put out by the Brscc this year, the Audi TT Cup Racing, certainly a car that you could put into any form of racing, be it the Club Sport Trophy or the SuperSport Endurance as well, and it being competitive. But we see the Marshal there just walking back with a fire extinguisher after having done his job, so hopefully that's all sorted out in terms of getting the fire put out.
I don't know who it is. We lost my screen for some reason, won't go down to the bottom. I can't see who we've lost.
Having a few technical issues.
Yeah.
See if I can,
First time with that screen to be honest. It's not bad, it's not doing a bad job.
No, not at all, and that's the VX220 that's just gone into the garage for a little bit more than a floss and brush up.
Yeah,
so
garage time's not what you want to see, is it?
No.
This stage of the race.
So they're certainly flicking through tyres there, trying to work out what to put on the car. Preferably black and round, and if it clears the water on the track, that's a bonus too.
First time I heard black and round was Barry Lee. You met Barry Lee? What are the tyres? What tyres you running? Round and black. Round and black, boss. That's right.
That'll do. as long as it works. But I'll tell you what, if there's one car, it would be, if there was one car I was to choose to race today, it would be that car there.
Yep.
Mainly because it's front-wheel drive.
Yeah.
These conditions do not suit the rear-wheel drive runners. We also see in the background there the man called Dan walking past his Brscc jacket. He's in charge of herding all these drivers, so he'll be walking up and down the pit lane with a keen eye on the pit stops and making sure everything's ticking over nicely.
Herding cats. Actually, incredibly, we're very nearly a quarter of the way into this race, which is sad that we've had so much safety car time. But it's track time. This is very, very popular, as you said, with drivers wanting to come in. They've got, you know, so many different cars that are available to fit into it. This is going to grow. And what surprised me was the fact that it is a championship. It's not series. You can actually come in and, you know, and vie for silverware, because there's so much made by Motorsport UK of first year of anything has to be a series rather than a championship. But I love the fact there is a championship table, and you know, you've got all these different categories that, even depending what you run, it can you know, you can still have someone to race with, which is great. Did you get someone at the bottom?
It looks like it, unfortunately. It is the Robin Welsh.
We haven't seen the Fiesta, have we?
Josh Watts. We haven't seen the Fiesta out on track, so unfortunately it looks like that could be the car that's hit trouble down at the hairpin.
Do you know much about the car? Or?
Well, it's a Fiesta ST car that they purchased separately. I think it's an ex-Cup car that's kind of been made into endurance spec. They had a few electrical gremlins in qualifying. In particular with the PAT system, and you know, the problem with turning a modern day sort of road car into a race day nowadays is negating everything. Oh, there's Seat Leon being recovered onto, so I'm wondering if that's possibly the car that had an issue.
That's Alex Reed. He was running well, wasn't he, in the early stage as well, Alex? Was
running very well.
Go back to fires and Saturn. I don't want to be flippant about fires. I will perhaps earlier on and apologise for that if I did get a bit that way, but the one thing we don't want to see is fires when we're racing electric cars, because they are horrendous.
No. Well, one thing that's been doing the round certainly on the social media is what's been happening at Linden Hill yesterday.
Yeah. I thought that was an anti-electric car trial. I keep an open mind, Rob. I try.
Absolutely. Yep.
You know, I think a lot of it is clickbait, they call it, where you've got, oh yeah, you know, we can jump on and look at this. It's electric. I didn't realise that was current at Linden Hill. I thought it was something someone had dug out of the archives. Barry Welsh showed it to me earlier on. Wow.
Yeah, and it does. There was a video that was doing the rounds as well from Linden Hill on one of the local news channels actually, and it actually showed the fire starting. So it was very much localised with one car. It caught thermal runaway, the chemical reaction when the battery went up, and unfortunately the fire spread so quickly. It then ended up taking out all of the cars, team equipment, transporters, the whole lot. And I actually saw a statement this morning from World Rallycross. They were running a limited program today, so I think British Rallycross and everything was still going ahead. But unfortunately, it looked like it was affecting the World Rallycross that was on the bill. So shame to see that happen, because I was looking forward to World Rallycross returning.
Yeah, absolutely right. Safety's got to be paramount. And I'd rather something like that happen now. What I don't want is manufacturers saying, well, that's a race car and it's badly prepared, because I don't think that's the case.
No, and a team like Sebastian Loeb as well, they're not going to cut corners.
No, especially with that sort of tech.
They've raced TCR and stuff as well, so they know how to prepare a very, very good car. They've done a lot of Dakar stuff as well, so it's not just a case of they're trying it for giggles and we'll see how it goes. But we just see the on screen there, the safety car still out, unfortunately, for the earlier issue down at the hairpin. We couldn't quite get the pictures of the car at the scene.
It was tucked up behind the bank, wasn't it? So
yeah, tucked up behind the bank. We have the only clue we've kind of had is the Seat Leon that was taken away on a low loader. So we,
if you're wondering why we can't, it's pretty much budget. You can't have cameras on every single part of the track. It's not feasible.
No,
for live streaming, and I've got to say that the team do actually a mega job. We can see all the track. We obviously knows everything. The 4 cars back out, which is good.
So yeah, so that's the formerly driven by Nigel Greensall. So he's off to get a cup of tea, and his teammate is now in for the rest of the shift. Now I'm looking forward to seeing how this kind of opens things up in terms of the race, and whether they will pit quite close to the end, or they'll go for a longer stint for Nigel Greensall, knowing that he is probably the faster driver of the two.
Could well do that, and the fact that they've done it within the safety car period is good, and still actually showing us P2.
Absolutely, but
right?
Jas Sapper and Brian Bransom as a popular figure in UK motorsport. I'll be honest, it's probably one of the not one weekend in British motorsport where you don't see them out racing somewhere.
Right. You're absolutely right.
The car number 40 on the screen there, so effectively that is your race leader as it stands, closely followed, well, by 43 seconds from the Greensall and Collins BMW M3. It's a BMW 1-2, the Tattersall Seat Leon Cupra in 3rd place, and the VW Scirocco you actually see at the front of this safety car train, that's currently sitting 4th with Ricky Coomber behind him in the train. He is 5th as it stands at the moment.
How did they get a lap down in that short time?
I think it was when the safety car first came out, and it only collected Paul Hinson that was in 4th, so it allowed the top 3 to kind of get away. So if anything, that's maybe played into their hands. But the light's out on the safety car. We're ready to resume racing.
That's good, nice and timely. So again, there won't be too much of a necessarily, we say, frenetic start, because they don't need to, because they've still got an hour and a half just under to go here. But things getting back underway for our Brscc SuperSport Endurance, the 4th race of the season, back where we started at Snetterton earlier on in the year. There is the green flag. Sky's looking a little bit brighter on the screen, and indeed out of the window, as we go racing once again.
Absolutely, and it does look a bit clearer. Certainly the rain is not falling as it stands, but a lot of spray being kicked up by these cars as we go hard on the brakes. Down into Rich's just tippy-toe around the corner, get a feel for the grip. We see the Pure Trap McGann and Leon Bidgray trying to make their way around the outside of the red TTCR car there, as they then tippy-toe back down towards the hairpin.
Yeah, the Audis, as we were mentioning earlier on, the drivers that could be racing the Audis up in Scotland on the TCR package, I think involved in CityCar Cup or C1s as well.
Absolutely.
So double bubble for them. It's not that they didn't want to go and support TCR, it's just better for them to get a couple of
Yeah,
races.
so they're out in CityCar Cup. The funny thing is, I saw Stuart Bliss having won the CityCar Cup race earlier on, and I spoke to him on the interview. He actually overtook me running back down towards the pit garages so he can get behind the wheel of the Audi TT.
Oh, he had to get away quite quickly.
He had to get away quite quickly so he could go racing. So those proper hardcore races, Richard will get in anything and just drive the wheels off it. As we see the BMW Compact making a very gentle move down the inside. That car, number 129.
Philip Adcock.
Had a bit of a... I said earlier about hitting the sun, those whacking great sausage curves they had at Donington. Unfortunately, just whacked the sun, cut it open, and on the last few laps of the race provided a bit of last-minute drama there.
Andy Dyer, nice to see him back out in CityCar Cup this weekend with me. And there's this trend now with the Student Motorsports to start bringing better drivers in.
Yes.
That's wrong, not better drivers, but higher profile drivers in. And I feel sorry for some of the colleges that are maybe coming in, because they're not going to get. So I don't know whether JP will be listening to this, but maybe they're going to have to get a second class when they get more college people, to have college drivers who haven't got the experience. It's great that Andrew Dyer's in it's wonderful to see Jack Wheeler up on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely.
Made a podium, but you know, do we want to encourage rookie drivers as well?
Yeah, I think there needs to be a bit more. You know, obviously it's a bit of a carrot to dangle, isn't it, to the colleges? Well, do you want to come and drive a race car? And it's I mean, to be honest, Richard, it's where I started when I was based at Stoke College. We raced 2 CVs, raced them here, did a couple of 24-hour races. So for any college that's on the motorsport programme, as we just see the Jas Sapra car, they're all getting a bit untidy into Murray's there, with Leon Bidgeway out onto the grass.
This is where we've seen most of the problems, Rob, particularly the Mazda races. You won't have seen it from pit lane or Park Fermé. Actually, when I'm here, I normally hide in the press centre.
Yeah.
With the streamer. I don't know where you were watching, but
I've got some, so I'm kind of a bit in race control and a bit upward just with my phone on watching the stream. But the Mazda races were phenomenal.
And do you know what? Yeah. And again, sorry for going off piste and off tangent a little bit with not sticking with this. A point I was going to make in the Mazda races was that we'd seen the odd spin and everything else. The driving standards, I thought, have been so good this afternoon because we haven't seen lots and lots and lots of crashes or spins. No. And the drivers are on the edge. We saw the likes of Aidan Hills getting crossed up, really working on the edge of the car and keeping it there. They were all doing it, and they weren't. And there's such a thin line. You'll know. You race.
Absolutely.
There's such a thin line between getting it right and going off.
Absolutely, and of course, what you see on the screen now, this is what I would call wet. The water's down, they're kicking up spray, but certainly earlier on in proceedings when the Mazda MX-5s were out and the CityCar Cup, it was gradually getting a little bit worse, but it was sort of that horrible greasy kind of tarmac that you have, which isn't, it's not quite right, not quite fully wet, but it's not dry. So, and they're awful conditions to A, set a car up for, and B, actually drive in, because it almost gets to a point where you just cannot get any grip anywhere. You can't find the happy medium. Whereas if it's wet, like it is now, albeit starting to dry up slightly with the weather not closing in as much as it was earlier, albeit I've cursed it a bit. You can see the rain in the background now as they kick out towards the Riches, down towards turn 1.
But Leon's getting some good coverage, isn't he?
He is. He'll be enjoying that, and the pure track racing McGann as well, as we see Ricky Kuma diving down the inside on the straight, just heading down towards Brundle. That Civic does look like an awesome endurance car to have, certainly. But yeah, back to what I was explaining with the weather. When it's greasy, it's probably the worst conditions to race. You just can't find that happy medium. Whether what we've got now, whether it's fully wet, you can just drive your karting line slightly offline. You'll probably find a bit more grip there, and it washes all the crud away that gets kicked up. So certainly you would prefer it to be, if it's going to rain and you want it to be wet, you want it to be like this.
Yeah.
Not like the greasy stuff we saw earlier, but impeccable driving by all the cars throughout the Mazda series and in the CityCar Cup, and impeccable driving in this endurance race so far.
Actually not Jazz, is it? He's taking over a little bit later on. So Brian Branson really getting a little bit crossed up there. Both quick drivers, of course, and the gap on the last lap was 4.4 seconds. It's come down to 2.2.
So Tattersall enjoying the lead at the moment, taking over from...
Oh, he's got it. Sorry, yeah, he's turned it over completely, isn't he? Yeah, because Branson was in front on the previous lap.
Yeah, Branson was in front, so I'm wondering if the front-wheel drive of the Seat Leon Cooper is really playing a part in this. You can see it on the screen there, so they're taking the outside line, taking the wet line, just sticks it down the inside of the Gen 4 Clio Cup car we see there. But Jas Sapra and Brian Branson will be finding in that car rear-wheel drive. It's so difficult to get the power down and come out of the corner, whereas in front-wheel drive, the front wheels are doing all of the steering. They can get the power down a lot more gently in the wet conditions, so they can just utilise the grip that they've got. Our leader on the screen there, car number 141, as he just turns through the hairpin, and there's the car in second place, Jas Sapra, Brian Branson, BMW M3.
Yeah, I mean, this initiative from Brscc, it's very much akin to when I started watching racing in the sort of early 90s. There were championships which catered for, say, the Formula 1 makes, which you would have seen on the British saloon cars as it was then, rather than touring cars. And this is similar to that, but it's got the added spice of being longer races, so everyone gets a little bit more out of it. And in those days, you'd only get one race a day. I was looking back at some of the old TSL records, and when I started, you'd have a race for 4 credit Fiestas, not 3 over. You don't believe it. So
wow,
that was it. That was it. You were lucky if you got 2.
Oh wow!
So the idea of 3 races like Mazdas was unheard of back in the 90s. The racing has changed so much, and it was Brscc led by John Nicol that managed to change all that. Absolutely, without the name, I probably didn't get to meet John, but yeah, I talk about him all the time, and his wife comes to the festival every year. It's always wonderful to see her, but yeah, he made a lasting impression. A lovely, lovely guy as being a newcomer to motorsport. He welcomed everybody. It was absolutely fantastic.
It looks like Ricky Cooper's just had a bit of it. Got it a bit wrong coming out into Brundle. Maybe overcooked it and had to take the escape road. As you do, but yeah, I mean the BRS racing has just changed. Over the past 30 years, it's a lot more action-packed. You get a lot more into your race days. The races I've found are actually a bit shorter. I mean, I can still remember up to 10 years ago, every race on the calendar was 20 minutes, whereas now you kind of have a bit of a mixture between 20 minutes, predominantly 15 minutes. So you almost get more bang for your buck in terms
5
of
minutes and a red flag for minis.
Yeah.
Well,
I wasn't going to mention
that next week. Yeah.
I wasn't going to mention that, and hopefully it's. Hopefully it isn't the case for you next week. Is it at Croft?
Croft next week. We've got Legends on as well, so that'll be there'll be a Scott Stringfellow will be out in the safety car a lot next week. I think the Legends have had some good races on their non-touring car weekends. I'm hoping that they and the Minis behave themselves next weekend. Well, it's another wet weekend apparently, so
let's see. It all could change. So
8-second gap now for the race leader. 3 cars on the lead lap. Greenswell Collins third, 19 seconds down, 10 seconds down on Brian Bransom at the moment. So, and then we've got, let's have a quick look because we're sort of edging towards the end of the first hour. Pro B is our leader Tattersall. Second in Pro B, Greenswell Collins. Third in Pro B, Bidgeway and the Lotus. And then we'll go back to the sort of top of the championship, as it were, with Pro A. Sapper and Branson leading Pro A. Second in Pro A at the moment is Coomber, and third McEconomy Horston. More to come out of that. We can say Bart's the quicker driver out of Keir's no slouch, is he?
No, he's not. But Bart is certainly, he knows how to get that 1 series onto the right bits of tarmac and pull out a fast lap time. Very, very cool customer as well. Certainly when you interview him at the end of these races, just very laid back. Quite a quiet lad I've found as well. Maybe might be a bit quiet. I sense a bit of an Aussie accent.
He is, yeah. He came out, because I was quite surprised. He raced in Oz, I think, in the Victorian Formula Ford 1600.
Yeah.
I don't even remember talking to him when he was in F4. I'm sure I did, because you go and say hello to the drivers. Yeah, a lot of them don't talk because they're predominantly a young cohort, so you can get in at 15 now. So a lot of the drivers are quite shy, and while they're media trained, they don't necessarily see the need to go and talk to a commentator or anything else, which is good or bad. This year F4 got it right. We had a media day or a launch day away from the track, so there was no temptation to go and look at data, and they were there and they had to talk to us, and that was really good. This year's worked really well for us. But yeah, quite a quiet lad from what I remember. But yeah, Aussie, and he's sort of based over here, and he went up to GB3, didn't he? And actually finished well in GB3. So we'll come back to that in a minute. So Pro C is at the moment led by Mead and Hartland in the Scirocco. Second is Hayes and Hayes in the Leon, and third in Pro C is that Bailey Edwards in 33? Or is that Michael? Let's have a quick look. It is Bailey, so Bailey's head of his dad, which is good. Only just at the moment. And then the club classes. We've got Club A, Mason B. Allen in the 4th gen Renault Clio Cup car. 221, significant number. Do you know the significance of number 221 for yesterday? You probably won't, but
no.
Paul Warwick's number.
Ah, yes, that was the anniversary,
which was sad. Yeah, 221 was the number. His brother raced on the short ovals, and Paul raced in his second Formula on the short oval. So yeah, we were mourning Paul yesterday, which was sad. Still remember it though fondly.
Yeah, I mean it was just the obviously I would have been way too. I mean I was. To make you feel really old, Richard, I was born in 1991 when it happened, so I wouldn't have seen Paul raced in period, but I like looking back on things, and he was. Any time you would have read anything about Paul Warwick, they would have said he would have gone to Formula One and done that. I mean, even Derek said he would have gone to Formula One and won a championship. He was. He had us back then, and it was also interesting to read with Derek Warwick just how much it affected him as himself and the family, and loving my Australian motorsport as well. So obviously I listened to a lot of podcasts, particularly with Roland Dane, and listening to how he was affected by it, being quite a close friend of his. and then he ended up working together quite well with Derek, going into touring cars and then ultimately down under. So it's weird how sort of the dominoes fall in these kind of things. But yes, I saw a few posts yesterday about Paul Warwick. Still, all this time on, it's great to see he's so fondly remembered.
It is good that he's remembered, and rightly so. I've had the pleasure of watching him. He races in mini stocks, which is the oval equivalent of karts. Yeah, ovals have karts now as well, which is rubbish, but it's a stupid idea. Just put them out in minis. So yeah, he did mini stocks, and he was okay in that. I think he was the first British champion in that. And then he did super stocks, which is the open wheel. Have you seen? Contact racing. Got second in his first final. We've been researching it for a lady who's made a pilgrimage down to the grave yesterday. So yeah, we've been looking at all his results. And, he actually made his day. He was actually too young to race. He was 15. Wow. He had to be 16 to race in super stocks. But he did it. I think it was a couple of days before they gave him permission to race, and the drivers agreed with he raced because he'd run British mini stocks. Came out. And, anyway, so it's got off a complete tangent. As we do, it infuriates Scott madly when we do this on some of the other ones. So where were we? We were 2-2-1, which is Club A leading that one. Huge gap back to second in Club A, which is Price and Hefner in the McGann, the Treble 8 car, and then third in Club A is Dire Bliss Bliss. So Club B is Paul Savage in the TT, Sanford Noon Reuter in the Mazda MX-5, second in Club B, and third Rhys Robinson in the Mazda.
Oh, Ricky
MX-5.
Cooper's off the road.
Oh, glad you're keeping on it. Get back on, Ricky. And then Club C, Reed and Drinkwater. David Drinkwater, again, another pairing that
another man that's probably racing somewhere in the UK. He's another Jazz Sapper, isn't he? If you're going to look at TSL timing at any race meeting going on, chances are David Drinkwater's in it. He obviously races 750 Hot Hatch, where he's been very successful. He'll be racing in the C1s with the WRC development squad. As we see a fuel stop going on here for one of the TTs in Clubman B.
Refueling was taboo, wasn't it, for such a long time, but it's back, it's well controlled, it's well marshalled and monitored. Fantastic.
Absolutely, and even obviously coming from the C1 side of things, the way the fire regs are kind of put out there, you'll see two guys, one doing the actual fueling and the other one there with the fireproof gear, just with the extinguisher, just in case. Gone are the days of the old pictures where you saw the driver sat in the car, someone else with a milk churn sort of pouring out the fuel behind him, and perhaps they having a cigarette lick.
We exaggerate a bit, but it is a point, isn't it? You know, when you think the common sense thing about driver out of the car.
Yeah, absolutely. And you wouldn't have seen that back in the day. No. So, yeah, we see two BMW compacts, very, very different nowadays. Obviously, the Paul Hinson one carrying on as it should. He's actually down in 16th at the moment, which surprises me. I thought he'd be even further up, but then he could well have made his stop. Yes, according to our screens, he has. His last lap time this time out was the 2:37, which is actually significantly quicker than the next 5 cars up the road from him. So he's getting a lick on.
Belt's being done up 3 minutes from start. How much calculation is there on the 3 minutes in to out? I mean, presumably they can do some. There's Mark Werrell, by the way, in the garage.
We can just see in the background.
He's not kicked Tony Coles out, has he, into the cold and wet? That's very diplomatic of him. He was working on a meeting the other week with, guy's name's gone, but on the truck meeting, and he said, I can't go out, I've forgotten my coat. And he was peeing down me like that. It's a good excuse, isn't it? So I'd got to go, so I went and did the pit lane for the day. John Ward, that's it, yeah. Wardy. Mark Werrell doesn't mind, but he's cowering in the garage.
He's wisely taking cut. I think, to be honest, I've actually dried out a little bit from my stint out in the boondocks out there. As we see
could have been me, you know. It could have been me, because I think the original plan was that Scott was going to be doing the commentary, and then because they had someone having to go to Knock Hill, they asked me to go and do the presenting at Knock Hill.
Yeah.
And then I couldn't do it because I was working yesterday. So Paul McCurlin, who's probably going to watch this back, said, "Oh, can you commentate?" And we'll send Scott up to Scotland. So, and then we're get Rob doing that. And it worked out. It's a natural thing, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
To work out.
All the pieces click into place.
Yeah. Otherwise, it would have been probably me doing pit lane for this, and then C1's on to come and help.
Yeah.
It would have worked. Instead of 5 hours on my own, so.
Absolutely. But you know, fantastic racing. The Brscc have done a superb job, considering they've also got the British GT out at Portimao this weekend. So effectively, they've got 3 meetings they're looking after. 4.
Ginetta.
Ginetta at My word. Yeah, fantastic news actually to see that they've lined up the Ginettas for 2024 onwards.
Yeah. It makes sense, you know, British GT and everything else. I think Ginetta have had a difficult year this year from watching it. It's been a shame to see the numbers plummet, to be brutal. I'm sure that, and if anyone wants to argue that point with me from Ginetta, I'll be happy to show them the numbers from last year and the numbers from this year.
Yeah.
They have gone down. But I see it as a reset for them rather than a downer. It's a reset.
Exactly.
Because they've moved away from touring cars, it's going to be a different group of drivers. So I don't see it as a negative. All formulas will go up and down in numbers. So, Bart Horston, here he comes.
Into
Aussie.
Absolutely. He's obviously, well, there's been no, as far as I was aware, there's no play at Old Trafford today, so he's obviously not what... he's
How
not
can you keep up with all that? I can't keep up with what racing's going on, let alone test matches. And
I get the notifications through on my phone, and all that's happened is I've just got rain delay, England versus Australia, so we definitely know nothing's happening there. But the team frantically working underneath here on the 1 Series. They've got coil packs in his hand, so they're obviously dealing with some sort of issue potentially with maybe a misfire. But they're not happy with the car. They've got Bart Horston into the car, so they've done the driver change. They're making hay while, not quite while the sun shines, but you know, making use of the pit stop anyway to do a driver change, and also pointing out an issue on the back of the car. So maybe an exhaust issue, perhaps. I don't know. But they're certainly very. First of all, they were underneath the bonnet, and now they're transfixed at the back of the car. So there's really something they're not happy with. The bonnet is now down.
So what are we going to do, SP on Podio? Are you going to disappear?
Yeah,
so before the end, or that's what we normally.
So Charlotte, bless her, she's running the meeting this weekend. She's dropped me down here, so with about 15 minutes to go, I'm going to be giving her the magic phone call to come and get me, and then I can.
Oh right, okay, you didn't drive around yourself.
Yeah, no, I came here in the camper van, so for me to sort of take it all down and just to drive around here. So Charlotte,
turn up in the camper van.
Yeah, just turn. Well, it's a converted Transit, but they're looking at some.
Actually, I've got to thank Charlotte for sorting out the ticket, because I emailed her at 4 o'clock this morning because I didn't have a ticket. That's not good.
No, Bart Horston's car being pushed back into the garage, so they're obviously not happy with something there.
When did you get your ticket?
Well, I turned up at the circuit on Thursday, so yeah. So I
woke up at 4 like you do. I haven't got a ticket for tomorrow, but Charlotte was back on it, sorted by 8 o'clock, so that's cool.
Fantastic, and that's one of the Lotuses, not ideally where you want to be off the road there. It's quite a fast left-hander, and if you do get it wrong there and it hits the grass, it almost you're just a passenger at that point.
I did Lotus just up the road, aren't they? And back in the late 70s, I went to watch some racing in Northern Ireland, and I stayed with a couple who's the lady Margaret was very heavily pregnant at the time. You wonder where I'm going with this story, is that is?
No.
And so yeah, this was like 79, and had the baby, and had a great time staying with them. We stayed with them for a week, and they were great friends at the time. We lost touch, as you do, and I got in touch with them 2 years ago.
Okay.
Because I saw, obviously looking to use some of the guys' photographs, and wanted to track them down to get permission.
Yeah.
And spoke to Margaret. She answered the phone and said, "Oh, how's the baby?" And she said, "Baby," and of course it's like 40 years on, and he works for Lotus now. Probably met him and didn't realise, you know. It's like but you know that thing where you have that moment, you know, where that week with them, and she was like due to drop. And
yeah, that sudden realisation that it has been 40 odd years. Yeah, but the one car we did, we haven't really spoken about. We spoke about David Drinkwater, but the Skegness Tyres sponsored BMW Compact we saw on the screen just now, and that was Adam Reed partnering David Drinkwater. He's had a very good year this year in this series.
Is he from up there, Skeg is he? Or?
He is.
Yeah.
He is. I do have a bit of banter with him whenever I see him, because whenever he's going racing, he always posts up, Skegness tyres will be closed from the Friday to the Monday. So basically, if you want to get some tyres in Skegness, don't bother. He's too busy going racing. But fair play to Adam. It's an immaculately prepared car, and
That's proper. You want to buy your tyres from someone who knows the game properly, don't you?
Absolutely.
The race driver. Yeah.
yeah,
Proper stuff.
someone that knows how to do it. And we're back in the pit lane with the economy and Bart Horston car, and it is not getting any better, unfortunately. They're frantically working away.
Yeah, silverware's going to be out of the question, but maybe a few laps a little bit later on. We're still not quite halfway through this one, so there might be some meaningful lappery to happen. Maybe a fastest lap to get if things. Having said that, we've got the Julian's cameraman moved out the way, and looks like they're ready to go. Is Bart still there?
Yeah, he's still in the car. You could just see the familiar red and white detailing on his helmet. So,
I wonder if that was a carryover from Fortec, because they're red and white. I'm pretty sure he raced with Fortec. He was a podium finisher in F4 as well.
Yeah,
which is not easy.
No, definitely not. And there's this thing about us. I mean, again, like I said before, I follow a lot of Australian motorsport, and they have got some drivers. I mean,
They got some good lads in F4 this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always the way you see the likes of Mark Webber, Daniel Ricciardo, and that come over to Europe, make it happen nice and twitchy on the exit there. But Aussie drivers that come over to Europe and do it well, and I think of other drivers like Russell Ingall that came over here, won the Formula Ford Festival, and then went back, won the V8 Supercars, won Bathurst twice. You know, the Aussie drivers and indeed the Kiwi drivers as well. They've got some fantastic talent, and we certainly saw that in NASCAR a few weeks ago with Shane Van Gisbergen as well. Brody Kostecki's going to go out there and do a bit more as well. So, flying the flag for Australia is Bart Horston here in this series.
Is your leader.
Tattersall still out on his own by now. Yeah, from Jas Sapra and Brian Branson, BMW, or according to our timing, or certainly the timing screen on the live stream, is showing us visiting the pit lane, so coming from one of their pit stops. And last time out, they were 8 seconds a lap slower than the Tattersall Seat Leon. So again, it's just proving front-wheel drive, nice big touring car, wide sort of size tyres, really helping them get the grip in this wet weather.
Right, so we should now see Greenshaw and Collins move up into second place, because they were 2.4 down on the last lap.
And that's the unmistakable figure of Jas Sapra just getting into the car. Strapped in, ready to go. They did dump a 25-litre fuel churn in that, so whether they've gone for the whole 25 litres or not, and that's then fueled up for the rest of the race, I don't know. But checking a bit of the tyre pressures as well, making sure everything's tickety-boo there. And that's the Greenshaw car. Yeah. Stopped on the end, on the exit of Murray's. Now, whether it's just cut out and he's pulled it off there just to... It's certainly got I mean, the wipers aren't moving, so I would suggest that possibly a power or an electrical issue. Yeah. Just at the guesstimate, which you do see more often with the wet weather races. It certainly works the alternators and the batteries a bit more than they're used to.
Safety car. Recover that. Can't leave it there for another hour.
Certainly looks like it. And safety car out on the boards now. So the field is going to be bunched up, and Jas Sapra and Brian Branson and Tattersall into the pit lane as well. So that's just come up on our timing screens. They've obviously seen the safety car boards out and thought, yeah, I think it's Christmas, Easter, all birthdays all come at once. With an hour to go in this race, we are officially halfway through the 2-hour SuperSport Endurance Cup in interesting conditions here at Snetterton. Still stranded there, so obviously I can't see any movement from a driver inside the car, so whether they've decided to get out and...
Yeah, just for safety. The marshals will get them out, won't they?
So, in a rather precarious position there. Won't get done for track limits, don't worry about that.
We had the car in the CityCar Cup on an Apex for the last 3 or 4 laps, so there weren't that many laps in the race actually, but the officials left it there. Could have put a safety car out or red flagged it, but to be fair, they erred on the side, not on the side of caution, but they wanted to keep the race going, which they did. It was the right decision because the car didn't get hit. It's very too easy to be black and white and say you should have put the safety car up. They wanted to give everyone some race time, so absolute respect to him. Oh, there's our mate in the caterum.
Absolutely, he's going to be absolutely miserable. He's just sitting there thinking, why am I here at Snetterton?
The good side is he doesn't have to hand over. Lee Collins doesn't have to hand over to anybody.
So he's going to be absolutely miserable, just in the caterum. He's wet, dripping through it. It's okay, that's absolutely fine, mate. You just go into a garage, dry off afterwards. You can see the MLP Developments team running the Piranha Racing Clio Gen 4 Cup car. It's great to see those Clio Cup cars getting used in endurance racing, actually.
Yeah.
As a turnkey solution for something like this, I just think they are brilliant.
How much of the value did they lose after coming down from the Cup, do we know?
Not a lot. I mean, you can still... I've seen one for as little as 15 to 20 grand up to 40. I mean, the thing is, you can still go to Renault and buy bits for them. That's what makes them cost effective. They're not specialist bits of kit. You can still buy bits for them. So for a team that are running arrive and drive endurance drives, or you want something that's just a turnkey solution that you can easily buy bits for and sort out, they're perfect.
Mind you, the bits weren't that easy to get when it used to run on Toka. We used to, I can't get this, I can't get that, and they were looking at bringing in the newer version, which I thought would have been good because you would have got the numbers up, but it never happened. Brexit happened, that made things difficult.
Yeah, that would have made things very difficult. But the recovery...
They were never going to come in for Brexit or otherwise, because we've got JCW Mini Challenge with Anthony Williams, which has been a very welcome addition to the all the levels of it as well, because they were running sort of 3 or 4 different levels. We had the entry level. It's not the same championship, but we had the cup that they're running for the older cars.
Yeah,
We've got the Coopers who are on with us next week, and the JCWs, which are mega bits of kit.
Yeah, great. It's a great championship to be around. I'm good friends with the Graves Motorsport
of course,
team.
yeah.
Carl, Dave Graves.
Don Wheatley's out of the GP, isn't he?
Yes, absolutely. So it's albeit they'll have the flood of Coopers they have. They run so many cars. I think it's 7 cars they're running this year.
Are you coming up to Croft?
Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. My next week is taken up with Silverlake duties, but it's great to see the team doing so well, and they've gone into Caymans this year with Max Coates and Ethan Hamilton as well. And it's good to see them doing so well. But the recovery team on track at the moment to recover that stranded Greensill BMW that stopped on the exit of Murray. So that's what we've got the safety car for if you're just tuning in. Paul Hinson getting strapped into his number 25 BMW, so he's obviously had to get unstrapped to fuel the car up perhaps. And he's now ready to go. So the field just making its way past the stricken car that's being recovered now. It really impresses me now. I mean, obviously the Toka have really been the forerunners of introducing these new recovery measures with the hooks in the roof and everything like that. But even at a club level meeting, which essentially this is today, to see how quickly the recovery teams could get a car off, just lifted onto the back of a low loader and gone, is quite impressive to me. But it doesn't take a lot to impress me, to be fair, Richard. But
me neither in racing, because I don't do it, and you do it. So you're actually out there and doing the business.
Paul Hinson being released just as the car number 65 Mazda MX-5 pulls into the pits for a stop. And we've, if ever you want to see 2 different kinds of MX-5, you've got the car in the background there, the orange MX-5 with all the wings and splitters and goodness knows what have you on it, and then you've got pretty much a bog standard, almost Super Cup spec MX-5 pulling in next to it. Really shows off the variety in this championship.
Have we seen the Mini yet? John Wyatt? I can't remember if we might have seen it on the...
I haven't
wanted to thank Jamie Peters-Ennis, who's one of our colleagues in
absolutely.
Does the Fun Cup commentary. And Jamie, I hope you're feeling better, mate, and have a natter with you in the week. But it just tells us that the number 7 Mini is run by Sussex Road and Race. So thank you, Jamie, for letting us know that. And thanks for watching. As I say, hope you're feeling better after. But he's off to the Nürburgring next week, apparently, Jamie. So he's off with another lad that's always somewhere. I tried to get him to come today, but we were saying that expense-wise, petrol and everything, even if you've been paid, you've still got to find hotels and everything else, and it can be an expensive thing. So that's where live streaming, I think, has been pretty good.
Yeah, it could just bring everything to this. It's one of the few few thankful things you could kind of take from COVID and the way everything changed, is that live streaming all of a sudden came even more relevant in bringing motorsport to the world, because beforehand effectively you would have the programs out on Motors TV when it was still running, and and now with the YouTube generation that's come in, you could effectively watch motorsport every weekend somewhere in the country.
The downside for me is the lack of edited content.
Yeah.
Because people like the YouTube quick, you know, the TikTok quick. I'm not talking about that, but just what we do on the Legends. I mean, Barry next door, we work on the Legends, and we do an hour program with 3 races in it, and you don't just interview the winners live stream. I mean, this is great because you've been out and you've interviewed background stuff as I did.
Yeah.
We think about that for the viewer. But a lot of live streams, you just do the winners and that's it. You know, race winner. But you don't get that on the live streams very much, but you can in a considered program.
Yeah,
and that's going. I hope it will come back. Some championships will come back. Whether they will or not, I don't know. Most people just sort of sticking with live streams, which is, you know, something like this with 2 safety cars. You want an edit to watch it back.
Absolutely,
because people are going to flick through this bit.
And the thing is as well, you've got so many different characters and people from all walks of life up and down the pit lane. It's just great to hear their stories, why they're there racing, and their different backgrounds. You've literally anyone can come and do this. If you are sat watching this at home thinking, I fancy doing a bit of this racing, like, get yourself onto the Brscc website, have a look at what's there to offer. It's
come as a marshal if you can't race and get involved that way. You can get a signature on your license.
Exactly.
You know, Jamie's done that as well. He wants to race. He's been done the marshal training. He's fully qualified. And you get I think with the graduate, we were talking about Caterham graduates. Caterhams have left Brscc, which is a big pity. But Paul and his team have done a great job to sort of replace things and getting Janessa on board and everything else. Things go around, don't they?
Yeah.
But yeah, Caterham graduates, I think, actually have that as a requirement. You have to go and marshal for a round.
Yeah.
So the regulations, it's a good thing to do.
I almost think as well they should maybe do that as a, well, I wouldn't say so much as a punishment, but to draw drivers who perhaps...
Oh, there is.
There we go.
So been listening, so we get them in.
So yeah, we managed to get the mini in, and there's the Tattersall leader, albeit according to the timing screens, I don't know if he still is. Yeah, he's
still there.
Still leading by nearly a lap from the Hayes Seat Leon in 2nd place, and the Branson Sapra BMW now down in 3rd place. Well, obviously
there's a lot of Hayeses. Is Jamie Hayes related to the Christopher and Luke Hayes that are in the? Yeah, it probably is, because CST Performance.
Yeah,
so yeah, probably. What I don't have is a pack from. I've got to say a big thank you to the Student Motorsport team for giving me a big load of information yesterday. Loads of good stuff online which I was able to use, and you know, we're only as good as the information we can give out. Yes, I know I can research online. Yes, I know I can go through websites, but a lot of the time it is helpful to get it given to you and pushed to you. So yeah, if I haven't researched you as a driver and I don't mention you, apologies, but you know, it does help to get the info out to us as Student Motorsport did.
Absolutely. One more lap under the safety car then, at least. We did see the car getting recovered, so hopefully it will just be the one more lap. It is a long lap, the 300, especially with the sort of 300 side of the circuit, the twisty infield. But I do like this circuit. It's a pleasure to drive on.
A big improvement on the old 200.
Yeah, absolutely.
Has anyone ever used the 100? Have you haven't done a meeting on the 100?
No. I think it's just done for sprints and that's it.
Possibly, yeah. There was talk about using part of the 100 as an oval and doing some night racing on it.
Okay.
Well, I don't know whether I'm letting cats out of bags, but a tri-oval, because it's like a triangle.
Yeah, well, it'd be great to do it.
Yeah. Pay to race kind of thing would be quite good, but yeah, maybe that will happen. So
fingers crossed.
Yeah, it'll be good. It's easy to get to from London here as well, so
absolutely
easy to get up. Still got the lights on safety car.
With an Audi
I think the
TT
safety car's winning actually at the moment.
It's certainly done enough laps, but the VX220 is making some strange indications on its car. I'm wondering if that's... Well, we saw that go into the pit lane earlier and into the garage to have some work carried out on it, so I'm just wondering if he's either knocked the indicator stalk or he's having a few issues.
Leaking fuel?
Leaking fuel, we're told from Barry, our producer, on the Bart Horston BMW.
It's Michael Edwards. I think actually, reflecting on Michael Edwards in Lotus Cup Europe, I think he came in towards the end of our tenure on it. It was a weird setup because they used to film it themselves or get the local people and then send it over to our editor, and then we used to package up in a program for originally Motors, and then when Motors switched off, we switched over to Amazon Prime. Yeah. And we had the programs on there. Amazon Prime's a complete nightmare, to be perfectly honest, but to deal with on an admin point of view, wouldn't recommend that at all. You talk about AI, that was the most automated pain in the neck, uploading to put content on. Real nightmare. Good at first, but I think they were getting all the content off motors, and then once they'd done that, then
yeah, decided against it.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a train of cars coming up the Bentley Straights towards Brundle. Hopefully we'll see some racing again this time around. 50 minutes to go here for this round of the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup in what has been challenging conditions.
That was Barry directing and vision mixing from the toilet.
He's got to lose. he's disappeared, so we've got no producer at the
moment.
moment.
You know he's back from the toilet. He's listening to us anyway.
we won't tell the viewers at home.
I think
exactly
the signal was they've got 2 vision mixers.
Yes, absolutely. So Barry's enjoying himself there in the production shares. We just wait for this queue of cars to get round and restart the racing here at Snetterton for the SuperSport Endurance Cup. Very testing conditions. It's been a bit wet. It's living up to his name, is Wetterton today.
Wetterton. Not heard that before.
Have you
In all my years, I've never.
It's the one thing. There we go. Lights out on the safety car. So we are going to resume racing here at Wetterton, with the TT leading the way, although I fear not for long. And Bart Horston was certainly looking very racy in that 1 series behind him, getting the warmth back in the tyres, albeit having to stop to fix the issues it had, as maybe put it back a few laps. But you know, they're in the hunt for the championship overall. They've had some fantastic results, and they want to get the hammer down now. As the lights go out, they go green over the start-finish line, and past the TT it goes. Bart Horston is going to get the hammer down and see if he can claw back some championship points.
Yeah, 3 straight class wins in Pro A for Kim Economy and Bart Horston. I think Paul Hinson was running 2nd in his class. We need to keep an eye on that. He still is P2 in Club A. And the Clio that we were looking at in the pits is the 221 car is the class leader there. So Paul Hinson could potentially lose his 100% record here. And he's probably going to argue it's down to safety cars and where cars were picked up and
Absolutely.
decisions on when to stop. There's the Sussex Road and Race car.
Just very carefully making his way around him is the Tattersall Seat Leon Cupra. You'll see possibly coming into the shots in the background there. A big gaggle of cars. You've got the VX220 Roadster, you've got the Liam Bidgeway Lotus, and you've got the Brian Branson Jas Sapra BMW in front of it. Paul Hinson's there in the BMW Compact, and nice and wide on the outside of the hairpin there is the Tattersall Seat Leon and the Sussex Road and Race BMW Mini there. And they get lost in the spray so easily.
They do. They wonder why they put the sign on quite early to put the rear bad weather light on, which is to keep everybody safe. So we see Bidgeway again.
And just to put the mockers on everything, Richard, it is raining again. So I don't think there's going to be any let up from the wet weather this afternoon. It's going to be a trying. Well, I say a trying. It's going to be an even more challenging few races this afternoon. After this, we've got action to come from the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship as they have their 2nd race of the day. We've got the CityCar Cup Championship, and then to round out the day with some fantastic action from the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship. I'm very much looking forward to that race as our last race.
Yeah, I was trying to get my head round. I think I called it. Anyone that's watching the stream said that we'd got 2.
Oh, contacts for the leader.
That is damaging potentially, but he survived for the moment.
Yeah, a bit of contact there with Paul Hinson. I think there was a bit of a sort of schmuzzle as they all came in. 5 cars trying to go into one and trying to find a bit of a gap. Maybe a bit too hesitant on the brakes. A little bit of contact there, but it doesn't look too bad going round Corham into Murray's. Certainly not what you want to have happen to you when you're leading the race.
No, particularly when you got into the second half and you've got such a big lead. I mean, every time I look at the timing screen, Sapra Branson aren't even getting close to it. They're even with the safety car, they were quite a way back, even though, oh, actually, no, 2 laps down now, so they weren't even on the lead lap.
And Tattersall, as the man on the screen there, Tattersall, they have pitted twice, so they are in the box seat there to take out the win here.
Yeah.
Well, that is the overall win. With 45 minutes to go, I've probably put the kibosh on him now, the commentator's curse.
Yeah, but you've got a long career of that ahead of you, my friend.
Let's hope so. And the car in second place, car number 221, the Renault Clio Gen 4 car of Mason and Byerland. They've only done the one stop. Sapper and Bransom have now gone down to third place and doing 3-minute 1 lap time, so clearly struggling to get the power down and get the pace on in these really wet conditions. Ricky Coomber in the Honda Civic, who we have seen have a few excursions, he's doing well, he's in fourth place. The Mead Heartland VW Scirocco, the sort of wearer tools looking, I would like to think, Scirocco. Not sure if there's any sponsorship going on there, but the Tattersaul Seat Cupra going well on screen. It had a bit of an excursion, a bit sideways, a bit of contact. It happens in these wet conditions, but still going, pressing on.
Julian McBride is the championship leader outright. He is third at the moment in Pro B, 11th overall. I keep wanting to say Simon McBride, Deep Purple. He's the new, he's taken over as the new guitarist. So apologies for that, but you know when you get a McBride name, because you never come across the name.
You just get those strange, you get those names that are quite rare, and you think, oh right, okay, it just reminds you of something else.
Yeah, yeah.
But conditions really just it's just coming to the front wheel drive cars when you've got a Renault Clio Cup Gen 4 car, second overall in a field as diverse as this. It really shows you how tricky these conditions are, especially.
And it's a club class car. I mean, power is just totally negated, isn't it?
Absolutely. So the VX220 there. I mean, I'm a Ford man at heart, but that did kind of remind me a bit of my childhood. I remember watching that in British GT in the early 2000s. I think didn't that race against the VW Golf back in the day in British GT? There was.
I'll be honest, British GT's never been one that I've followed greatly. I did work on it for one season, but that was donkeys ago. And I just don't get time to follow it, and it's not. Yeah, I'll be advised on that.
If you do know and you are watching on the YouTube live stream, get the answers in the comments there, folks. But
Addison's the man to ask. He's just encyclopedia. Anything else, he hasn't got a clue. But motorsport.
Absolutely.
You know, when we go for dinner with ITV, talk about snooker, no clue. Football, no clue. Horse racing, little bit. Cricket, no clue. Motor racing, everything. And that's why he's good at what he does. He's absolutely genius, Addison, on car racing. But yeah, he will know every driver and where they've raced and
an encyclopedic knowledge. I love it.
Absolutely right.
So
that's the way of the world these days. Generally, motorsport commentators don't get to work on anything else, so because you get pigeonholed. So my football experience apparently counts for nothing now. So
okay, well I wouldn't say so. I mean it's
yeah, I'd have trouble getting a gig in football again, but who knows? Maybe. Jack Nicholls was doing football as well, wasn't he?
Yeah,
scandal.
So the one thing that I've noticed with a lot of these cars, a lack of headlights. So there's a few LED lights coming on, but you sort of look through the spray in these cars, and it's like stick your headlights on, and then you realise they've got a fiberglass front end, so they can't. But the VX220 still wanting to turn right. The BMW, of course, because it's a BMW, the indicators won't be working. As we see, the VX2 dives down the inside of the VX220 there, keeping out of the way, and the Mazda MX-5 behind. I mean, you say about the power on these cars kind of being negated because the conditions are so slippery, and where it is still pouring with rain here, the water has really built up onto the track, so it is a properly wet race now. There is no question about it. And just see it gets the power down on the straights and heads past the Mazda again, but through the corners that Mazda will be absolutely fighting hammer and tong to get past it, so I wouldn't be too keen to get past this time around.
Championship leader going through shot.
Yeah, the 67 BMW. So it just I think at this time, Richard, it's just a case of bag as many points as you can. It's a tricky race, and maybe count it as one of your drops. Have they got drop scores in this series?
The points chart gives totals before and after, but they don't bring them into play yet, so I'm assuming, because it's in the template, that they do.
Right.
But I'm not sure how many, whether it's one round or because there aren't that many races as such. Obviously, because it's endurance, they'd be here all weekend.
Yeah, and that's going to be the good thing for the McTominay and Horston cars. So obviously they've been in the mix in terms of points and for their class, but they've had not so much a bit of a shocker today, but they've had a few issues. But they've got Bart Horston in the car now. It's got his head down. It'd be interesting to see where they end up in the overall scheme of things.
Now the Lotus have got Matthias Raidstock and Carr, and I'm for the life of me trying to think of the name of the gentleman called Carr that raced in Lotus. Dave Carr. Sure, it's Dave Carr, I reckon. Probably wrong again, but educated or uneducated guess.
I'll go with that.
Frequent podium man in Cup Europe as well.
Yeah, so
it's great that those drivers are finding this to come and race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because there's an English Lotus series, which I'm guessing they probably do their own thing in, but just the fact that those drivers have been tempted away tells you that Brscc have got it right.
Absolutely. I mean, they have, and I'm not doing it because we're predominantly working on their stream or to blow the proverbial smoke or anything like that, but the Brscc and what they're doing, introducing new series. We saw one of the cars for that new series go through the shop now, the Audi TT. The way they've worked with the live streams as well and showing off the various different championships and making sure everyone gets fair exposure, the continuous hard work they have with all of the Mazda MX-5 series and creating the Clubman Mark 1s as well. I thought that was a fantastic move to maybe get the more gentleman drivers through or just to add to that progression.
Yeah, absolutely.
Through the table. And of course I'll blow the trumpet for the modified Ford series that they helped.
I'm mega to see. Last time I saw, I think it was here last year. Absolutely superb.
Yeah, and that would have been. That would have been a meeting I raced in actually.
Yep.
Started from the pit lane in race 1 and made my way through to a class podium, so I was quite happy that day. Straight in the pool afterwards. it was a very, very hot day. That was a 40-degree day.
Yeah.
We literally went down to Argos, bought a paddling pool, filled it up at the circuit. So as soon as I got out the car, it was gloves off, boots off, straight in the pool.
Smart move, Rob. Smart move.
Now the car on screen there, that is the Horston McTominay car. And where have they got to on the list of things?
Greenswell still fastest lap. Let's go. That's not going to get beaten now, is it?
No, I don't think so, especially with the conditions getting a lot worse. Just have a look.
Yeah, 26 Horston economy because they are 4 laps adrift. I would have thought more than that because they were in the pits for quite a long time and even garaged, weren't they?
Yeah, 4 laps down.
It's not that bad.
2 pit stops, so I don't think they're going to be able to. Well, they don't need to pit again as we click down to just over 35.
They're basically last though because you've got Greenswell Collins behind them who are out. So
yeah.
So it's whether they're going to be able to close up on Paul Savage in the 124 Audi TT. They've got 1 minute 13 to catch up on him, so that's the mission, isn't it, really? Just to try and see who they can get ahead of.
Absolutely. Comparative lap times as well. I mean, last lap from Bart Horston was a 2 minute 36.7. To put that into context, you've got the cars above him that are doing 3 minutes, 3 minutes 11, 2 minutes 46. So in some cases, he's almost lapping 20 to 30 seconds quicker than the cars in front. So, you know, he's no slouch behind the wheel, certainly.
Certainly not.
Fuel stop happening here for car number 15. That's the Audi TT again. Bit of a thirsty car, that.
It is, isn't it? Just having a look to see whether... Okay, they've had 2 stops, so third driver for car 15 is going to be Richard Bliss.
Yeah. Now that car in front of your screen there, so that is the Renault Clio, the Piranha Racing liveried car being looked after by MLP Developments, and that is 2nd overall in the proceedings, just trying to make his way around Paul Hinson in the BMW Compact. But again, the conditions playing to the front wheel drive, steady, probably where it has that SADAF sequential gearbox as well, as it just gets a little bit untidy through onto the Bentley straight there. That was very well held, but front wheel drive, get the diff working, be able to get the power down as quickly and efficiently as they can, and get itself up to 2nd overall, albeit with a few of the leaders dropping off as well, as testament to the team and to the drivers. Very well driven in these conditions.
So looks like we're going to have a first time overall winner here.
Certainly looking that way.
We've got 30 minutes to go yet, so maybe not.
Don't put the kibosh on it now, Richard.
He's already had a bit of contact, hasn't he?
As we just that 221 car is really trying its best.
When he
to
comes
throw
in
it
second,
off.
blame me on the podium, right? When
Absolutely. I'll have to make sure I duck and dive as I head back to the podium shortly. But driver change going on potentially for the TTCR car, and there's Leon Bridgeway getting some more camera time there.
Yeah, Leon overall winner, wasn't he, at Silverstone? You were at that
Yeah,
one?
fantastic. Yeah, fantastic result there. It's had some great results, and very well-driven car. Paul Hinson just making his way down. He's actually got some breathing space now between him and the second place overall Gen 4 Clio.
So much standing water out there now.
Yeah, it's certainly getting a bit tricky out there. The rain is still falling, so it's just adding to it. But where the cars are circulating now, it's just going to be kicking up the spray. But so much standing water around at the moment, and all it tells me is that the races we've got to come. So we've still got the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship race to come. We've got the Brscc CityCar Cup Championship to come, and the MX-5 Super Cup. They are going to be some very entertaining races, especially in this rain. Tatasol leads, that's the EST performance you can see on the screen there, car number 4. Like I say, Richard, an eclectic mix of cars here. You've literally got anything. And there's our friend of the caterer. Soggy as anything. Making his way through Rich's now, absolutely soaked.
8th in class, Lee Collins. Only done 2 of the 3 events so far in the 310R Pro B. But yeah, I mean, this is what for the club. It's difficult for the club to, as a club, you can put on what you think people want, or you can put on what people want. Yeah, it's 2 different things. And it's very difficult doing the latter. It's easy doing the former. But they do seem to have delivered it here.
Absolutely. Some fantastic racing this weekend, and again, you know, I'll blow the trumpet. It's to be ever present at 4 race meetings across the country is absolutely phenomenal, and an outstanding effort by the team at the Brscc.
Got any more lined up for the rest of the year?
Me personally, no. Actually, I don't think that's. Well, I will certainly be out and about with the C1 Racing Club, so
Yeah,
I'll be at every single meeting. But in terms of live stream work, I think for me that's everything at the moment.
Yeah, I'm done. This is my last one. I had a couple more lined up, but they've changed the plan, so they've gone. So this is the end of my club season.
Oh, okay.
Which is a shame. An early end, but so I've got some spare dates if anyone wants anyone talking rubbish on anything. Actually, football season's kicking in, so I might try and get some radio football stuff, which would be good to get back into that.
Fantastic. Back down to Crawley?
Possibly. That's a little bit too low level for what my team that I've been helping out at level 10.
Okay.
Which is, there's no coverage at that level. So,
Okay.
but yeah, I'd probably go conference level.
Yeah, hopefully better weather than this.
Doesn't matter, you're undercover. And if it's too bad, they rain it off, so it's a win-win all the way around, isn't it, with football?
There we go, fantastic. Well, that's the Just Sapra Brian Branson BMW back in the pit lane for what will probably be its second stop, and that takes them off the overall podium positions.
Wow.
And it is, I can tell you now, it is a front-wheel drive 1, 2, 3 with Tattersall leading overall by an absolute country mile in the Seat Leon Cupra. They're doing lap times of 2 minutes 33, absolutely on it. In second place, you've got the Mason Bylan Renault Clio Cup Gen 4 car, and that's only doing 3 seconds a lap slower than the car that's leading overall. And then you've got Ricky Coomber in that immense Honda Civic. He's in third place at the moment, still got a stop to come, and he's doing lap times at the moment of around 2 minutes 42 in these conditions. They're not going to get any quicker, as you say. The rain is still falling. It's only getting wetter here at Snetterton or Weston.
Yeah, so I'll remember that now. Yeah, top 2 cars actually, but ex Tokabarks, aren't they, effectively? I don't know if they're exactly the same models, but the Seat Land Cupra, they were there when I started working with the live programs.
Yeah, absolutely.
I always remember going to Rockingham first year, and one of the drivers came out saying, can you say hello to my girlfriend's grandmother on air? I said, it's not Tony Blackburn's request program, It's
yeah,
not.
yeah.
you do get some odd requests, but yeah, that was the Cooper. I was trying to remember the name of the guy from the northeast. It's gone. It's gone. Wasn't very good anyway. Didn't get up to touring car. So.
And there's our friend in the Caterham, Richard, ploughing on. I've just realised, not even a windscreen on that Caterham.
No, for sure.
Bare to the elements, and the only way you can really tell is we also see the Pure Track McGann in the background. The only thing that's really keeping him from the elements is the visor.
The little bit of perspex.
Yeah, the tiny bit of perspex. The thing is, with a single-seater, he's sort of enclosed in the cockpit. In a Caterham, you've still not... You've got no chance. You've still got a big open area.
Yeah.
I suppose it's the same as the Mazdas later on, but at least they've got a windscreen to keep the rain off them as they're driving through it. But our intrepid friend there, car number 82, for me, that's my driver of the day.
I agree, and you know, people, everyone I spoke to that's raced Caterhams love them to bits. I was trying to get my son interested in having a look, and he doesn't get it. I said, well, you haven't actually sat in one and had a go. We've got them on the touring car package in a few weeks at Silverstone, so I'm really looking forward to having that. The thing that frustrates me about Caterhams is that there are so many classes.
Yeah.
Why? Regionalise it. Just have less classes and regionalise it, and then have a Caterham festival and get everyone together at the end of the year.
Yeah, and get everyone involved. That's our second place overall car into the pit. So the Clio Cup car has made its way. Luke from MLP Developments is having a good look. Oh, he doesn't look too dry himself, to be fair. He's got the timer going there at the moment.
Oh, good cutting there. That was good.
Yeah, that's the reason why. So it's a bit moist here at Snetterton. The rain started just as we came onto the air. It was spitting, it was greasy, and now it is absolutely pouring down. It's closed in. We're set fair here for the day. We've got a yellow flag. That's a driver off.
Yep.
Is that on the Bentley straight, maybe?
Don't know. It was a weird angle. It looked like the cameraman was at a weird angle to try and get it. So it's not an angle we've seen before.
Yeah, but the driver obviously gesticulating to the Marshall's team there, perhaps getting the car recovered. But could this see the return of the safety car?
Yep, third stint, very possible. They've only got another 12 minutes to do mandatory pit stops, so if anyone hasn't, I think pretty much. Actually, we've still got Coomber's only done one. And Mead and Hartland in third place have only done one stop so far, so they've only got 12 minutes to get that in. And it might be a case now waiting for the safety car, get in, minimise the damage, and could get out in second and third.
One thing you'll see the team member just working on the Clio Gen 4 Cup there. They've got the roof scoops in the top, which gets all the cold air into the car on a hot summer's day. I can assure you this is a summer race day. But the one thing that those roof scoops are absolutely fantastic for getting cold air into the car. But when it is a wet, soggy day like today, also good for letting water in, which is not a good thing.
If you're watching a replay, it's the Winter Championship in November.
Well, it's certainly the conditions certainly making it look that way, but I can assure you it's July. It's still sort of late teens in terms of temperatures. Still warm enough to be a summer race day, but Snetterton rather damp here. 26 minutes to go. Our overall leader is Tattersall in the Seat Leon Cupra by a clear 2 laps from Ricky Coomber, who's now jumped up into second place in the Honda Civic. The Mead Heartland Scirocco, who's jumped up into third place. They're yet to make a stop.
Yep.
The car on screen, the Gen 4 Clio Cup car, the Mason Byerland Clio, that has now left the circuit, and according to our timing screens, leaves in 10th overall and in class second. So on course for a good result for them.
Brief look at Leon Bridgeway. Bidgeway. I keep saying Bridgeway. Bidgeway.
Yeah, it's easy to do that.
And running well, 4th position at the moment, so made up a place courtesy of the Clio, and has had 2 stops. So the next thing of note is probably going to be the stops, because we've only got now 10 minutes for the pit window to be open for the remaining 2 drivers to have their stops. With the Triple 8 car, which is a fair way down the order, splashing its way out of Murray's down the straight, up the straight now. Uphill here, down into turn 1, as we said at the outset of the day, and then McBride's come up in 5th. It's amazing how these races sort of settle in and you get sort of repeat performances by front runners as we do in the C1s.
Absolutely.
Are we going to see a shock this weekend? Are we going to see hardcore model makers go back to the top as they did last year? That was a good one.
That was a very good one, to be fair. I think there's something in my bones that just tells me it's going to be Team Trojans again. They have been absolutely phenomenal. They're carters. There's something about them. Bart Horston is absolutely hustling that BMW 1 Series. Go on, son.
It's a good racer's name as well, isn't it? Bart Horston. That's
yeah, absolutely.
Can you think of any names that aren't racers' names?
Off the top of my head,
I'm not going to. Bart Horston's a proper racer.
That is a proper, proper racer's name. I mean, you think of any famous racing driver from back in the day that's done, Ayrton Senna, really good name there.
To be fair, there's nobody on the list here. I'm looking at the list. There's nobody who doesn't sound like a driver, to be perfectly honest.
No.
C1s maybe tomorrow. We'll have a look at that. I think CityCar Cup, there might be a couple in there, but
absolutely. But the yellow compact, actually, again, they're running very well after the issues they had at Donington. Brand new engine put in that car. And there's our championship leader, McBride, who's making a good haul of points there, currently sitting 5th overall as things stand and 3rd in class.
Yeah, podium in that's going to be a good job for him, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just, at this point, it's just about banking those points and getting the result that you need.
Region Drinkwater 2nd in the championship on 123 points. And McBride in the 67 car on 130, so he's going to extend the championship lead.
Fantastic. So good job done for McBride in terms, if it stays like this. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on anyone yet, Richard, with just over 20 minutes still to go. And we'll see if we'll place any bets on the MX-5 Clubman Championship, the CityCar Cup and the Super Cup Championship races to come. I think they will be very much action-packed. The one thing, I did see Ali Bray while I was sorting out the
podium. He had a good recovery, didn't he?
He had a very good recovery. I did look at him and sort of asked if he was okay, and he just said, I've never been that scared in all my life.
Really?
He was, he just thought, wow, he did not expect that to happen. Unfortunately, he did have a little bit of a love tap that pushed him into it.
Oh, was it?
He did get a bit twitchy. He got a bit of a love tap which sent him round, but a fantastic recovery drive there from Ali Bray. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in race 2.
This is the great thing, isn't it, with the guy? Super Cup though, isn't it? So he's not out of position, is he? So
no. Certainly good to see how he gets on there. But fantastic, like you say, some brilliant driving standards so far in this race.
Warren Tattersall set his stall out early, had a really, really good start, and apart from one little scare so far, that knock that he had, in with the other cars, everything has been timed to perfection. He's on his own, of course, hasn't had to worry about the time shared with another driver, which could be a concern for drivers as they come into these races thinking about the pit stops. He's going to pass the Matthew Adcock BMW Compact now, so he's closing up. Again, biding his time, he can afford to. He just take the right moment as he comes out of Murray's. Adcock does a good job, moves over, and the race leader is through, safe and sound, onto another lap, and we're heading down towards the last 20 minutes or so of this race now. So 5 minutes of the pit stop window open. Still with, Tatterstall's had 3 stops now, with Coomber, Mead and Hartland, 2nd and 3rd respectively, still only on the 1 stop, so they're really making a late call.
So, in terms of lead, although I noticed on the timing screen, Tatterstall's made 3 stops.
Yeah.
So, quite strange. You only need to do 2 mandatory stops, so I'm wondering whether they had to do a quick splash and dash just to get it over the line to the end. But Ricky Coomber in 2nd, he's only done 1, so they've still got to visit the pits. Ricky Coomber in 2nd. And the Saxon Motorsport run VW Scirocco in 3rd place, they've also got to visit for another trip. So it's actually looking pretty good for Liam Bidgeway and Julian McBride, because we know that with the way the timings go, you've got to be in the pit lane for 3 minutes minimum duration. So with my sort of Mystic Meg hat on. I think, oh, we've got a spinner coming out of the Murray. Someone's come a bit of a cropper there, the car number 63.
Michael Edwards.
Yeah, had a bit of an issue there onto the grass. But back to putting my Mystic Meg hat on there, I think it's going to look pretty good for Leon Bidgeway and Julian McBride there. More championship points heading his way, and for Paul Hinson as well. So he is sitting 6th place overall in that car.
Class leader.
Class leader.
So he'll maintain the clean sweep. He's going to be the only driver in the championship to have a clean sweep. Might be championship lead, potentially.
Potentially.
So what about where at Horston and... Actually, no, because... Yes, McBride's 3rd. That's Pro B, isn't it? So
you could just hear ticking on the live stream viewers. That's Richard.
Yes,
getting his maths.
Yeah, and as you'll know, again, if you watch High, we've been slagging off my old school, Oxted. When I was with Jamie Caroline on the F4, I don't know if you watched it back, but
yeah.
Jamie and I went to the same school, and neither of us could work the maths out on the championship points at Thruxton.
Blame
and I apologise for the viewers. I said we were both from Oxted School, so blame them. And funny enough, I don't think anybody watches it, so they can't work out how to use the remotes in Oxted, so that's probably why.
Nah, that's fair enough. Our intrepid friend we saw there in the caterum still going. And up to 11th overall, actually, so a fantastic bank of points there for him as well. Julian McBride, he's obviously hit some standing water there.
Me.
Well saved. That was so twitchy.
And might be aware of the leader coming up on him as well, because he's the leader coming up to pop another lap on him.
Yeah, I think he hit a bit too much throttle there. Paul Hinson going through in the BMW Compact, and you ask the question why? Because BMW, as it says on the side of his car. Tattersall making his way through the pack, still leading a gargantuan lead despite having made 3 pit stops, leading by clear 2 laps and just lapping about 5 seconds a lap quicker than anything else. In terms of pace, I think the next quickest car is probably that Renault Clio Gen 4 Cup car, and that's doing laps of 2 minutes 40. But there's the Julian McBride BMW really not liking these conditions.
I'm just waiting for pit stops now. When are these guys going to come in for their final stop? Because they've got 2 minutes to do it. That's a lap.
No, that's exactly. So they've got to do it this lap.
Oh, we've had one. Okay, so one of them's in. Coomber's in. We've got two stops showing now. So Coomber's in.
I think.
Oh, they're both in. So they've done it. Okay,
yeah.
Panic over. They know what they're doing. Leave them to it, Richard.
Yeah, I think we'll do our usual. we'll do our usual, Richard. We'll just talk about events here. But 17 minutes to go, and I think the question now is: will Julian McBride be able to keep it on the tarmac long enough to get a good result? I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but that championship lead that he had has really been tested here today with these conditions. The rear-wheel drive BMWs have certainly been outfoxed. It was a conversation with Scott Woodward that we had at the previous rounds that if you want to win in this series, you probably need a BMW or similar. But when the wet stuff comes out, it really is a leveller. The good news is my taxi is on its way. So Charlotte is. I'm just psyching myself up to get ready to hopefully speak to 6 class winners.
It's a bit like the old Silverstone shuttle to get down from the Beckett spot.
Absolutely. So
which is quite good.
Charlotte White, who has been absolutely operating, making sure everything is as it should be here at the Brscc meeting this weekend. She's been doing a fantastic job. And she's on her way to come and get me so I can go around and do the podium presentations. But as we look out the window, Richard, it is still absolutely pouring down from our view from the commentary box.
You should have done the John Ward one, said I haven't got a coat, taking your coat off on the way and then send me out there.
I can do that to you, Richard. I can do that to you. We already know I've got a jacket on anyway. I had to use the hood earlier, didn't I? So.
Oh, of course, yeah, but you might have left it over there, in which case you could have gone over there.
So,
a Mazda moment with Bruce Robinson. Bruce has been there with Richard Amos, actually, over the course of the season, but running it on his own today, I think, Bruce Robinson. Yeah. And running well in the number 90. He's actually the class leader in Club B. So... and doing the sensible option of having a roof on that MX-5.
Yeah, it's unusual to see them, isn't it? I'm so used to seeing the open ones.
And another MX-5 on our stream here, that's a Rob Boston Racing liveried orange MX-5. You won't miss that in the car park, will you? Not with the wing on the back like that, mind, but that's a very aerodynamic looking Mazda MX-5 on screen there.
This is actually going to push Bruce Robinson up in the championship a little bit. Just having a look at the points. Again, can't work it out. He's going to say that without Richard Amos in the car, he's managed to push it closer because he's 5th overall in the championship. But the overall ones are close when you get 3rd, 4th, and 5th. He's class leader already, so he's going to extend that lead. He's on 121 points. The outright championship lead is on 130. So, yeah, he could possibly come away with the outright championship lead, if not probably P2 in the outright championship for the Mazda. So a good drive so far, and there are our class leaders, courtesy of Barry and the team. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, so Reed and Drinkwater in the Club C class. David Drinkwater wins in anything he gets in, let's be honest, and he'll be ready and raring to go for the WRC developments team tomorrow. Tattersall, as well as leading overall, is leading the Pro B class. As we see on screen there, the McTominay Horston car had some fantastic results, but unfortunately Lady Nuck has not been with them today. They've had a few issues. Paul Hinson, incredibly, I've got to give a massive shout out to Paul. He's driven the wheels off that BMW Compact. He is leading the Club A class, and he is 4th overall, really proving that when the wet stuff comes out, it's not all about the power, it's about the driver, and he is absolutely driven phenomenally. Julian McBride, incidentally, our current championship leader, is 3rd overall, as well as being 3rd in his class. Leon Bidgeway 2nd overall. As we see on screen, the Mead, Heartland, Scirocco, the last of the late pitters.
They've all done it though, but a race leader, as you pointed out, 3 stops. There's hardly anybody else with 3. The Hayes pairing have had 3 stops, but most of the others have stuck to the regulatory 2. Of course, you can have diagnostic stops if you've got a problem or just want to do an extra refuel. You're able to do that, or swap over if you want to swap drivers again. You can do that. Several of the drivers have availed themselves of that as we dial 999 and look at Ricky Coomber. They're still having a good run, having run on the potential podium for much of the race after that 2nd stop, dropping him down into 8th place, 6.2 seconds down on the Reed Drinkwater car, so maybe the chance of getting up another place before the end of this one, which now has just over 12 minutes to run.
Yeah, the Reed Drinkwater car as well, 7th overall. Fantastic effort there from that car. The car on screen there, so if you live in Skegness and you need some tyres, try Tuesday. That's when Adam will be back in business, or maybe Monday morning. I'm not sure if he's staying around for any of the C1 action. But
and if you quote code RobLewis99, you get 15% off.
I'll speak to Adam. I'll speak to Adam when I get back. We'll work out a deal. It's all good. It's all good. But with just under 12 minutes ticked under, I'm just going to head out and back to do the podiums now.
Cheers, Rob.
Richard, a pleasure to commentate with you.
Absolute pleasure to see you here and work with you. Brilliant stuff.
And a bit of a bucket list ticked off there, I think. So.
Oh, for me, well, me as well.
Superb.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you very much for your company. So Rob he's going to do the hard work. He's done most of the hard work in this afternoon as well. Back with the taxi. So we've got 11 minutes to go. So my job to count down that 10 minutes with you. If you've stayed with us, thank you for doing that. And I hope you're going to enjoy the rest of the action here in the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup race. And it is the 141 car that has really stolen the show. Warren Tattersall, superb job from him in the race so far today. I'll apologise for hesitation just looking through the... okay, so we were talking about a Seat Cupra driver earlier on. Was it Harry Volkard? I don't think it was, but I remember Harry Volkard. Thank you for that, Jamie. But yeah, I do remember Harry, but yeah, he was good in the Seats. And so, yeah, 10 minutes to go. A little bit of flicking to do on the phone as we watch Chris Etheridge in the number 80 BMW M3, 3.2 litres, running in the Pro B category. Where is Etheridge?
4th in class, just shy of the podium in Pro B, but remember, 1st, 2nd and 3rd overall are the leaders in that one, so 4th is not a disgrace at all. Good performance. I've got to say, actually, from all the drivers that have kept going, absolutely superb. So these guys are going to have a very well-earned break after this race. So Warren Tattersall, the race leader, the gap 2 laps back to Leon Bidgeway in 2nd position. Bidgeway with 2 class wins this year. Julian McBride, the other class winner in Pro B. So we're going to have a 3rd class winner in the class and a 2nd overall winner in Pro B, which is absolutely brilliant for him. The old school racing VW Scirocco, now driven by, that's Tim Hartland. We were told originally Tim Hartland was starting it, it was Stuart Mead, in fact, who started it. Tim Hartland taking it over. So where we were talking about Tim at the start, it's Tim at the end, because I think the drivers changed their mind. Again, thanks very much indeed to Mark Werrell for updating us on the driver changes and numbers. As down towards us comes David Drinkwater in the 99. David in 9th place, leading Club C. Also remember the class leader, so that class championship lead is intact for Adam and David in the Three Amigos car, 1900cc Club C car. Again, track getting a little bit crowded here. Let's see whether Chris Etheridge is going to get caught out at all. He's busy racing one of the Lotus cars. Comes our Caterham, Lee Collins through the murk. Visibility as much as anything else is difficult, so you've got tricky conditions to deal with, dodgy visibility. Obviously they've got the rear warning lights on just to allow people. Here comes David Drinkwater, nice wide line there. There's the Lotus going through as well. That's the Matthias Raidstock and Dave Carr machine. I think it's Dave Carr at the wheel, as he was listed as the 2nd driver. And again, if it's not Dave Carr, if it's a different car, I apologise, but didn't manage to pick up on the bulletin. Quick flick to is Lewis Noon in the 77 car, the Mazda MX-5, followed by 129 Matthew Adcock, the 2nd driver in Club C. Adcock still going, currently 2nd in class Club C actually, Matthew Adcock. So that yellow BMW running well. And here's a look once again at Sussex-based Mini Cooper of John Wyatt in the John Wyatt Fine Jewellery Mini Cooper S Turbo, and 6 minutes to go. Matthew Adcock continues. Again, the Mini working, I'm trying to work out which, is that the R53 or 56? Would probably welcome a little bit more competition. Again, we change and go back to Mazda MX-5. Steve Hyde in the car now, in the 65. The car was started by Stephen Wiggins. Jonathan Hyde took over, or was scheduled to take over. Certainly that's what we were told by the notes. And the 65 car is, again, a class podium contender, almost sewn up. That is Club B. So having a very good run. And Ricky Coomber, podium runner for much of the race, by virtue of the stop strategy, really, you have to say, but running in a good, healthy 8th position, leading Pro A, so the leading sort of most powerful car, and that's testament to what Ricky Coomber's done in this race, really, keeping it going and right up at the sharp end for much of the race, and he's winning his class. That's all we can really ask of him in these conditions today. So Coomber in 8th position and class leader. Pro B still 1st, 2nd and 3rd. As we said, 2nd place, 2 laps adrift of the race leader. The gap between second and third, 17.6 seconds on the last lap. In fact, now we've got okay, it was 3 laps, it's gone back to 2, the way the cars crossed the line. Julian McBride still in 3rd place, the championship leader. And Paul Hinson is going to make it 4 wins in class out of 4. He's the only driver to maintain that record, so excellent stuff for Hinson in Club A. Now, he's had competition because he's got the Clio Cup Gen 4 car of Mason and Bialan in Club A, and also the Price Hennifer Renault Megane is in Club A as well, so he's not been short of competition though. We're under 5 minutes to go, 4:24 as you can see on the clock, and our race leader is back with us, Warren Tattersall in the Warehouse and Transport Solutions Seat Leon Cupra, having a very good, clean, clear race. He's only had the one real bit of bother. I wonder if that preempted the additional pit stop, maybe to check a bit of bodywork that might have been rubbing. They wouldn't have had time to sort tracking out or anything like that, but it's been an absolutely super job by the Cupra driver. The team have obviously given him a decent machine to work with, and he's got a couple of laps to go now here at Snetterton in our 4th event of the season. Kim Economy and Bart Horston having had 2 outright wins. Leon Bidgeway in Pro B winning the 2nd race of the campaign, that was at Silverstone. And the leader clear of traffic at the moment. You can see the blue LEDs flashing in the background telling drivers that the race leader is there. I've got to say, on the whole, given the different classes and the vastly different power outputs of these cars, the driving standards, particularly of drivers being caught, has been very good indeed. We're inevitably going to get some contact, but we've seen very, very little, considering the conditions. An absolutely super job by the drivers. Remember, Class A, 311 to 350 brake horsepower per tonne, and the bottom class, the least powerful class, the Clubman C's, anything up to 150 brake horsepower, 254 on the clock. The lap times at the moment are 2:30. Here is Leon Bidgeway, the 2nd car. He is at the moment showing us 3 laps adrift. Will cross the line, which the race leader has done already. Bidgeway goes across the line now, reduces the deficit to 2 laps. He's in sight of the leader, but 2 laps adrift. So this has been a good drive from the Lotus man. It's Seat from Lotus, BMW, Mazda. The first mark to finish twice in the results is BMW, with Paul Hinson in 5th position. Then we go to Renault, Volkswagen 7th, Caterham in 8th, Honda in 9th, and BMW, the only manufacturer represented, the only marque represented more than once in the top 10, which shows you how equal things have been over the course of these 2 hours, very nearly. So we'll echo what Rob said. Scott normally quotes that BMW is the car to have, but equally 7 other marques represented in the top 10. It shows that the Brscc have got the package for this exactly right. There's our 2nd place Lotus, still running well. So Leon Bidgeway will be on for the class podium. I tell you what, I don't envy the difficult thing when you're doing podium interviews on these is finding all the class winners, and there are 6 to do, so it might be that we just do top 3 and then of course head to our Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship race, our 2nd Clubman Championship race of the day. 55 seconds to go, and Warren Tattersall is there. I think probably the marshal with the best job is the one in the starting gantry. Probably gets a bit of spray coming through, but to be honest, there are worse places to be for a marshal. Just seeing if we're going to get the checker a little bit early. We're going into bomb hole now, so 33 seconds. I think we're maybe going to squeeze another lap out of this one. There might be the temptation to close it down, but we will see. Again, keeping our eyes peeled over on the finish line. No, the checkered flag is being prepared. I think that's probably a good call. It's going to be nip and tuck, but it's going to be a checkered flag for Warren Tattersall, who comes out of Murray's now. He might have been able to squeeze another lap in. We'll see when he comes up towards the line, but I can tell you the checker is being prepared and about to be waved. 3 seconds to go on the clock. I tell you what, it's about right. Here we go. Oh, okay, it's finished. Superb timing and a superb race by Warren Tattersall in the 141 cart, who takes the win here at Snetterton and wins Pro B. Second position will go to Leon Bidgeway, who is crossing the line now. There is Leon, and it's going to be Julian McBride in third position in the BMW. So it's a Pro B. No, it isn't. We've got a change for third place. McBride drops down, and up into third place is Bruce Robinson, the Paddock Motorsport car, on the last lap. Gets the Club B car onto the podium, takes the Club B class win naturally, and McBride takes third in class, so championship points unaffected for Julian McBride, but finishes in third position in class, fourth position on the road. Paul Hinson is fifth and will secure the victory in Club A. Second position going to Simon Mason and Chris Bialan. And then the Pro C winner is Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland. Stuart Mead starting that one off. What other class winners got? Ricky Coomber, Class A, 999. I don't think it's yet, not quite yet taken the checkered flag, but Pro A will go to Ricky Coomber. So Pro A, Ricky Coomber. Pro B, Warren Tattersall. Pro C, car 62, Tim Hartland and Stuart Mead. The club categories, Club A is headed by Paul Hinson. Club B, third place overall for a club class car, Bruce Robinson. Super effort for Bruce Robinson. And Club C is won by the 99 car of Adam Reed and David Drinkwater. They are your 6 class winners. First class winners in my book, as well as the rather soggy Sunoco checkered flag comes out on the proceedings. Remember, we've still got 3 more races to come this afternoon here at Snetterton, Mazda Clubman's CityCar Cup and Mazda Super Cup. Well, Rob Lewis was, I think, pretty well dried out by the time he left here. Really great to share the commentary box for him. And I thank him for letting me go off at the various tangents we went on over the course of the race. More tangents tomorrow with the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, which we're greatly looking forward to across. I'll tell you what, we gave the marshals a round of applause last week at Thruxton, or a couple of weekends ago, and hats off to them, because they're out in all weathers, and this is just, they're the guys outside, and they have to be. Well, they don't have to be, because they don't have to be here, but they come and volunteer. And on behalf of all our viewers on the live stream, a big thank you to our wonderful marshals for doing such a sterling job. And 2 hours without a break for much of them as well. Here's the result. Warren Tattersall takes the win. Leon Bidgeway in second. Bruce Robinson third. Interesting to note that the top 5 drivers, all single driver entries. The first dual driver entry is the 6th place Mason Bialan car. And as we go down, confirmation. Fastest lap was that early stage, lap 4 fastest lap by Nigel Greensall. No surprise, Nigel always a quick driver and a pleasure to watch. A few surprises over the course of the race as well. A couple of retirements. We sadly lost Bailey Edwards, didn't see that. As well as Greensall, Collins, Hayes, Reed and Morgan Middleton in the VX 220. Here's the shot of the race winner in a very, very wet Parc Fermé, and I must admit I do not envy Rob Lewis all the drivers having to get out and be interviewed. Now Rob has full permission to have the hood up now as Warren Tattersall extricates himself from the car. The other thing when you're doing pit lane in the rain is that generally you have to write down, or I have to write down, who the top 3 are so we don't forget. And if there are multi-classes, you're writing them all down, and of course, inevitably, the paper that you write it down on goes soggy. If you get a screenshot, that's not always a good thing. Congratulations to our race winner there, down in Parc Fermé. and Rob and cameraman Jeremy making their way down to have a word. So let's go down to Rob. Thanks again, Rob, for your help on the comms.
Thanks, Richard. I've got a very happy, albeit I'll try not to get run over. I've got a very happy Warren Tattersall here. Overall winner, good class win for you. How was that?
Tricky, to say the least.
Just a bit.
Yeah, it wasn't. We didn't do too well in qualifying this morning, but I know I'm pretty half decent driving in the rain. But those last 10 minutes were just, yeah, treacherous, to say the least.
The rain is really coming down now. What's the state of the track as you came in?
Really difficult to drive, especially at the start-finish straight. You know, you've got to watch out aquaplaning, braking. Yeah, it's slowed the last few laps down massively, but it's a good race. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there on a fantastic overall and class win there for Warren Tattersall. I'm hopefully, Richard, going to grab some other drivers to speak to, some class winners, albeit the field was so spread out. We haven't had a chance to. Now, Paul Hinson won Clubman A, but this was the Gen 4 Clio. Leon Bidgeway. Actually, I'm going to grab a quick word with Leon. Top 3 overall. Not quite the class win there, but fantastic result nonetheless. You've been brilliant in this year.
Yeah, it was. We took a gamble with the different tyres, but yeah, I think there was some leery moments. It was good fun, but there was no keeping with the seal today. But yeah, good fun, good pace. Lasted and got really tricky at the end there with lots of puddles and rivers and stuff. So
fantastic. Well, I think they're probably going out to evaluate the track as we speak before the rest of the racing. But in terms of the rest of the championship and how everything's going, perfect.
Yeah. So far so good. Brands next, and I'm hoping should be do well at Brands and see where we go from there.
Fantastic. Well, well done on the overall result. Another man I want to speak to actually is I just ducked past. Richard Amos in the MX-5 there. I want to speak to this man because we caught the most brilliant of saves. Julie McBride, our championship leader. Oh, my goodness. Not sure if it's still as it stands, but you came into this round as championship leader and you had a moment caught on camera. Myself and Richard John Neal in the commentary box were in awe of your skills.
On the last lap, or was it?
No, it was probably about 20 minutes to go before the race. The moment on the start.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Gosh, that was hairy. Blimey. Honestly, every time I tried to put the power down, the back was just squirming all the time. And yeah, but for the grace of God go I think. But great fun. Yeah. Fantastic fun, great to finish it.
And a great top 3 result overall, more points in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keep banging the points and hopefully we'll get somewhere, so yeah.
Fantastic. Well, they've got the safety car going out on circuit at the moment to evaluate conditions. Congratulations on the overall result. Some top points, so that's Julian McBride there. Let's see if we can find some class winners. So let's see who we got. We've got the Reed and Drinkwater car here, so I'll just see if I can grab a word with Dave Drinkwater. Paul Hinson is here as well, so we'll actually quickly just grab a chat with Paul Hinson. He's won in Clubman A. Paul, first of all, absolutely fantastic result, not only in class, but in terms of your overall position. That was astonishing.
Yeah, I mean, the weather is absolutely atrocious. In every lap, you were just trying to keep it on. You were aquaplaning, you were catching and then slipping. I think I span once and went off twice. We were thinking of coming in for wets, but I think these are the conditions. You just got to tough it out, and other people coming in were a lap down, and you're only going to make 15 seconds a lap. So I really enjoyed it, actually. It was brilliant.
Fantastic, and of course good result for the championship.
Yeah, so another first in class, so that's another 40 points. So I don't know where everyone else is now, but we can just keep getting the points.
Without chancing out, I think that makes you, as well as Dave Drinkwater and Anna-Marie, it makes you the only person to win all the races so far. So effectively, that could well put you on top.
Oh, that'd be brilliant news. That would be. Time for a beer.
Yeah, don't quote me on it. We think that could be the case.
Yeah. Okay, brilliant. No, thanks.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a fantastic class win there and a great overall position. I mean, Paul Hinson in that compact has been mega this year. Speaking of mega compact drivers, I've got a pair of them here. We were commenting, Adam, I'll go with Adam Reed first. We were commenting on the commentary. Skegness isn't getting any tyres this weekend because you're obviously away racing. Fantastic result, guys.
Yeah, it was good. Good race. Good start. Kept on back stuff. Kind of. Mostly.
I mean, it is seriously treacherous. Dave, you took the last stint there. How bad has the track got?
Yeah, that last 10 minutes were pretty awful, to be fair. He was just lucky to keep it on the track, aquaplaning everywhere, rivers running across. But yeah, we're in constant contact, so it's just, we knew where we were, so just keep it on the black stuff, as they say. Well, not that you could see any of it, but...
And great for the championship as well.
Yeah, it's great. It's another win. We're a little bit down on numbers in our class this weekend, which is a bit of a shame. But hopefully we get them back up for the next one. But yeah, still good to take the win. So I think we were a little bit lucky. I think maybe Phil and maybe got caught with the safety car where we got through, I think, from what happened. But all in all, good.
Fantastic result there. Congratulations, guys. Great class win there. Right, let's see if we can find some other drivers before we cross back to Richard John Neal. I want to make a beeline for the Scirocco, actually, and see if we've got the Mead and Heartland dynamic duo that have won Pro C class. And I also want to chat to Ricky Coomber, actually, because he's won in Pro A. I mean, look at this. It's a phenomenal car. Absolutely fantastic looking machine. Ricky, welcome to the live stream. A good result in Pro A for yourself. How was it out there?
Wet.
Just a bit.
Slippery, yeah. So, yeah, no, run out of talent a few times mid-corner, but it's...
We weren't going to say anything, but we did see it. But obviously it's been crazy.
No, the car wasn't, the balance wasn't good. We knew that anyway, but it was, yeah, it was a bit worse than we thought. So it was hanging on. So
hanging on and seeing how you got.
Yeah, just keep out of trouble really. So visibility was the other problem. Obviously side windows steamed up, so we couldn't see nothing out the mirrors. So it's then you're like hoping you're not going to turn in on someone. So it's yeah, no, it was a bit of a. It's one of them races, isn't it? So we survived, put it that way. That's it. So I survived.
Well, that's the name of that. That's the main thing. You've survived. You're here. Great result, Ricky. Congratulations.
No worries. Thanks very much. Right, cheers.
Thank you. Right now, let's see if we can speak to our intrepid Scirocco drivers. But actually, no. One person we can't find any Scirocco drivers. But the one person I do, well, the person I do want to speak to actually is Bart Horston, who. You've had some great results so far in the SuperSport Endurance Cup this year, but it wasn't to be today. What was the issue with the car?
Yeah, we just had some reliability issues, so we still got to work them out because they were still hurting us at the end, but managed to bring the car home, kind of drive around it a bit. At least it's the best possible race to have a lack of power, because to be honest, if I had any more power, I'm not sure it would have been that easy to keep it on the track. So yeah, the conditions at the end were pretty bad though.
It did look tricky at times out there, I must say.
Yeah, I mean, it was wet for a while, and you get that. And it's tricky, obviously, when you're on a semi-slick instead of a full wet tyre. But at the end, it was very, close to... It was bad. We were aquaplaning. I couldn't really go faster than 50 mile an hour in a straight line, so it was pretty interesting.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you get sorted out. I have a feeling they're going to be getting these drivers to head off soon, and I'm getting a bit soaked myself. So what I'm going to do, we've spoken to the top three and most of our class winners here for the SuperSport Endurance Cup. I did see the safety car going out on circuit, so they're potentially evaluating the conditions as they are at the moment. We've got 3 more sprint races to go on today, so it's time to head back to Richard John Neal back in the commentary box, and hopefully we'll see some more cars out racing. Well, they are in fact lined up on the grid, so I'll hand back to Richard John Neal.
Not quite time yet, Rob. We need you to stay out in the rain a little bit longer. No, I'm joking. We'll, as he's dried out. Thank you very much, Rob. Good interviews. Good to hear from those guys. Super race from the Endurance boys. And now we're going to go back to... This is going to be... I don't envy the drivers at all, to be perfectly honest. This is going to be a very difficult, tricky race. But we know that there are some quality drivers in the Downforce Radio, Brscc, Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship races, with pole position going to race 1 winner. Race 1 of the day. Seems like ages ago now, but we're ready for another one. That means Harry Dean in the number 8 car. White and green, Harry Dean. We weren't going to bingo. We used to do that with... Who was that? Harry Nunn, 61. Harry Nunn. Here's the grid. We'll get out of bingo mode. Harry Dean on pole position with Bo Parry, who was second in the race earlier on. Alongside Jonathan Greensmith, won the Masters last time. Russell Halley next to him. From Jamie Turner and Nick Ledoyne on the outside of row 3. 4th row, Dale Pace. And don't worry, it's Jack Worry on his outside, completing row 4. Let's go on to row 5. Alan Hawkins in 722 and Jake Pace in car number 228, completing our top 10. 6th row, 11 is Michael Pearce. Next to him, Simon Waterfall in car number 24. Then we go back to row 7. Oak, Richardson and Christian Dan, one of our guest drivers in the Masters class. He is in car number 14. 101 is Hayden McDonald's. Matthew Fletcher is in 16. He was on pole position at the start of the days in 21st place, 16th place. 17th place on the grid, William Bream in 264, and Jordan Head in car number 3. Row 10, Kevin Bird and Pete Smith, one of our guest drivers. He is in car 17. Row 11, Tom Cannon. We haven't got Bobby Bull with us, but we do have Peter Williams in 65. He lines up 22nd on the grid. Chris Thelwell in 577. Simon Privet in 991. That's row 12. 13th row, Oscar Trapesse. Nearly said Trespass then, thinking back to the early Genesis albums, but it's Oscar Trapesse and Simon Browning in 57. Row 14, Dale Whiteman and Jordan Pimley, non-finisher in race number 1, a man who qualified second this morning. What can he do from the back of the grid? Hey, not quite at the back of the grid, because the man starting on row 15, ding dong, Peter Bell. He is in the 96 car. So we are, I was going to say ready, we're not ready, because they're on the green flag lap, and conditions are much, much worse than they were earlier on. Was it this morning when we kicked off? It was 11:35, so we were still in AM when we had our first race. And we'll see how things pan out over the course of this one. A lot of aquatic names, haven't we? Of course, of Simon Waterfall. We've had Drinkwater, Waterfall. William Bream could probably swim his way through, and yeah, it's a bit of a theme going on really with some of those. But anyway, second race for these guys. Let me just fold the programme so I can read the thing, which is enormous help, and we can talk a little bit about how things panned out. Remember, race number 1, the championship leader Matthew Fletcher started on the pole position. And Fletcher ending up down in 16th place. Sorry for the delay, just checking up where he finished, because I don't have a print of the grid for this one. But he's got an awful lot of work to do. Championship points wise, he was only 18 points clear of John Pethick, who's not here. Jordan Pimley also had problems. So Jordan Pimley was a DNF, so it hasn't really affected the championship. John Pethick was probably well away, not being here. Fletcher and Pimley. Fletcher did score because he was in the results, as it were, the point scoring places. So then we go back. Del Pace was probably the best scorer of the top half dozen in the championship. Jamie Turner and Kevin Bird next up in the standings. So Harry Dean will be looking to make it a good result again and hike himself up towards the top parts of the championship, but we'll just see how things run out for this one. Coming down towards us, Kevin Bird in 59. Next up is the 17 of Pete Smith. Tom Cannon in 25 goes through, and our view changes as they come out of Palmer, the left-hander, very slightly downhill, as you can see, on the infield. And the green and white car, Harry Dean, our pole position man, race winner from race number 1 earlier on. There is Jonathan Greensmith, who came up from 16th on the grid in race number 1 in the Steel City MX-5. Is he going to be able to make it a little bit further up? There's Alan Hawkins, 722, driver I first saw race in around about 1975-76, so he won't thank me for telling you he's that old, but a great chap, as was his late father, Bert Hawkins, who was a short oval stock car racer. And both lovely people, and great to be still commentating on Alan racing. Make no apology for giving him the extra mention. Here's the view as they come onto the Bentley Straight. Still like to call it the Revit. I quite like the old names, and it was kind of due, I suppose, a bit of updating or rebranding when they introduced the new corners and the new circuit. You can see the runoff there to the right of shot, which goes off to the what's the old 200 circuit. You can no longer do the sort of 90-degree turn 2 on the 100 circuit. It's a little bit of a chicane. I have seen races, but not that many on the 200, which is a pity. I think you can use the 100 while the 200's going, because the 100's on the infield. Anyway, that's a discussion for another day, I dare say. But 15 minutes in prospect, and the time is not being eaten into at the moment on TSL. We've still got 15 minutes on the clock, even on this second lap. So Harry Dean will have the best view, really, in terms of not having spray, but he's going to be on the inside. Remember, he started on the inside in race 1, actually. So where I said earlier on that it was the outside of the front ranks that was maybe getting a little bit more grip off the starts, maybe it was. Because remember, we saw 3 leaders, didn't we? We saw Matt Fletcher lead, we saw Jordan Pimley lead as well, and then Harry Dean came through after the 2 leaders had the problems. Are we going to see Bo Parry or Russell Halley is fourth? I haven't really spoken about Russell Halley, who lines up in the purple number 99 on the outside of the second rank, and we've seen some, not grippy, but decent starts from that position on the grid. Top 2 in place. Harry Dean in white, looking to make it a double. It was damp earlier on in the day, change of conditions, hence the extra lap. Marshall's working hard, waving the yellows, giving the drivers the appropriate place to stop. Hopefully everybody will pull up short rather than overshoot the boxes that they're due to go in. And we quick look down towards the back, where we will see the likes of Dale Whiteman, who was the last finisher, Jordan Pimley in the 500 car, Jordan in the close racing car will be off the back with Peter Bell, who non-finished. Both of those drivers did 1 lap only in the first race of the day. Somebody who dropped back a little bit, it was Russell Halley in the purple and yellow car, but has assumed his grid position, 4th position after race number 1. Fastest lap in race 1 was Jack Worry, so we'll see whether Jack can do it from 6th on the grid. He is in the grey car, just to the right of the purple with the yellows. Jamie Turner is the, beg your pardon, Jonathan Green is Russell Halley. Jamie Turner is the car. Beg your pardon, no, Jack Worry's in 8th place, isn't he? So I think that was a 6th place car that came into line. So Nick Ledoyen, apologies if we've called that incorrectly. I'm sure you'll forgive me. And here is our view of the cars who are now in position. 5-second board is shown. So we are very nearly ready to go for our second Mazda MX-5 Clubman race, sponsored by Downforce Radio here at Snetterton. The lights go on. Dean and Parry on the front row. Parry gets hooked up very well indeed. So too does Russell Halley from 4th position, and it's Bo Parry that will lead them down into riches. Russell Halley on the outside line. Harry Dean has got a huge amount of work to do. He's back in 4th, maybe 5th position. Going well is Del Pace, trying to make up ground. And they go into Russell. Faces full of spray for everyone, and Harry Dean, really the driver that could not get it off the line. I wonder if there is more tyre rubber down there embedded in the tarmac. It'd be interesting to get the perspective of the drivers for sure. And it's Bo Parry that leads. Russell Halley in 2nd position, taking the wider line around the Wilson hairpin. They all filter their way round, and thus far absolutely brilliant driving standards by all of them. They make it around turn 1, they make it around turn 2. Will it be a different matter as they exit turn 3 and head down to turn 4? It's a sideways moment for Russell Halley, who leads this one with Bo Parry in 2nd place, side by side beside. Well, no, it's only 2 of them, filter down to 1, and it's the white and blue car of Jonathan Greensmith, who through all this, despite the change from 2nd and 4th place cars, comes through in 3rd. Harry Dean is still in the mix of things as well, with the white and green car, as through in front of us goes Jordan Head in the red number 3 out of Agostini, named after the great Italian motorcyclist Giacomo Agostini. And of course we're respecting bike culture here as well at Snetterton. That's the only little concession I think there is to bikes, to be honest, in circuit names, but what a name to honour as the cars again start to get stuck in. Look at on the camera, that's Russell Halley in the 99. The race leader is off on the grass. Look how he's struggling with the car to get it back on. He has to do so safely in the MS UK regulations, and he does that. He's back on track. And as we look at what I think is the leaders, is there anybody out of shot? Possibly not. Jonathan Greensmith is there. And coming up as well is Bo Parry in second place. But it's Greensmith, the master, leading this one. Greeted by green flashing LEDs. Race, race, race. Under the bridge, into Brundle, round into Nelson. Coming up into second place is Nick Ledoyen. Look at this, Nick Ledoyen, what a first lap he has had. Wet weather master coming under pressure from Bo Parry in the 73 car, who looks on the inside. That could be brave for Parry. As the 99 car rejoined, I think probably some way back, to be absolutely fair. Yeah, it did make it back on circuit, but that is not the best of starts for Russell Halley. Well, it was a good start, but not the best of the first lap, as Jonathan Greensmith leads them around. Had the pleasure of commentating on Jonathan in the Porsche Championship that he mentioned in the podium interview after race 1. That was, of course, a Brscc initiative as well. And now here comes Harry Dean, having a very good look here at Bo Parry. This is the battle for third place as they go up across the line to complete lap 1 of race 2 here at Snetterton. Greensmith the leader, Nick Ledoyen in second position, Bo Parry third, Harry Dean, our race winner from earlier on, in fourth position, Jack Worry up into fifth place from eighth, and he's having a look on the outside and making up very good ground indeed, and so too is Jordan Pimley in the number 50. So Pimley in the 500 car has come through into eighth place. Jordan Pimley is on an absolute mission here. How much higher up the order can Jordan Pimley do? I wasn't expecting. If I sound surprised, it's because I am, because he has come through from the very back of the grid, picked his way through, and will he continue to do so as we look at Simon Waterfall in the 24 car, and the race leaders now coming down from Palmer, downhill into Agostini. What sort of line are we going to see from the race leader, Jonathan Greensmith? Remember, started the day 16th on the grid, dealt with that absolutely superbly. Pimley about to tick off another place as he pops up the inside of the number 21, which is Matthew Fletcher. Fletcher working his way through the order, but not at the same pace. We've got Alan Hawkins in sixth place as they went across the line at the end of lap number 1, and there is the 21 of Fletcher starting to get away. But Jonathan Greensmith, the race leader, lap number 1, will catch up with first flying laps a little bit later on. Ledoyen in second, trying to close him down. The gap at the end of lap 1 was, as you can see from the timing tower, just under a second. And I'm still marvelling at Pimley coming through from the back into 8th position. He's ahead of that now because he's passed Alan Hawkins. So Pimley, remember, non-starter, started 28th on the grid. Not content with getting in the top 10 on lap number 1. Qualified second to Matthew Fletcher. Fletcher was 9th behind Pimley. Must have wondered where he come from. We go back to the leaders though. And Pimley has now caught Harry Dean. The race winner, the race 1 winner, has been caught in a lap and 3/4 by the man who started off the back of the grid. What a drive by Jordan Pimley here in the wet. We might be watching a little bit of history here. I'm certainly going to remember this one on this first couple of laps from Jordan Pimley for a very long time. Very, very talented stuff from the driver of the 500 car. Now then, change for the lead, and it's Ledoyen now in the lead from Jonathan Greensmith. We're wondering whether a Go For It car would be able to, beg your pardon, Jack Worry, isn't it, out front? Jack Worry is the race leader. So it's all change in the wet conditions. Jamie Turner busy chasing Bo Parry in the 73, who has dropped back a little bit. So as they go across the line, Jack Worry, apologies to him. Jonathan Greensmith trying to get out of the spray. So that's Worry from Greensmith. Harry Dean next up. Jordan Pimley is in 4th place. Matthew Fletcher is in 5th. So Fletcher and Pimley both could probably work together to get up towards the podium. They've got Dean in front of them. Jonathan Greensmith in 2nd place at the moment. Conditions far from ideal, but good enough to give us a spectacular downforce radio Brscc Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship race, as the light blue car, can't see the number, and apologies for not picking them out as well as our regular man Andy McEwen would. A little bit of sideways moment there from the 4th position car, but Jack Worry, who had the fastest lap in race number. Another driver who looks pretty good in the wet. The wobbly moment was Jordan Pimley, wasn't it? So Pimley from Fletcher, 4th and 5th. That all settling down a little bit at the moment. Alan Hawkins dropped to 9th. He's got the 8th place car ahead of him, 228, which is Jack Pace. Del Pace back in 11th at the moment as they go through the mist once again. Slowing car there. Slowing car there as, now was that the race leader? I think that was Jack Worry, because it's Jonathan Greensmith in front again. Jack Worry has gone, so major drama. Worry's back on track and will try and come down. So Jonathan Greensmith re-inherits the lead here from Harry Dean in 2nd position. That's the 577 car, Chris Thelwell rejoining. But here's the race leader again, Jonathan Greensmith, with Harry Dean in 2nd and Jordan Pimley now in 3rd place. So podium position after 2 and, I said 3/4 of a lap, didn't I? But maybe 2/3 of a lap. 2 and 2/3 of a lap, with Matthew Fletcher now in 4th position. Alan Hawkins in the 722 splashing his way here around Snetterton, up ahead of Pete Smith in the 17, who's come through the field well. So good driving from Pete Smith. Russell Halley making good progress as well on his recovery. There is the 25 of Tom Cannon, who goes through. Now back with the race leaders coming out of Murray's. Onto the centre straight we go once again. Keep your eyes on all 4 if you're able to, because they climb uphill, and it's Jonathan Greensmith who will show with lap lead again. It was Jack Worry on the last lap. Greensmith goes through. Worry is not come through at all yet. Matthew Fletcher gets the fastest lap of the race. He's in P4. Watch for the purple car in P4 trying to close in. Jordan Pimley, meanwhile, trying to challenge Harry Dean. Dean, in turn, trying to close in on Jonathan Greensmith, who looks like he's got the measure of them at the moment. Let's have a look at the lap times. Greensmith's last lap, 2:51.3. Dean, 2:50.88. 2:50.3 for Jordan Pimley. The 3rd place car, the fastest man in the group, apart from Matthew Fletcher in 21, who was passed by Pimley on the opening lap, but he's taking the fight back to him. Maybe that was a little bit of a wake-up call for the driver of the 21. He is the fastest man on track. He is in 4th position and will work with the 3rd place man to try and close down on the race leaders. Greensmith again, downhill, out of Palmer, in towards Agostini. Characteristically, I think, going centre of the road, under brakes, issues there for Del Pace in the Masters category. Jonathan Greensmith leading Master from Alan Hawkins at the moment, with Del Pace was 3rd. He will relinquish that. Are we going to see a podium place relinquished in the next few minutes as we look across from the Bentley Straight? Things have kind of settled down there between the top 4. I was almost expecting Pimley and the others to get stuck in. A quick look again at Tom Cannon. Cannon coming under pressure from Jack Worry, who's in front of the 228 car. Jake Pace, so both of the Paces have had issues by the look of it in this race as Jonathan Greensmith goes up. Now Matthew Fletcher still trying to close down on Harry Dean. There is Fletcher, the championship leader in the Downforce Radio Clubmans. John Pethick, I'm guessing, maybe watching from home. Jordan Pimley needs to finish ahead of Matt Fletcher here in order to continue to put the pressure on points-wise. Greensmith has a little bit of a wobble. Harry Dean closes up just a little bit. It's all concertinaing at the moment between the top 4 here at Snetterton, and they're heading down towards Bombhole for the 4th time of asking. We've got 3 minutes and 57 seconds on the clock as they head now to Coram, and it is a quartet for the lead. Arguably, you were going to say the winner is going to come from these 4, unless things go pear-shaped out there on the tarmac, which they could well do. But having said that, great driving standards so far as they come into Murray's. This is a worrying moment. We've seen a few cars getting caught out here. Jordan Pimley closing up now. 2nd and 3rd getting closer, splashing through the water goes Harry Dean in P2. They pass the entrance to the pit lane. None of them are intending or wanting to use that at the moment as they cross the line. Warning flags going out probably as a reminder to everybody about track limits. Fletcher dropping back. Pimley gets the fastest lap. Pulls out to the inside, challenging Harry Dean for second position. The 500 car from the back of the grid has made it up into P2, and there was nothing that Harry Dean could do about that. Pimley was all momentum on that last lap, reeled them in, closes down. Now he's got to deal with Jonathan Greensmith for the overall lead. We wait for them to come back into shot. Greensmith still your race leader. The blue stripes emblazoned on the front of the car. The black and yellow machine of Jordan Pimley in second place. Third position now is Harry Dean, who will desperately want to hang on to that podium position. Little look back. Oh, very well caught by a vision mix there. Off onto the grass goes Jake Pace. A second excursion. He's in the gravel. He's bedded down. That could be safety car. It could be curtains, shower curtains in this weather, for the race, if that is the case. Because if that car is in there, another car could follow in. Here is our quartet battling it out for the top four. Matthew Fletcher at the moment, for me, I don't think has got it within him to close up on the top three. They're having their own squabble. Pace gets out of the car. Pace is okay, which is the main thing, and plenty of pace in the race leaders at the moment. Harry Dean's coming back. Dean's having a go at Pimley. Pimley closing in as they go through Williams. Are we going to see back with Pace is a little bit fed up with himself as we look across, and now we've got Harry Dean. The fact that he's nibbling away at the rear quarters of Jordan Pimley for second position means that Pimley is going to be looking in his mirror, I guess, a little bit. He's got to be aware that the car is there and challenging him. That's Jonathan Greensmith out front. The race admin team here once again keeping the race flowing despite the car in the gravel as best they can to give these clubmen. This is their last race of the weekend. And Pimley's gone round the outside at the Brundle-Nelson complex. Dives around the outside. He found the grip. He's found the lead. Jordan Pimley is there. And up front, Harry Dean still showing in second position on the timing screen, but of course he's down in third place, and now Jonathan Greensmith is going to try and fight back. They head through into Coram. He's going to have a look at the inside. We've got 1 minute and 1 on the clock, but the checkered flag is being readied here. So it's going to be Jordan Pimley from the back row of the grid, who, barring any problems here at Murray's, he'll be on the brakes. He nurses the car through the corner and surely is going to take the most spectacular of wins on the last lap. Technically, there should have been another lap, but with the stranded car, another great decision from race control. The checker is readied, and from the back of the grid, Jordan Pimley takes the win. It's Jonathan Greensmith in second, Harry Dean in third place, Matt Fletcher, the championship leader, takes fourth. Bo Parry in fifth position. Sixth will go to Alan Hawkins. They're all fighting it out, or maybe not, because there is Hawkins. There in car number 6 is Jack Worry, who has come back big time from his moment off while leading the race. Side by side here as they come across the line, it is going to be Bo Parry with the number 9 car. Next up, Jamie Turner in 9. Jack Worry in number 6 takes 7th place. Alan Hawkins in 8th. 9th goes to 117 Oak Richardson. The top 10 completed by the 99 Russell Halley, again recovering. Lots of good recovery drives in that, but nobody can take anything away from Jordan Pimley in the 500 car, who came right the way through from the back. That is one of the most memorable drives I've seen. They say the wet is a leveller. It certainly did that and allowed Jordan to come through. If you're thinking about switching off the stream and watching Grand Prix racing, hey, forget it. That was proper motor racing with one-make racing, equally prepared cars. It's down to preparation, it's down to setup, it's down to driver ability. Pimley's car was ideal for him, and after the disappointment of retirement in race number 1, from second on the grid, he comes through for an absolutely stunning win. That's one that you'll want to watch back again. Incredible first lap for him, and he just carried on chipping away. Let's not forget the other runners. Here's Chris Thelwell coming across the line in 577. He's in 24th place, takes 7th in the Masters. The Masterclass won, of course, by Jonathan Greensmith. Alan Hawkins second. Third Master was Christian Dan in car number 20. He's one of our guest drivers. I think Del Pace actually was the registered driver podium completing the Masters class as across the line goes the 58 of Dale Whiteman, who started down there towards the back, but I think has thoroughly enjoyed his race, as indeed I. Race of the day for me, that so far. I've enjoyed every single race, but sometimes you have to have one that just gives you a bit of an edge, and the energy there was absolutely wonderful from the Downforce Radio Brscc Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Superb stuff. Well, time to get a little bit of breath back from that as the cars head down towards Parc Fermé. I tell you what, Rob Lewis is going to have a very delighted winning driver there in Jordan Pimley, and I can't wait to hear his reaction. Not Rob's reaction, Jordan Pimley's. Actually, I want to hear Rob's as well. Magnificent race. Brscc, driven by racing, it says in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That is exactly what that was about. What a pleasure to commentate on that race. Superb stuff. So they come down into the pit lane. The adrenaline, the heartbeats will be pumping, the adrenaline will be flowing, and that's why we like to try and get down when we get the drivers out of the cars and get the result for you. Here's the result: Pimley, Greensmith and Dean, your top three from Matthew Fletcher, Bo Parry, Jamie Turner, Jack Worry, Alan Hawkins, Oak Richardson, class winners with the garlands on to the left hand side. Russell Halley next up, Jordan Pimley, fastest lap on lap 5, 2 minutes 48.470. Then it was Christian Dan from Jordan Head, Kevin Bird, Del Pace, Cannon and Bell next up. Well, we looked for that. Michael Pearce next up from Simon Waterfall, William Bream, Simon Privet in 20th position. 21st, Nick Ledoyen, he was at the front early on but lost out. Pete Smith next up from Oscar Trapest. Then it was Chris Thelwell, Dale Whiteman, Peter Williams and Simon Browning in 27th. Non-finishes, Jake Pace, who I think brought the checkered flag out early, to be fair, and Hayden McDonald. Let us go down to the man with the mic in Parc Fermé, Robert Lewis.
A very emotional Jordan Pimley, Richard. We've just picked our driver of the weekend. That was absolutely phenomenal. Club Motorsport at its very best. Jordan Pimley, last to first. Your thoughts?
I'm honestly speechless, Rob. 90% of that race I couldn't see a thing. It was just driving on a hope and a prayer. And I didn't even mean to send it on Harry Dean into turn one. It's just couldn't see an absolute thing, barely see to the end of the bonnet, and then he went backwards, so it must have been on the brakes, and I hit the brakes at that point. So yeah, I can't explain the feeling, honestly.
I mean, you're shaking, the adrenaline's obviously still going through you, but I mean, after race one as well, leading it, and then what actually happened in race one?
So basically the internals of my diff decided that they didn't want to be attached anymore.
Okay.
So essentially the casing that holds the bearing onto the diff snapped in two, which meant the diff was wobbling about, and my crown wheel and pinion are now smooth. So big diff change.
Yeah, don't do things by halves. And then just the start of that race, I mean, what was your game plan going into it? Because
well, of course, with Matt Fletcher being ahead of me in the championship, I was even saying to the boys, it's catch him as fast as humanly possible, and I was following him out of turn one, so I was happy with that. And then see if I can keep it on the road.
Well, Jordan, absolutely fantastic. Richard John Neal was very impressed in the box. We were all cheering you on, watching here. Brilliant win, last to first, my driver of the weekend, certainly.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan Greensmith, congratulations.
Cheers.
You held on as much as you could. What a charge from that man there, and the Masters win, more importantly for you.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I'm astounded with that result, to be honest with you. He drove absolutely fantastic, and I've just found out he come from grid 28, so he deserves that win. That is a tremendous win in a proper move at end of straight, right outside of me. I thought, hats off to him. Yeah, he drove well.
Fantastic. But you've had a pretty good weekend yourself.
Yeah, I can't complain, to be honest with you. A bit better on the top spot, but you can't have it all. But now I'm coming back nice and slow, like top level.
back to the top where you normally are.
Yeah, definitely. So.
Fantastic. What's your thoughts going for the rest of the year?
Go to the next round as we normally do, just nice and relaxed. Get the car set up before we turn up at Cadwell Park next time out, and then just have fun.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again, Jonathan. Great to see you. And now I'm just going to grab a quick word with Harry Dean as Charlotte ducks out the way from us. Harry, that was hectic out there. The conditions were crazy. And what about that guy that took the win?
Yeah, I did have a feeling before the race. I said to him earlier that I've got a feeling that you're going to win this race. Obviously, he missed out in race 1, but I'm pleased for him. He drove really well. Very good on the brakes, using the brakes around the outside. Top quality driver there.
And the race from your perspective, well, you've had a very good weekend anyway. I've spoken to you twice, so that's a good thing. You've got a couple of podiums, so happy enough?
Yeah, I'm really happy. I was just saying, mentioning earlier, to be on the podium in the wet for me is a real success because I'm literally night and day. In the dry, I'm not too bad, but in the wet, I'm terrible. So I'm just lucky that I just held on and survived the race, really.
You do yourself a disservice. It was a great drive.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Congratulations there. That rounds out our podium for a phenomenal Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship race. I don't know about you, Richard. If the 2 remaining races are like that, we are in for a real treat. It's time for the CityCar Cup, so it's time to hand back to Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Rob. Was it Fred Dimney you say? Did you like that? That was superb, wasn't it? It was a bit of northern accent in one of the drivers there, Jonathan Greensmith, I think, but I won't attempt to do it anymore in case we offend any of our northern viewers, so apologies for that. Yeah, we're looking forward to Brscc CityCar Cup action. Nankang Tyres, of course, involved, and they're grateful. Thanks to them. Right, let's make sure I've got my notes to hand. We do. And cars are on the grid, as you can see. The diminutive Peugeot 107s, Toyota Aygos, and predominantly Citroen C1s. It was Stuart Bliss that won race number 1. He starts on pole position. The black and green car alongside is Jack Wheeler, who won the Student Motorsport Challenge class and took 2nd position, a first overall podium for Jack Wheeler in race number 1, which was absolutely brilliant. And well, let's give you the grid. Stuart Bliss then, Toyota Aygo on pole position, Citroen C1 of Jack Wheeler in the Student Motorsport class next up, from Elliot Lettis in the Peugeot 107 and Joe Moss in the Citroen C1 Top Novice. Richard Jepp next up, he is in the SMC category, the Student Challenge, as is Liam Browning, the local man in the C1. Andrew Dyer is next in car number 11, Richard Snuggs in 88. Row 5, John Nicholson and Arthur Seamonday in car number 12. Again, another one of the Student Motorsport Challenge runners. Row 6, Hayden Payne, again, a novice and Student Motorsport. Duncan Stone next up. Good progress from Duncan in race number 1. What can he do from 12th on the grid? 13th, Amelia Vincent in 174. And Prem Ginder, novice championship leader in car number 36. Row 8, Alistair Meering and Bob Bannister in his Aygo, car number 64, 16th on the grid. 17th on the grid, Alex Foden, another novice in his C1. Fellow C1 runner Harvey Blake Jones in car number 17, taking 18th position on the grid. 19th is Andrew Payne. 20th is Benjamin Bastow. And behind Benjamin, we've got David Williams in car number 5, one of our guest drivers, and then Jason Dean. On then to the drivers that didn't finish the first race, Dominic Fletcher and Bradley Porter, 14 and 115, 101, and novices Peter Bauer and Luis Torres will start off the back as well. Oh, and finally, last but not least, Christopher McKenzie, who was showing us a disqualification from race number 1. Not sure why. We'll try and get... Oh, hang on. Disqualified from result for causing a collision. Normally, TS, some of the decisions aren't always as clear as that, but for causing a collision. So Christopher McKenzie has got work to do from the back, and that's the man. Big story, that one, because Christopher, 3rd in the standings coming into this weekend on 386 points, probably would have been passed now by Richard Jepp. Not by Bradley Porter, who had issues in that race. Bradley DNF'd as well. So Bradley and Christopher will have work to do from the back of the field in this one. Other than that, it was not quite business as usual for Elliot Lettis. Only finished 3rd in that race. So Elliot, actually his worst finish of the season so far. But if you're now 14 races in, and 3rd is your worst finish, that's got the ring of perhaps the championship title to it, to be perfectly honest. There is the 101, Peter Bauer, Team Fluffy, coming through from the back-ish of the grids. Quick reminder, the Student Motorsport teams, Barrack Sport, QE Sports, Arc Signs, East Surrey College, Team Northbrook Racing with Harwin GF Machine Solutions, West Suffolk College with Hayden Payne, Boston Racing College, Liam Browning up towards the front, and Wiltshire College and University centre as we look at the 97, which is Alistair Mearing. So the sighting lap continues, and it's Stuart Bliss who leads them around. Are we going to see an Elliot Letties? Will Elliot have tweaked his setup to cope with the wet conditions? We've still got one more race to come after this, by the way. This is the penultimate race of the day. Final race of the day, Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship, second race of the weekend. 174 is Amelia Vincent, I think the only lady in the race actually. And good to see Amelia there, who has raced in Castle Combe Hot Hatch. Jamie, if you're watching, you can probably ping me and let me know on all things Castle Combe. And good to see Amelia out in the car. Team principals for Wiltshire College, Ethan Walsh and David Campion. I'd like to try and give everybody involved in the team a little bit of a shout out. And I've got to say that it's a fantastic championship. The overall championship without the students is great, but put the student championship in the mix as well, courtesy of John Paul Latham. We've got an absolutely brilliant field of cars and a wonderful concept. Brief look there at 63 Duncan Stone. Duncan in the Delray Autos, big electrical contractors, and Viking van breakers. Hello Viking! I can't do Carl Grindrod's voice, can I? But never mind. I'll get stick for that, no doubt. 15 minutes of Brscc CityCar Cup action. Cup, as some commentators would say, ready to go. Sponsored by Nankang Tyres. We have cars still coming into line. I was very nearly getting ready for the start there a little bit too soon. Need to look out of the window for the 5-second board on the starters gantry, which they actually removed the hugely tall starters gantry a few years ago, and it was a great place to get shots from and record introductions. We used to do that for some of our programs, sort of get up high on the gantry and do like a John Noakes on Trafalgar Square, but not quite as high. If you thought he was brave, think about what the cameraman was doing as well on those old Blue Peters. If you haven't seen that and you're thinking, hang on, what are you talking about? Because I'm a YouTuber and I don't remember Blue Peter in the 70s. Google John Noakes, N-O-A-K-E-S, and Trafalgar Square, and you'll see some amazing footage of how life used to be like before health and safety. 5-second board is going. We're about to go. Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup racing here with the Brscc. And I've got a note from Jamie, which we'll come back to when we see. Thank you, Jamie. Racing a little bit later on. It's a good start from the outside of the front row. Jack Wheeler gets the grip. There must be more grip on the outside. Wheeler in black and green leads them away. Stuart Bliss on the inside trying to consolidate second position. We've got the white machine in the mix as well, which I think is Liam Browning. Yes, it is. The white and green of Liam Browning from Boston College looking to get stuck in as well. And it's a good, clean, tidy start. Will it remain the same, though, as they go around Riches for the first time, with spray being kicked up in the windscreens of everybody, barring the leader? And it's Jack Wheeler, it is, in the East Surrey College car, Red Hill Tech in the old days, as we said. Oh, and a little bit of a gyration or a half gyration for the 23 of Joe Moss, but collects it up well and follows Andrew Dyer. Good to have Andrew back in the Barrack Sport cars. We mentioned taking over from Duncan Haller in that machine this weekend, as Duncan looks after his son in karting now. And well done to Duncan on his achievements in the car over the course of the season, as the leaders come down into Agostini for the first time. And it is Jack Wheeler in black and green who is the race leader. Are we going to see a different winner in each of our two Saturday races? We've got Stuart Bliss busy chasing in the 18 car. Stuart looking to try and make it a double. And it is fascinating, isn't it, with the wet conditions, to see all the different lines, but just how things have panned out in terms, as Chris McKenzie in the Bitcoin car, the 21, making good progress through the field, as we saw Jordan Pimley do in the Mazdas, making a little bit of hay in the sunshine while the sun shines, and trying to make his way through. There is Elliot Lettis in the black, can we call that gold, and red car, who is now, what's that going to be, fourth position at the moment, I think, for Elliot Lettis, chased by Liam Browning in the number 91. It looks like an excursion off track for Bob Bannister. I like an alliterative name, Bob Bannister, that's a really good one, but not working for him today as they come under the BMW bridge. And it is Jack Wheeler who looks like he's got good setup. So this is the first lap of a 15-minute race, and Jack Wheeler is the first man who hits all of the dodgy conditions at race pace, but he's got a reasonably good lead at the moment. Richard Jepp is there in 3rd place. Jepp up from 5th on the grid, and that puts him 2nd in the Student Motorsport Challenge. His sights are going to be on the race lead. His sights are going to be, obviously wants overall wins. He's used to being contesting those, but also wants to do the Student Motorsport bit, does Richard Jepp. Richard running in the Team Northbrook racing car. And here we go, side by side, and it looks like Jepp has... he's still chasing the race leaders, but are we going to get a change for the lead? They're side by side down the straight, and Jack Wheeler's on the outside. Is he going to pick up a little bit more grip here, or maybe cede to the man on the inside as they come across the line? They're side by side, and as they break the TSL timing beam, it's Wheeler still there, but Stuart Bliss is trying to come through on the inside, and I think has got the run down into Ritchie, so Jack Wheeler will cede the lead, and it's Stuart Bliss who's in front, side by side for 3rd place between Elliot Lettis on the outside and Richard Jepp on the inside run. So we've got 2 Student Motorsport Challenge cars in the top 4, mixing it up with the overall honour, boys, and this is good to see. Wheeler dropping back here at the moment as Jepp goes into 3rd into the Wilson hairpin. Great racing from these two. Back in 5th position is the 91 as they cross the line. I think that might have changed. We'll wait for that to come into shot. But at the moment, Elliot Lettis is not having things his own way today. Still scoring good points. And, you know, 4th position all year would do you well in terms of a championship. Many a driver has told me that over the years that I've been commentating. But he wants to be on the podium, and he wants to be further up the top steps of the podium as Jack Wheeler tries to close down on Stuart Bliss, the race leader. Into Agostini they go once again. Top 4, all enjoying a good scrabble. It is, I think, Andrew Dyer looking to come through as well. There's our 21 car making good progress too. That's Christopher McKenzie. McKenzie passes the 174 of Amelia Vincent. Amelia having raced in Castle Combe Hot Hatch and an MGZR Honda Civic and Generation 3 Clio Cup car. Thanks JPE for filling us in on that one and giving a bit of background on Amelia, who's doing a really good job out there at the moment for her student team. But at the moment it's per many 1 from 4 with 10 minutes left on the clock here. And here comes Elliot Lettis, the championship leader. Gets a good run out of Williams corner, down the Bentley straight. This is going to tee him up with the inside for Brundle. Brundle the left-hander, Nelson the right-hander, and Richard Jepp has to cede that podium position for the moment, but still plenty of time for this to be sorted out. Race leader, though, is still Stuart Bliss. Bliss the leader. Jack Wheeler in 2nd place. That's how they finished in race number 1. Wheeler initially quick off the line, but was caught and overhauled earlier on in the race. Off goes 310. That is John Nicholson in the Team V Racing Peugeot 107. He, I think, will rejoin and try and make a little bit of progress towards the end of this race with 9:20 on the clock. We have a little bit of a delve down the field and see Alex Foden in the 41, busy chasing Hayden Payne, the West Suffolk College car. So the student cars all the way down in the mix. Gyration for Alistair Mearing in the Smart Clean car, which isn't looking smart or clean at the moment, but will rejoin. And we know Alistair will make a smart job of a recovery for sure, because he's that kind of driver. As the race leaders, the top 3 now, approaching the line, breaking away just a little bit from the 4th place car of Richard Jepp. Jepp was 3rd on the last lap, but it's 3 cars all drafting each other about the main straight. Stuart Bliss trying to break the toe from Jack Wheeler in 2nd. Elliot Lettis is 3rd. Lettis is going to have a look at the outside. Well, I thought he was. It's always sometimes just a little bit misleading, that front on camera angle when they come up the or along centre straight, because it's up and down, and then make their way around Riches. So it's Wheeler still in P2, and I'll tell you what, he's not letting Stuart Bliss get away with this. Richard Jepp back in 4th position. Andrew Dyer is 5th. Browning coming under pressure for 6th position from the driver that we singled out in race number 1 as having made good progress over the season, Richard Snuggs, in the 88, so he's up there and dicing for 7th place at the moment. 8th position is car number 23, which is Joe Moss, who I think might be our novice championship leader at the moment. Yes, he is, and he's well clear of 72, Hayden Payne, who is second in the novice category, and I think running in the guests. So, Field making the way out of Palmer. Bliss still the leader. Elliot Lettis has got fastest lap. That was that on lap 2, the last lap of the race, 3:06.799. The other drivers in the 3:07s and 8s in the top group. There is Hayden Payne in the 72, running second in the novice class at the moment. Not a guest, he's a SMC driver, isn't he, Hayden Payne? And I've got the 38 car as Hayden Payne, but he's in 72. So getting the numbers muddled up. Lettis now up into P2, so Jack Wheeler down to P2, the East Surrey College Motorsport car looking to try and fight back. Another podium would be very good indeed for Jack Wheeler. Really arrived at the top end of this championship. I think the wet and damp conditions very certainly suiting this car. Elliot Lettis, though, will not be content with second position. We've got 6 minutes on the clock, so maybe 3 laps to go, very possibly. Have to keep our eye on the clock and the checkered flag in the start marshal's hut, which is adjacent from us in the commentary position. But it's Stuart Bliss hoping to make it a first double of the year, if he can. There is Richard Jepp in 4th. Andrew Dyer flashes past in red. We've got waved yellows there for a stricken car, I think, as we look back a little bit further on. 41, nearly said Steve Foden, Alex Foden, isn't it, in 41. He is followed by Hayden Payne in 72. That's that car that was there from earlier on, so we get a great camera shot there at our bomb hole camera. You can see the little dip as the cars come through, and this is the battle for the lead. Elliot Lettis side by side. This time he goes for the outside run as they go up centre straight, up towards the start-finish line. Lettis putting the challenge on. The championship leader wants to be back on the top step. Needless to say, across the line they go. As they cross the line, Bliss was just the race leader from Elliot Lettis. Tempted to look out the window, but we'll stick with the screen. And they're side by side. Can Lettis get the big burn up round the outside? It's been a nibble of Lettis for a few laps, and finally he's done it. He's going to be a happy bunny for sure, going through into lead position. Jack Wheeler still in 3rd, so it's Elliot Lettis the leader, Stuart Bliss down to 2nd, Jack Wheeler 3rd, Richard Jepp is in 4th place. Jack Wheeler and Richard Jepp 1st and 2nd in the Student Motorsport Challenge. Jepp, though, not able to close in at the moment. Andrew Dyer is next up as well, so we've got Student Motorsport cars 3rd, 4th and 5th. It's exactly what John Paul Latham wanted, and of course it's going to fire up the students. If you get established drivers involved with your team, with your college, it's going to fire up the engine. It's great, isn't it? We might need a second level at some point, and I'm not preempting what JP will do, but novice drivers are welcome in the Student Motorsport Challenge as well, because whilst it's about success, it's also about progress and learning for everybody involved in those teams. There is Jepp, there is Dyer. Dyer's closing in on Jepp. We look a little bit further back with 4 minutes 19 on the clock. There is Liam Browning being chased by Duncan Stone, who's got up into 9th position now. So Duncan having a good run in this one. He's got another race to come. He's gone another 3 places up the order here, Duncan Stone. So the car working well for him in the wet conditions, as Wheeler now resumes the battle of Stuart Bliss. This is the view he had at the start of the race. What he didn't have was Elliot Lettis in front of the pair of them. So he was in 2nd. He's now in 3rd. Is Jack Wheeler. As I say, another podium will be good. It'll be a Student Motorsport class win if he can stay where he is. But he'll want to get up into P2 and put some space between himself and also, of course, Richard Jepp, who is in 4th position and wanting to close him down. Red flags out on the race. Is that because of the stranded car? It means that Elliot Lettis, now if the red flags come out, Lettis will not get the win, because Stuart Bliss was showing on the last lap as the right. I think the car in the background there is possibly the reason why. We'll have a look. I'm looking out on the window up towards Rich's. I can't see anything else, and we'll keep our eyes peeled for you here on our live stream. But I think in the interest of safety, and very possibly in the interest of time, as it's 10 to 6. Oh, okay, so an issue there. That is Prem Ginder, the leading novice in the championship is out. I think that's Prem's first DNF of the year. Indeed it is. So hope Prem is okay. But the car very definitely isn't. He will be a non-finish, been taken out of the result. As the red flag went out, Elliot Lettis was leading, but as is often the case, the result will go back, I think, to the lap before. But the top three, Lettis, Bliss and Wheeler. Now, Elliot Lettis hasn't gone back into pit lane because it's a red flag. I'm guessing regulations say you can form up on the grid, but there was only 3 minutes left on the clock, so I'm not sure Elliot should have done that. It means that he probably, I know why he's done it, he doesn't want to talk to Rob. That's probably it. Elliot back in front, but we'll wait for official confirmation of the result from our good friends at TSL. Again, thank you to those guys for the superb work they do. Been really helpful with the paperwork today, which we greatly appreciate. So, right, where is Elliot Lettis going to go? Lettis leaves the grid. Nobody's listening to the puns anyway, so we probably won't do too many more of those. Lettis gets moved around. He's going to be able to go in via the pit lane, so he will get to see Rob via the pit lane. Again, fantastic, common sense, great work by the marshals and officials to let him safely get back into the pit lane, which is very, very good news indeed. Now that's a result type shot coming up, so I wonder if we might have that through from TSL. Barry, our director, just telling us that we haven't quite got it yet. And there is always a delay on these because when you've got a red flag, it has to go back a lap. So there's a lot of data to be collated, which then has to be transferred into graphics to be relayed for you. And if you watch any live sport, you'll know that that's the case as well on TV or live stream or whatever. It's a fantastic job they do to get the graphics down. But I'm wondering whether it's going to be Elliot Lettis showing or Stuart Bliss. TSL screen still shows Stuart Bliss on the last lap. He's out of the car. A little bit of a shake of the head. Should we go down and have a Rob moment, and we'll come back with the result if we can after this podium interview.
Well, I'm down in a rather soggy Parc Fermé with the shortened race there due to the red flag, and business as usual. Stuart Bliss. I mean, it's rather wet. You're obviously experienced the changing conditions in the endurance race. How was it for you?
The endurance race was horrendous, but it was great fun to be out in that car. The car was really good. We've got it, the front a little bit better, but I think a lot of the guys are running new tyres, and unfortunately I haven't got any this weekend. It's probably the only time I haven't had any new tyres for the weekend. So if I could find some, I think we could, because Elliot's just put a pair on the back and he's gone a lot quicker, so get some new tyres on that.
So that'll be the plan for tomorrow's race?
Depend on the weather. But I'm not sure who, I mean, did Elliot win? I don't know. I'm not sure.
You're on the road provisionally.
Me, yeah. Well, never win, that's right then, that's two.
Yeah, well,
go for the hat-trick.
Yeah, I mean, red flag, and that's what it's showing on the timing screen.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I'll take it. I mean, I've been on the other end when it's happened the other way, so, you know, I'm happy. The car's been great. It's good to see other people battling with us, to be fair. I've quite enjoyed it.
Yeah, fantastic. So, just in terms of tomorrow, are you literally just waiting on the weather to see what you're going to do with the car before you make any changes?
Yeah, I'll get the guys to jack it up, just check it over, leave the wheels off and see what happens tomorrow.
Go for 3 out of 3?
Hopefully.
Fantastic, congratulations there. And if we walk over and see if we can, Elliot, if we get you to pop over here, there's a gaggle of people there, so we'll get him out of the way. Provisionally, well, according to our timing, second. Yes. When the red flag came out, how was that race?
Yes, it was actually a really good race, to be honest. We sorted out our wet setup. We've actually got some grip on the tyres, and that made all the difference, to be honest. Yeah, it's a shame about the red flag. Just needed one more lap to go around, or overtake him a little bit earlier, and I would have won. But I'll take second place, considering the weekend we've had. So. And
you've got one more race to go tomorrow, so realistically, it's one more crack at the top.
Yeah, exactly. It would be nice to win that race, but I think this round's going to be damage limitations, so I'll be all right with that.
Yeah, you'll be grand with that. It's all about the championship at the end of the day. Weird question. How has your car ended up over there?
Well, my windscreen was very fogged up, so I didn't see any any marshal asking me to come into the pit lane, so I just carried on through pretty much. Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoopsies.
Right, fantastic on a congrats on a fantastic second place. Let's see if we can get hold of Jack Wheeler, who got himself back onto the podium. Jack, another fantastic race. Good result in the Student Motorsport Challenge. You must be thrilled.
Yes, very happy with that one. Yep, very happy.
It was wet out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit slippier than last time.
Yeah. Does that kind of change your game plan going into it, or is it just a suck it and see sort of thing?
Yeah, it's going to have to see. Just going to have to see, yeah. I don't know what tomorrow's weather's going to be like, but...
And what's the sort of thoughts going into tomorrow's race as well? Because I guess you're kind of looking at the clouds and seeing what they're going to drop.
Yeah, also our top 10's a random pick as well, so we don't know where we're going to be yet on the grid for race 3. So we'll have to see where we get put and see what the weather's like and make a decision from there what kind of setup we go for.
Get your head down and get another good result, hopefully.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Congratulations on a superb result there, Jack Wheeler. That concludes the podium on a rather shortened red flag CityCar Cup race. I'm actually going to throw back to Richard John Neal for some results and then hopefully on to our last race of the day, the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup.
Once again. And yeah, let's have a look at the result we've got to provisional confirmation. Stuart Bliss takes the win from Elliot Lettis and Jack Wheeler. The 3 men that you heard from, Jack Wheeler winning the Student Motorsport Challenge. Richard Jepp next from Andrew Dyer and Richard Snuggs. Liam Browning next up from Joe Moss and Duncan Stone. He was in 9th. 10th goes to Christopher McKenzie from the back. Good result for him. Amelia Vincent 11th. Strong finish for Amelia. And then Alex Foden and Hayden Payne. Andrew Payne 14th from David Williams. Dominic Fletcher and Harvey Blake Jones. Benjamin Bastow 18th from John Nicholson, and Bob Bannister, Bob, in 20th place from Peter Bauer and Jason Dean. Arthur Simonday having problems, as did Prem Ginder. So Simonday and Ginder 1st and 2 in the Novice Championship coming into this weekend, both of them having issues there. Arthur Simonday, I think, getting some points for 23rd place though, so hopefully he'll have maybe pegged a few back on Prem, but interesting to see what happens with them tomorrow, assuming that Prem's car is A-OK and ready to compete and contest and defend his lead of the championship. Look at this. Some people say I'm 2 in 10, so I wouldn't be in that tent just now. That's not in a good way. Again, probably not something I should joke about. I hope everybody is okay there, and a little bit of work to do in our summer meeting here at Snetterton. We had similar things going on in the week with things blowing over and getting destroyed in the garden, and you wouldn't credit it, would you, being July? But hey ho, it's only weather. Every so often you get a summer like this, and hopefully we'll be back to a little bit of sunshine very soon, which will be enjoyable. I'm being told though by the weathermen that don't hold your breath. You can hold your breath for the next race. As you can see, our final race of the day not yet gridded up because there's a wee bit of clearing up to do by our wonderful rescue crews. I hope you're enjoying the live coverage today. We're certainly enjoying bringing it to you, as we always do with Brscc. Just a pity this is my last one of the year with the club, which is a shame. But we look forward to day 2 after our next race, which is the last race of the day. And tomorrow we will be online bright and early. 9 o'clock is the start of the first race. So join us around about 10 minutes beforehand. If you do join us early, rather than just sling a countdown up, we've got some previous interviews or race action that we can show you just to whet your appetite. So make sure it's on. Tea and Bickies, remember, is the order of the day. Now the grid that's showing is the CityCar Cup. We've just had the result of the CityCar Cup, but it's actually a Super Cup race that we've got coming up. So the team will sort that one out for us. And now, did we get a... this is the second fastest qualifying. So I've written the race result down from the previous race, but I forgot it's the driver's second fastest time that counts for the grid. And James Cossins very rightly said that he was on pole position for this race. Can I find the grid? Can I, Eckers like? We do have it somewhere, but I've probably tucked it away with the wrong championship. Let's just have a quick look and see if we can find it. Aidan Hill's got some work to do here, isn't he? Because he is a fair way back. Rather than go for the paper, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go with the good old-fashioned iPhone screen, which is probably a good way of doing it. Qualifying second fastest, and Bob's your uncle. Here we go. Here's the grid. James Cossins on pole position. Tom Griffiths is alongside with Patrick Fletcher on row 2 and Lee Britton in car 50 wrapping up the top 4. They're followed by Will Blackwell-Chambers and good recovery from Ali Bray in car number 14. He round out the 3rd row. Row 4, Oliver Allwood and Joe Wiggin. Down behind Joe on row 5 we've got Aidan Hills. Work to do for Aidan, and Christopher Richardson 10th on the grid in car number 96. Row 6, Sam Heading and Fraze Fennick in 263. Then we move back onto row 7. Alex Stott and Adam Blair. 2 drivers that gave us some good entertainment in race number 1. The 8th row, Alistair Dendy and Josh Morris. Josh in car number 21. Next up is Robert Way. Robert, I think, our club pole position man. He is from Scott Wright. Will Tye 2nd in club from Will Powell. Then we go back to Camel Kelsey in 21. I think we'll have a chance to talk to the top 3 in club after this one as well, hopefully. Tom Selden is next up and wraps up our top 22. 23rd on the grid is George Grant. Great benefactor for us, George, and had a good result in race number 1. Nick Rutter is next up from Amy Watts and Martin Tolley. Bruce Robinson, who did so well, of course, in the endurance race, is next from Max Merritt. That's row 14. The 15th row, Christopher Ginn and Alexander Jones. I'm getting a bit ahead of the graphics here. So there are Ginn and Jones on row 15. The 16th row, Eliza Seville. And next to Eliza is Matt Shears. And wrapping up the grid is Liz Walton. I think had issues in race number 1. Hopefully will be back out for us in this one in race number 2 of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, with Cossins on pole, Tom Griffiths in 2nd. If I'm saying it in a weird way, it's because I'm writing it down to help myself as I haven't got the grid. Patrick Fletcher in 3rd and Lee Britton in 4th place, and that should do me. Now, in the spirit of drives from the back, as we saw Christopher doing the Bitcoin car in the C1s, and of course the superb Jordan Pimley in the Clubman Mazdas, are we going to see lots of places gained potentially here by Aidan Hills, who is the championship leader? Or is Aidan going to err on the side of the caution and think, yeah, top 6 points will do, I've got a good healthy lead and I don't want to throw it away by doing anything rash? His teammate though, James Cossins, is on pole position in that very distinctive car. There is Tom Griffiths, Patrick Fletcher next up, Lee Britton in blue, followed by Will Blackwell-Chambers in white, Ali Bray also in white. Oliver Allwood goes through with the, it's not quite rainbow stripes, but colourful stripes is probably the way to describe the Ollie Allwood car. He makes his way through, as indeed they all do. Where's today gone? Real quick for me, and hopefully you guys watching at home and have enjoyed it. As ever, super racing from the Brscc, and I hope you'll be back for another Super Cup race tomorrow, 2 Mazda MX-5 championship races, another CityCar Cup race, and of course the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. Over 5 hours of racing, which we are really looking forward to. We love those races, all the strategy, the driver changes, the refueling, tyre changes probably. Actually, if it's like this, the tyres might hold up pretty well. All with our good friend Rob Lewis down there in pit lane. He knows those garages and drivers and teams inside out. He is the man to have on duty for tomorrow for pit lane, and I can't wait for that race, but I'm going to have to, because we have got Super Cup action coming on now. This one, of course, is the Clapham North MOT Mazda Super Cup 2023. At the similar event last year, we had Richard Amos taking the wins in races 1 and 3, and Adam Bessel winning in race 2. James Cossins was 2nd in the first race of the weekend. I vaguely remember doing the podium interview with him on that one. Lee Britton had a 3rd. Colin Bysouth, who we missed from the championship, we actually felt. Not sure if Colin's in C1s tomorrow, but really miss him in the Mazdas. A really quick peddler, and hope that he can get some budget together and come and race with us again. But it's Cossins on pole position in this one, the man who lied 4th in the championship coming into this weekend, or lay 4th in the championship. Now, I haven't had a chance to update the points, and that's totally remiss of me, I know, but really we don't have time between the events. But 4th will give you a rough idea of where he is in the championship. Tom Griffiths is 2nd in the championship and 2nd on the grid. Patrick Fletcher is 3rd on the grid and 2nd in the championship. Just having a quick look down to see where Lee Britton is in the championship. Lee Britton, car number 50, is 9th in the championship, or was 9th in the championship coming into the weekend, with a brace of DNFs as well. So he's got sort of a real score because he won't drop any. So Lee Britton, probably, if we were to take into account the other drivers' drops, that would put Lee up into the top 5 or 6, I would imagine. So we'll see what Lee can do. He's in the red car, and that's the outside of row 2, so sort of just right of centre. Nice dribble of water coming off the top of the TSL building here onto the camera. Right, let's just check that all the cars are in. Couple with, we've got some lights on in the mix as well. Tom Griffiths in blue is in the number 16 car. Tom has had 2 podia so far this year, and I would have expected a few more. Maybe he's going to put that right here in the wet, so we'll see. It was damp conditions in qualifying. Lots of drop scores were lots of track limits. As away we go for the start of the race. James Cossins gets away well. That's one of the best pole position starts I've seen, and he edges over towards the outside of the track to try and halt the flow of Tom Griffiths, who is going to go through. Aidan Hills has made a lightning start as well, and Aidan Hills shows, and I think in about 6th position. He's certainly got ahead of Joe Wiggins, so he's made progress off the start as Aidan Hills, and they all have a big sort out. They go through the spray and down towards the hairpin for the first time, and Cossins is down to 2nd, make that 3rd, because Patrick Fletcher will pop the nose of the 29 car up the inside and challenge for P2. Cossins is sticking to the outside, and that may well pay for him as they head down into Palmer. We'll next see the cars as they exit Palmer Corner, and we'll see who is in the lead as we go down towards the back of the field. And the number 19's made a good start there. It's Liz Walton, and it's Tom Griffiths that leads them down into Agostini from Patrick Fletcher, side by side for 3rd place, and it's Ali Bray who is going for 3rd around the outside line. Ali Bray has come through. Brilliant start from Bray, who is going to be dead keen on this one. Rob was saying to me earlier on that Ali was said that was one of the most frightening things he'd been in that first race of the day, but he has fought back from this one. And James Cossins, the pole man, who earned pole, this is not a reverse grid race, had the 2nd fastest lap out of all the drivers this morning, finds himself down in 4th position with Tom Griffiths, the race leader. Patrick Fletcher in P2. Ali Bray in 3rd place. So coming on to the back straight for the first time, and it's a lead quintet as they head down that straight. In 5th position, having made some good progress, is Aidan Hills. His teammate there, Alex Stott, is not that far back, but very much in the pack here as we look from our camera position at Bolton Hole into Brundle. The left-hander comes the race leader. Tom Griffiths made a very, very good start indeed. James Cossins will be a little bit upset, I think, with that first lap, dropping back from pole position to 4th. And he finds himself again, like we've seen other drivers in other races, similar view, particularly in the mirror with Aidan Hills there, but a different position, 4th and 5th. There's the 98 Robert Way, club class winner in race number 1. Hopefully we'll get the full club class podium to talk to him. George Grant goes through shot, as does the 26, which is Will Powell in the Curium entered car. Back to the race leader though, and it is Tom Griffiths who is there, qualified 4th for the first race of the day. Ali Bray coming under a bit of pressure here from James Cossins. Cossins, well, is it pressure? Is it a move, or is it to get out of the spray? Let's have a look as they go across the line. Bray is going up into 2nd position as they cross the line. It's Griffiths. Bray now 2nd. Patrick Fletcher 3rd. James Cossins 4th. Aidan Hills in 5th. Joe Wiggin is up into 6th place. Will Blackwell Chambers is next up from Ollie Allwood. Superstart. Lee Britton will be kicking himself. He's down in 10th place in the number 50 car from 4th on the grid, but such is the nature of Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup racing. Ali Bray now is the man on a mission. He's in P2, working his way through the order. Bray from 6th on the grid, so up into P2. Ali Bray, the team owner, AB Motorsport, and a good guy. I remember actually meeting his dad for the first time here, racing classics many years ago, so that's always synonymous with Snetterton. And look at that, very wide into the corner goes Tom Griffith, and Ali Bray knew that there was grip on the inside and slots confidently and comfortably through into the race lead. So it's Ali Bray the leader, and look how much gap he's put. He's finding grip out there on circuit very easily indeed. So from 6th place, who says there's no overtaking in motor racing? Again, I implore you, if you've got Sky Sports F1, forget it. Just come and watch your Mazda racing here at Snetterton. If you didn't watch the earlier races, check them back a little bit later on, and come and join us again tomorrow morning for 9 o'clock for more great action here on our live stream. But the Clapham North Super Cup cars giving us a good race. Aidan Hill's trying to close down on James Cossins. Hill's Championship not gone off the boil, but certainly is reduced in heat by a couple of degrees over the last couple of rounds. He's still up there. He's still up there with the winners, but or the leading drivers, but he's just not racking those wins up as he did in the early rounds. He certainly hit the ground running at the start of the season, but it's Ali Bray who is there at the moment. So Bray looking to add to the win that he got last time out, not in the race here, but the last meeting that we had on Anglesey. Took the race 3 win, took 2nd position in the 2nd race of the weekend there as well. So very much on form. And if I remember rightly, he was very quick here last year as well when he was running as a guest. He's very much at home on this circuit, knows how to set the car up, knows how to drive it, and he leads from Tom Griffiths. Griffiths in a good point scoring position. Patrick Fletcher 3rd. James Cossins coming under pressure now from Aidan Hills. Joe Wiggin, I think, has dropped back now behind Will Blackwell Chambers. We'll get confirmation of that as they cross the line through the spray. Bray is clear. What's the gap? 2 or 3 seconds between 1st and 2nd position. So Bray, is he going to be on his way to a win? The gap was, well, I said 2. It's actually 1.403 when my screen finally caught up. There it is on the timing tower for you here to have a look at as well. And we are 1/4 of the way through the final race of the day here at Snetterton. And Patrick Fletcher, we've had a few, I think maybe changes of positions with the lead group while I was messing around with timing. There is George Grant in the Downforce car. Downforce, of course, sponsoring the Clubmans. And George is out tomorrow in the C1s as well. As ever, a busy race driver as the race leader comes down towards us. So, what happened to Ali Bray while I was looking away? Or is he out of shot in the lead? No, he isn't. And it's Tom Griffiths, the race leader. And the answer is that Ali Bray is further back. So Bray has obviously had a moment. Again, I apologise for missing that, but such it is when you're fiddling around with electronic equipment trying to get timing and the like. So Fletcher busy chasing, and Griffiths the leader. So Griffiths from Fletcher at the moment, side by side 11 and 50. Scott Wright dicing it out with Lee Britton. Lee trying to get back up towards the sharp end of things here. 13 minutes on the clock. Conditions, is it me or are conditions getting worse? I can see through the window the rain is coming down a lot worse. You can see that from the camera. The cameramen have to follow the action pretty much all the way through, and they have to, when they get a moment, try and clean the lens for you as well to get a good view. Meanwhile, we've got Aidan Hills putting pressure on here. So there is Aidan in the number 8 car. Tom Griffiths comes down into the complex, and this is for 2nd place now. So it's Patrick Fletcher in 2nd place, coming under pressure from Aidan Hills, the ex-rally crosser. Remember Aidan's dad racing in the Legends Cars Championship probably 23 or so years ago now. Oliver Allwood still there in the middle of things as well, chasing Ali Bray. I'm kicking myself for missing the Bray thing. So there we go. On to Coram scary corner in the dry. What's it like in the wet for these guys? And now we've got a challenge on for the lead, because Patrick Fletcher is closing up on Tom Griffiths. Griffiths might have to go into defensive mode. Could bring Aidan Hills into the picture too. Hill sticks the nose of the number 8 car in there as well. James Cossins still there in 4th. Then it's Will Blackwell Chambers going across the line as well. Things looking a bit brighter from this camera. I think looking away from the rain as crossing the line goes Tom Griffiths. We've got to change for second now because Aidan Hills has gone up on that outside, got good grip and got up into P2, and he's going to challenge for second place. He's a car length or so behind Tom Griffith now as they head towards the halfway stage of this race. Look how Patrick Fletcher was fighting the car. He was balanced right on the edge there of that car as he went through Riches. How we keep it, and Tom Griffiths goes straight on. Aidan Hills inherits the lead, Griffiths from the lead. That is how tricky it is out there this afternoon. And was that what happened to Ali Bray? Issues here for the 21 car of Josh Morris, and that is in the gravel. Disappointment for Morris. Now, will that be a safety car or an early end to the race if we get too many cars off in teaming conditions here? It will draw things to a close. Now, if they red flag things at the end of this lap, a flag is being prepared. It's not a checker. It's got some black in it. It looks like the meatball flag. So maybe somebody out there with damage will recount what's happening as soon as we know, but keeping one eye on the screen, one eye on the flag station, which is directly opposite our commentary point here, as Will Blackwell Chambers tees up James Cossins, looks on the inside. We know how hard it is here to get the brakes applied safely without flying off into the grass, and that was a good attempt pass there by Will Blackwell Chambers. You can see why the man is a champion, and it is going to be a safety car. It's going to calm everybody down. Aidan Hills will be the driver picked up by the safety car. The board going out. You can see the LEDs now, of course, once the decision is made from race control. Marshals are always quick, but you just get that instantaneous LED lit up for the drivers to see. In these conditions, it's invaluable to keep the drivers safe and get them all slowed down. Looks like we might have fluid. Is there fluid on the track as well? The meatball flag will be going out to... There's a plethora of flags going out at the moment. So it's Aidan Hills from... To remind myself where Aidan actually started in this one. Let's have a quick look. 9th position on the grid for Aidan Hills as we take a gander at Amy Watts. And there's the safety car coming out. So yellows, meatball flags, boards for the meatball flag offender to look at. And that's safety to get the car with maybe parts hanging off safely into pit lane and sorted out if we can. Will be good to see. Car coming out of the pit lane. Is that Will Powell in the 26? Possibly couldn't quite read the number from where I am here. So Aidan Hills and Patrick Fletcher are picked up by the safety car heading down into turn 1. Now the safety car in this instant hasn't killed the race for us because we've got 8:29 on the clock and the race leaders are all pretty much together. It might bring a few of the other drivers back into the mix, like Tom Griffith, who was in 6th. Ali Bray gets another bite of the cherry. He's in 5th and he's behind Aidan Hills, the race leader. Patrick Fletcher in 2nd place, James Cossins in 3rd, and Will Blackwell Chambers in 4th. So quick look at the timing screen, which I haven't had a look at so far. Ali Bray with the fastest lap, 2:43.939. There goes George Grant through. George followed by I was thinking 64 as it comes towards Kamal Kelsey. Quick moment to think about club class runners here. Wilbur Tiley leading the club class in 17, as he did in the early stages of race 1. Then it's Robert Way, and 3rd position is Nick Rutter in the Rob Boston Racing car. And then 4th in class, but the 3rd championship registered runner is Kamal Kelsey again. So Kamal Kelsey might well get another club class podium here on his return to racing this year. Again, another driver that was in the Brscc Porsche Championship back in the day. Originally the 924s, which then encompassed the Porsche Boxster Championship, and the Boxsters took over after a couple of relatively slow seasons building as the main championship, and obviously the 924s became more classic and then were phased out. Josh Morris phased out of the race in the Renegade Racing HM21 car, and I think that's the one we're awaiting for rescues. We're not going to get too much more racing, are we, by the time that's done? And that's no slight on the recovery vehicles, because they have to get out there when it's safe to do so. And once they do, of course, it's quite an effort to get the car to. Okay, so snatch vehicle there already. Now, apparently they have a different name. Now, some of the other commentators have been using a technical name for those, and I can't remember for the life of me what it is, but I'm sure someone will ping me and let me know. But it's a recovery vehicle, and that will do for me. But actually, very quickly on the scene while we are under yellows here at Snetterton for race 8 of the day, our final race of the day. We were due to finish 6:05, so we're not running too badly actually. We're all pretty good. Okay, so there's Ollie Allwood. It's not rainbow, is it? It's not rainbow colours, but it looks great. I really love flowing stripes on cars. Really looks the business, that. Terrific livery as they head down into the complex. So many good places to watch here. If you ever do come, if you haven't been to a Brscc meeting, whether it's here at Snetterton or Brands or any other circuitry race, you'd be very welcome. Please do come and introduce yourself and enjoy a great day out. And Snetterton, interesting circuit as to where to watch. And I think for me, I would normally watch. I love watching on the start-finish line because I love seeing the start of a race, and I like seeing drivers take the flag as well. But also on the infield, any of the spectator banks on the new infield section, absolutely fantastic to watch from as well. And of course you can sit there and then hopefully enjoy the sunshine. So Josh Morris is towed out of the way and will be taken to safety, so we need to keep our eyes on the safety car and get ready for lights out. And Aidan Hills looking to make it a double. What was I saying about Aidan Hills? He's looking to make it a double, and then was me talking about him losing a couple of degrees of heat out of his. It's nonsense, isn't it? Absolute rubbish. Aidan Hills is not. From 9th on the grid, he was explaining to Rob, "Oh no, the safety car's just gone past the start-finish line, so we're going to get another lap of safety car." I reckon that's going to make it a one-lap dash to the flag if they don't check at it before, but they've been completing laps under the safety car. So either way, if it is checkered, then we'll get a checker on Aidan Hills. Personally, I'm hoping we get 3 miles of action. The safety car will come in and we'll be able to get racing once again. So, quick play with the timing screen. Let's move back. So Aidan Hills, the man looking for a double, the championship leader, contrary to what I said earlier on, reasserting himself at the head of the field with that 8th win of the championship this year in race number 1. Dabbled a bit in the Ginetta chat. I think they've still got their Ginetta GT5 car, and using it for track days and coaching, I expect, things like that. Aidan was quick in the Ginettas, but I think was put off by the budgets, to be perfectly honest, and the car now with decreasing value, with the GT5s mixed up with the Ginetta GT Cup. As we mentioned, Ginetta having something of a reboot at the moment and sort of re-establishing itself after some heady years, it must be said, on the touring car package. But wonderful to welcome Ginetta back into the Brscc fold. There is Camel Kelsey. Now, funnily enough, the last couple of times I've spoken to Camel Kelsey was pit lane when he's had these podium finishes, and I've got a feeling that's the first time I've properly clocked the car on track. And it's a great livery from him. Now they're coming onto the Revit straight. Now the lap times in this one, the fastest lap is 2:43. We've only got 2:18 on the clock. So if the safety car lights go off, I can tell you the green flag is being readied on the starting gantry. So the green flag is being readied. So we should get one lap. Aidan Hills would probably be happy with the checker. No, he wouldn't. He'd want to race to the flag. The South Coast man will want to race to the flag for sure. Another car off track there, which has given up the ghost very sadly. 1:37 on the clock. Slippery surface flag still showing to remind everybody. Hope that we get better weather tomorrow, a little bit drier, but particularly for Rob and everybody outside watching on the banks. Safety car lights are out. We are, I think, going to get one more lap. It's not going to take them a minute, is it, to get from Coreham with Aidan Hills backing them all up. Aidan is a master at restarts, but equally will be Patrick Fletcher. So you've got two wily old foxes looking, well, a young fox anyway at front. Oh, and James Cousins looking up the inside. A little bit premature there from James Cousins, but they all sort themselves out, the pros that they are. Now remember, they're not allowed to overtake till they get to the line. We didn't see when Aidan Hills went, but there is the green flag, and this is the last, and Hills has left them. What a restart by Aidan Hills, who goes down into riches in the lead. Patrick Fletcher is in second position. Is he going to hold that to the flag? It's James Cousins in third. Hills and Fletcher first and second in the championship. And off the track goes Ali Bray. Off the circuit as well goes Adam Blair, sadly in the Treble 1 car. Well, we had the slippery surface flag out, and those guys caught out. And it was the number 11 car of Scott Wright is off as well. Looks like there's a bit of contact on the side of Scott Wright's machine here as well. So the clock has actually ticked down. We're at 0 seconds, so we're on the final lap of the race. The green flag still being gamely waved from the starting gantry. The checker will be coming out very soon as we see the green lights following the safety car period illuminated around the track here. So it's Hills. Will Blackwell Chambers starting to try and close in on James Cousins. Side by side here, it's Alistair Dendy on the outside line of Alex Stott. Down towards Oggie's corner they go once again for the last time in racing action today. Remember, these drivers have one more race to go, the partial reverse. Someone in the top 10 will find themselves on pole position. Cousins seeing off Will Blackwell Chambers at the moment. Patrick Fletcher, I've got to say, as they go on to the Bentley Straight, looking relatively happy in second place at the moment. The Downforce radio car looking pretty good in fourth position. Here we come down that straight. Okay, so we see where the red car was parked up on the Bentley Straight, and Aidan Hills is going to take, barring any problems. It would be very rare to see a mistake in these conditions from Aidan Hills. Qualifying wasn't to his liking. The racing very much has been, and he is on course here to perhaps make it a double here in the wet at Snetterton. The wet brings out some terrific driving. I'm still going to rate that Clubman race as the race of the day. It was an absolute corker, but here we go. Here is Aidan coming around Coreham for the last time. He's, believe me, that is on the limit. He really is, but he looks so smooth. He's making it look easy, Aidan Hills. Comes around Murray's, keeps away from the curb. Will Blackwell Chambers will have a little nibble here at James Cousins, but I think Cousins has got the best of him as they run up towards the checkered flag. And here it is, the final race of the day here at Snetterton is won, and win number 9 of the championship for Aidan Hills. Second position goes to Patrick Fletcher. A good drive, a great drive from Fletcher in second. James Cousins is third. Will Blackwell Chambers from Ollie Allwood in fifth. It's Tom Griffiths next in sixth position. Did well there from Sam Heading in number 57. Alex Stott in eighth in the 88 car. Ninth, and the club win goes to Wilbur Tiley from Robert Way. Robert second in the club class. Then it was number 13, which is Tom Selden, who was next. 12th position, number 99, is Nick Rutter. He is third in the club class, takes the Masters win as well, does Rutter. And fourth in the club class goes to Kamal Kelsey, who finishes 13th. 14th going to George Grant, and a Masters podium for George Grant once again as we watch Liz Walton making her way past the checkered flag and to get a race finish in her books. Going through as well is Matt Shears in the BC Cars Motorsport machine, and Matt is, where is Matt? Little way down, but lots of cars didn't finish that one. Matt in 24th position. Ali Bray having issues, as did Adam Blair in the closing stages of that race, which was, safety car aside, a really interesting race to watch, and plenty of overtaking before we had the safety car intervention, and hopefully everybody okay after the skirmishes out there on track, and they'll be able to get refettled and fit for the Super Cup race tomorrow, which will start at around about 10:35. But we've got the first of 2 Mazda MX-5 races for you tomorrow, starting at 9. As I mentioned already, join us early. We'll have a result for you in a few moments, and then we'll hand down to Rob, who will do our podium interviews and also wrap up for today. And my advice to you tomorrow is wrap up warm in case it's like this again on our summer race day. So Aidan Hills still leads the championship. Patrick Fletcher very much keeping him honest though with that P2. James Cossins will gain a few points on Tom Griffiths in that one. I think our last finisher just going across the line there is Will Powell. So was that Will that came out? I can't remember if that was the car that came out of the pit lane earlier on, but Will does nurse the car home to the finish, which is good result. And talking of results, here it is. Aidan Hill's the winner from Patrick Fletcher and James Cossins. Will Blackwell Chambers in 4th. Oliver Allwood 5th from Tom Griffiths and Sam Heading. Alex Stott 8th. Wilbur Tiley in 9th from Robert Way, your Clubman winner. Aidan Hill's bagging fastest lap as well. 101 points for him then at the end of that race. 11th goes to Tom Selden from Nick Rutter, Kamal Kelsey and George Grant 14th. Max Merritt in 15th from Chris Richardson and Alexander Jones. Amy Watts 18th from Eliza Seville, and Alistair Dendy wrapping up your top 20. 21st, Christopher Ginn from Bruce Robinson and Liz Walton, and we saw Matt Shears making his way home, along with Ali Bray and Will Powell. Retirements for Adam Blair, Scott Wright, Lee Britton and Fraser Fennick. They will be back tomorrow, but I think I can see cars. Can I see cars down there in pit lane? We've got a few more non-finishes for you. Joe Wiggin, that was a shame. Martin Tolley and Josh Morris. Shame because we won't see the likes of Joe Wiggin and Martin Tolley up towards the front end of the grid, which is a pity. You want to see all the top guys up there together, but that's sometimes what racing throws to us. Cars are coming down though into Park Fermé. Let's head down and have a word with the man with the hood and the shorts. It's Rob Lewis once again.
The man with the hood and the shorts indeed, Richard, for the final time today on this rather wet Saturday. The Mazda Super Cup provided, well, quite the race. Long safety car period there, and a brilliant winner in Aidan Hills that managed to carve his way through the spray for a magnificent victory. A bit of a whoop from him. He's a rather happy chappy.
Big time, yeah.
Aidan.
Wow.
Another win, fantastic.
Yeah, I didn't expect that, mate, from P9. Obviously, I knew it was going to be hard work, and to be honest, like, I didn't think the race was going to be run because the spray was horrendous. So I knew I had to get to the front because otherwise it was too dangerous to be, like, even when I was in second or third behind Tom and Patch, like, honestly, you're going down the straight and you're just looking at their brake lights, and if Patch went off, I was going off. You know, it was awful. So to win a race in those conditions is always a nice one. Yeah, can't complain really.
Yeah, you say that. I mean, we've just actually had the conversation before they threw down to us with Ali Bray, who went off. Yeah. And he even said himself, he backed out. There was going to be a monumental shunt if he wasn't careful.
I agree, to be fair. That's why I knew that I had to get to the front. When Ali got to the front, I thought he was just going to, check out. And it shows how hard the conditions are. If people who even lead in the races are going off, like Tom went off, obviously, in front of me, and Ali went off as well. So I didn't really have to do a lot. The start was mega. Obviously went from P9 to P5 into turn 1, so that was the hard work, and then it was just keeping it clean and trying to survive more than anything. But I've got to say a massive thanks to our team. James is third, so that's another great result for our team, and everyone in our team is so good. You know, Hills Motorsport, Dave Longhurst, Carol, my dad, Paul, Lizzie we got with us this weekend. Like, everyone has been amazing, so yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on another superb result there from Aidan Hills.
Yeah, that was all right.
Patrick, Second this time, you survived. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I was behind Tom, and I remember thinking, okay, this is good here. I'm in a good position. And then I think I just sucked up loads of water from behind him, and then I actually had a misfire for a little bit down the back straight. And I thought, here we go, I've got to try and bring it home. And then Ali overtook me, but luckily he made a mistake and I got that position back. Then Tom made a mistake, but by that point Aidan had got past me. So no, but I'm very happy to bring it in P2. Another good podium and another good trophy. Thanks to everyone who's watching at home on the live stream, and thanks to my team for all the hard work they've done, especially in these crappy conditions. Because I don't know how bad it looked, but there was.
It did look absolutely horrendous. You guys are heroes.
Actually, literally at the end of the straight, I was looking for my braking reference, but I'm like, if someone is like in the parts in the middle of the straight here, I'm not going to see them, and I'm going to just crash straight into them. But no, it was good fun. So.
One more race to go tomorrow.
One more race to go tomorrow.
Fantastic. Congratulations again, Patrick Fletcher. Now, James Cossins, let's come down and speak to him. Another fantastic result for the team, and for you, another good podium.
Yeah, I'll take it. A little bit frustrating because the right-hand side of the grid is a lot more slippery than the left-hand side of the grid. So getting off the line, it was almost as if you were driving along with some valuable shopping in the car. You had to be very careful. So yeah, straight away going into turn 1, I think I must have been 4th or something, so I was already getting covered. Visibility was pretty much nothing, which is always exciting. You just sort of guess, and I think that's the grass, I'll stay here, see what happens. Excuse me. Yeah, it was okay. Safety car restart was a bit of a fumble. Everybody sort of concertinaed into people, and by the time we got around the corner, it was a bit like, oh, what's going on? But yeah, thanks to Colin, Hills Motorsport, another podium. Not the win I wanted, but we'll come back tomorrow and hopefully get it sorted out for us.
Come back and get going good.
That's it. Cheers.
Fantastic. Well done, James. Fantastic podium there. I was hoping to bring you a chat from our club class winner, Will Batiley, but they've actually sent everyone back to the paddock now, probably to dry their cars out after a rather wet last race of the day in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. It's been a great day of racing today, but it's time for the final time on this Saturday to hand back to Richard John Neal, and we've got another great day of racing tomorrow. But for now, back to Richard.
Thank you for doing half the podiums, Rob. Appreciate that. Well done. I'm joking. Top job today. Absolute pleasure to work with you here at Snetterton, and great to commentate with you earlier on. And thanks for getting wet and digging out the drivers. It's not the easiest job at all when the people, and particularly when they're sent back. But thank you everybody for watching the live stream today. I hope you've enjoyed it. We've tried to make it fun for you. We've certainly had a great time. Thank you to everybody at the Brscc for putting on a great day. Thank you to Marshall's, our directing and filming team for doing such a great job. We are online tomorrow, just before 9 o'clock will do you, so if you're a late riser, set your alarm nice and early, bacon and eggs, cup of tea, biscuits for the rest of the afternoon. First race of the morning will be at 9 o'clock, Mazda MX-5 Championship. We then got some interviews that Rob went away and filmed this morning, which we'll put in while the C1 cars are qualifying, and that will give you a bit of background and insight into some of the championships that we've seen racing today and we'll see racing tomorrow. And then we'll have the rest of the Mazda races and the 5-hour Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. So for me, Richard John Neal, Rob Lewis in pit lane, and all of the Brscc team, have a lovely evening. Don't drink too much, and we'll see you in the morning. Thank you, and bye for now.